Hey guys, 1K here with Karrigan, and we're gonna talk about what's his best IEM moment here in Dallas for the 100th IEM. 99 have you played in? 97?
I don't know a lot at this point, so I don't have that count yet.
All right, let's see what the guys have picked out for you here. This is Katowice, if
Yes,
I'm not
for
mistaken.
Sure. This looks like 2022, you know? Good year. JKS is there. The fans are going wild.
Oh, Dust2 is back.
Oh, Dust2 is back, yeah, actually. I remember this game. It was so incredible. The best of 5 final against G2, playing with JKS as a stand-in. Oh my lord, I think this meant so much to me. I think it even meant more than winning the major.
Wow.
Because the storyline of this tournament was insane. Every day we wake up, we don't know if Rain can play. We wait until 3 p.m. We tell JKS to pack his bag and play with us every single day. So it was like incredible moments, and it's so nice to see these scenes again.
And that was your first Katowice win, right?
Yes, so lost 2 finals there, so this was the 3rd final, so everything was unbelievable. I've dreamt of this trophy since Katowice started. I remember it reminds you so much of a Champions League trophy, the way the trophy is built up with the wings, or how you say. And then it just felt like I played it on a home crowd. I think this is the most crowd support I ever got in an arena in 2022. And it just meant so much to me to kind of feel that, since I played international team for so many years. I don't really have a home turf.
All right, that was the best IEM moment with Karrigan, Katowice 2022. I think that was an easy pick,
Yes,
maybe,
sure.
but yeah, thanks for tuning in and see you at the next one.
Enjoying media day?
Yeah,
Not that much, to be honest.
There you go. There you go. That's the honest and truth answer I expected. But you must be happy you made playoffs.
Yeah, I'm pretty happy. I think we played good. We bounced back in the lower bracket. We didn't even lose a map, so it's good.
You went on a bit of a speed run, right? Like, looking at this, we spoke about expectations before, and you said, like, whatever happens, happens. Now have your expectations changed because you're in playoffs?
To be honest, I think we're trying not too much to think about it. We're happy to be here, but we won't be happy to just go out in the first game in the playoffs. So we will still try our best and hopefully make it all the way to the final.
How do you feel about your first game?
I'm looking forward to win against Vitality.
See, you told me this last time, right? And I love the confidence I got from you. And looking at the fact they lost to 9Z, means they might be shaky?
Yeah, I don't think they're that good recently. They look a bit shaken. I think we are in a great form, so anything can happen.
I think it has to be Katowice 2015. I am Katowice. Cologne. It was Gamescom, no? Like top 5, top 6. Envy. Fuck. Dennis. Right? I'll say next. Dennis, Chris, Speedy, and me. Oh shit! Okay, I see. It was the SK one. Fuck, I forgot about it. Kadian, Barry, Asilion, Sanden, and me. Yeah. I totally forgot about it. Well, I was on bench in Mouse, and they qualified for that event, got invited, I don't know, and someone couldn't go, or they dropped someone from the lineup, and they just called me up, and I was happy to play. Wasn't it like random out of 3 maps in the end or something? I cannot remember that. I would go either Kenny or Happy. If I have to choose one, I would go Happy. Wasn't that bad, actually.
You are chilling right now, right?
I'm chilling. I'm on a vacation.
You're on a vacation? A vacation that saw a lot of success, right? A lot of fun. You, though, you're playing pretty damn good as well. Are you impressed that you play maybe better than what you expect? Because you told me, right, you knew you were coming here, but you weren't just playing CS.
Honestly, I didn't have any expectations coming into this event. I just wanted to give my best and enjoy my time here. Might be my last LAN for a little bit. You never know, right? So just enjoy everything and just do whatever I can.
And how is it with your, what did you told me last time, your ex-girlfriend's family?
Something like that. You can call them dad, you can call them snakes, you can call them whatever you want. But they're still my friends at the end of the day, and I enjoy being with them most of the time.
Some more team kills?
Maybe, we'll see.
If they act badly, there's something you don't like, just turn around.
Yeah, I think the way Shoes was looking at me yesterday, I didn't like it, so he got shot in the back with the silencer.
Who else on the team, gives you a hard time? Is maybe Kixsan saying like, Nico does, I want this from you, and you're like, fuck you, man.
Maybe it would even be Nerds over there. Like, Nerds? Yeah, he would be a nice guy to team kill.
Okay.
Yeah.
When he feels like he's feeding himself too much, and you're like, no, this is my time to shine, just shut him down.
Yeah, we need to make him chill sometimes. He's a bit too excited, so just a little shot in the back.
A little love tap, a little time to sit in his place a little bit on that. But a team you're facing, first of all, Vitality, how are you feel going into this matchup? Because we were talking about no pressure, that's one thing for sure, but they've got a lot of pressure on them with how they're performing.
Yeah, I mean, they look pretty shaky against 9C, and they've been looking a little bit shaky, like especially when Savu is not completely popping off, you know. But I mean, it doesn't matter who you play. When you're in playoffs, you're gonna play against all the best teams in the world, So Vitality, FaZe, Spirit, doesn't matter who you play against, You just have to do your best.
Are you gonna be going for some plays though? Are you gonna be taking some more risks?
I think I will. Depends on the mood and vibe in the team, but if we have momentum, obviously we'll try to send a little bit.
It comes down to then like what you go, okay, today I'm feeling spicy, I want to go for it. Maybe today I sit back and let someone else do it. That's what it comes down to?
Maybe. I think I will always be a little towards the extra side, always trying to go for a play or two. I'm not the guy to sit back and chill.
More AK?
Probably.
Probably. I want to see more AK. Let's see how it goes down. Good luck, man. Thank you very much.
In 2018, when Astralis won the Intel Grand Slam, what else was happening? A. Justin Timberlake performed an amazing halftime show at the Super Bowl? B. England won the World Cup. C. The first Tesla car was made. D. The first season of Stranger Things was released.
2018, when they won Grand Slam. Which if they won it in Katowice? No, Pro League. They won Pro League Odense, right?
Couldn't be first Tesla?
It was late in the year. It was winter. It was the second Pro League. That's what I remember, I think. Can we get the crowd help?
Can we make
50-50? Yeah.
Or call a friend?
Let's just go for Tesla.
Yeah,
That kind of sounds the only
I mean,
reasonable.
Timberlake also sounds like it could be good, but
Yeah, but why? How can we know that? I would just go for Tesla.
yeah.
It was Justin Timberlake.
It was.
Sorry, I'm sorry.
Why didn't you say anything?
Who won the MVP award at IEM Dallas 2022? Was it A. Deepa, B. Axile, C. Nathany, or D. Snap?
Exile.
That's correct. Who did Liquid beat in the grand final of IEM Sydney 2019? Is it MIBR, NRG, Fnatic, or FaZe?
I would say FaZe.
No, it wasn't us.
Sure?
Yes. It was not MIBR. I think they beat them in semi-final.
You sure not me?
No, 100%. In the final.
Then it should.
I would go with Fnatic.
Yeah.
That's correct.
Let's go.
And this is four. How old was Lunacy in 2008 when SK Gaming with a full Swedish roster won IEM Global Challenge in Los Angeles? Is he 3, 4, 5, or 6?
That's mathematical question.
3, no? Wait, let me count again.
Fuck, man. I got this. I bet.
Pretty sure he's 2005. I'm like 100% sure.
Huh? No,
turned-
he turned 9.
He turned 19, yeah?
Yes.
Yeah, 3 years old.
That's correct.
Nice.
Final question. Which player wasn't part of Team Envious that won IEM Cologne 2015? Apex, Kenny S, NDK, or Shox?
Shocks.
That's correct. 4 out of 5.
First one caught us off guard. But almost 5 out of 5.
Happy
If I listen to you, like I listen to you in game.
You look so beautiful, Dan.
Yes, I do.
As always.
Not really.
Oh, what do you mean? Not really. Look at you, in shape. Now, did you go for a run today?
Yeah.
You went for a run today in this weather?
Yes. Just before it started raining, I was really happy.
Okay. I guess you just missed it then. Yes. But I did see a photo. You all got very wet on the team walk.
Yes, that was pretty harsh. Not gonna lie, but it was a fun moment. We were 2 kilometers away when it started.
No.
So we walked 25 minutes. So yeah, we were pretty like wet.
Dangerous weather, wet and sweaty. And you were a bit wet and sweaty in your game against 9Z.
Yes, also it was pretty bad.
What is going on?
We have those games where we're just not there.
Yeah.
Our level can go so much up against G2. We play really well, easy game. And the next day, just the worst. We started to play too late in both maps. And yeah, they also played well. So we need to give them like credit. But yeah, we just...
Did you feel like you were, because I heard you at times, you were trying to get the team together, say like, come on, we'll play better than this and mold over everyone. But did it feel like it started to mentally get to you guys, to like you fell down out of it?
No, because we started down. Like those two, we really started down. He didn't need me to do anything, but I try to help the team to move forward. Yeah. But we just had like a 2-hour talk about that. So hopefully, hopefully it's gonna get better tomorrow.
That's what it's all about. Thank you very much, Dan. I want to keep things moving.
For me, it's Gamescom. It has to be Gamescom, right? July 2015? August? Okay. Then it's the beginning of August because we had Cologne after and we won it. And Gamescom 2015, yeah, was envious. 8.
There's only 6 teams.
6 teams?
Yeah.
The fuck? I remember we lost only to Mouse, 16-12 I think on train I would say, but only 6. I remember TSM, us, was a Mouse probably, SK, maybe maybe Australians, Renegades, and the last I don't know, I don't remember. CLG, okay. Ah yeah, we played them as well, I remember. Mouse on train, I remember that. Famous talent. Magisk? Ah, talent. Ah, Sponge? I get then? Okay. Ah, talent, yeah, because okay. Karrigan.
Yeah.
So Dupree. Killian. Okay. Ah yeah, Nico. Ah yeah, he was standing in. Yeah, that's true. He was standing in for SK. Yeah, that's true. Okay. Oh. Yeah, and it was the really beginning of Nico as well. So. Ah, it's easy. Kenyas, Kiyoshima, Happy, and NBK. Happy.
And how are you feeling in the tournament right now? Like, obviously, we look at Katowice. Everyone's so happy. Oh, Donk's doing great. Incredible player. Do you care if you're not like high stats? Does it matter to you?
Not really. I just wanna like show my game. That's how I play, and I don't really care if I cannot like be the same stats on the Katowice.
It's about the team win.
Yeah.
And so for you, when you're playing, you just want to play the same way, right? And just keep trying it. Because sometimes I see you get frustrated and we see the hits. Yeah.
Because I'm doing like some stupid mistakes, probably.
So it's about more you make a mistake and you go, why did I do that?
Yeah.
Okay. So it's not like the other team.
No.
Ah, interesting. Okay, this is good for me to learn. This is good for me. But why do you hit your own head?
Don't know, rage.
Because I'm thinking, Donk, no, don't hurt yourself. Like, no. We need to protect you. You need to stay safe, yeah?
I'm very safe.
You're very safe?
Yeah.
Does Chopper protect you?
Yeah.
Yeah?
And Magic's.
And Magic's? Yeah. Magic's protect you? Really?
Like the best defender.
Best defender?
Yes.
Why is he the best defender?
It's a secret.
It's a secret. Okay. So I should not mess with Magic's. Magic's will kill me.
For sure.
For sure.
For sure.
So Magic's is a trained killer.
Who knows?
Oh, okay. Don't mess with Magic's.
Donk, the sharpest tool in Spirit Shed and the sharpest tool in all of Counter-Strike. Just at 17 years of age, we've never seen anything like him before.
Пацаны, это фейк, как будто молик. Осторожно, кабит.
MBK spawn to execute A. I'll go first.
Смог зелень.
Oh, the shadow betrays Karrigan.
Pushing!
Look at Donk do it! That's disgusting! Revolting from Donk!
23, there's a bit of early groundswell around this kid. You know, he's a bit of an AIM star and you're hearing about him in FPL, and then he gets a promotion from the Spirit Academy to the main team. And then they're playing some online events. And you're like, all right, well, when is he going to play LAN? Then he plays a couple LANs against good teams and he's still playing well. And you're like, well, when is he going to play against the big boys?
We said already, if you have one idea, let's help each other.
No, we need your guy.
Who was the last one? Who was running last? You, right?
Forget about the rest and remember what I said. Stop the chaos, just communicate.
Visa issues come into play. You don't get to see him get that soft start.
The issue with that is, well, we hadn't really seen him at a tier 1 event yet. Both him and Magic's missed blast groups due to visa issues, and those issues were still somewhat floating around.
Because we know that they are Russian, but they are Russian and we are surprised that they are Russian.
Donk missed the media day, arrived late the day before their game, so not exactly the ideal scenario to be getting comfortable.
It's not like it's every day for him to be going into events like this, so you worry if rocking up late is going to affect his performance, right? If he's going to be distracted.
You know, hold my broken, I have, it's just sometimes it's just a bit too late. This round was okay, but also, you know, pistol round. We know exactly where they're coming.
However, it was still the early days. It was only the playing stage, so I think everybody was relieved when he touched down and entered the server.
Donk is in the building. I repeat, Donk is in the building. Just in case you guys weren't up to date, he is here at the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice 2024. And just in case anybody's been living under a rock for the past couple of months, Matthew, why are we so damned hyped to not only see Donk, but see him on the Spirit roster?
I mean, most people think that we're looking at the next best player in the world for the years to come. That is the hype that is around Donk. You have to realize this man right there has been able to eclipse the arrival of Shiro in the lineup. We don't talk about him. We only talk about Donk.
Your journey so far in Dallas, guys, where are you at? How are you feeling right now? Because you're in playoffs, but then there was the 9Z game.
It was an amazing game, but no, everything turned terrible. But no, actually, yeah, it was good. Good Dallas. I mean, except the 90 game, I think we had good feeling. We felt confidence overall. But yeah, except the 90 game, like you said, I feel the rest is feeling good.
What is it in games like that for you guys? Do you actually have an understanding of what it is?
I'm sorry, repeat, sir.
What is the thing you have that happens in games like that? Like what goes wrong?
I think in the big picture, I would say the beginning of the game. I would say that because every time we are like behind every team, so yeah, I would say that.
And you just can't come back into it, right?
Actually, we can come back, but it's too late. Now it's most likely in CS2 when you have less rounds, it's tougher to come back.
My name is Amy and I'm a player manager, and that essentially means that I'm looking at everything player related. So that is from like travel to hotel to their tournament days, making sure that they're having a good time here, answering any questions, any issues that they might have. So everything hospitality, player management. I think there are like 3 days that are important that all have different roles. So there's arrival and departure day, there's a media day, and then there's our tournament days. They all have very different responsibilities. Arrival and departure, very simple, make sure the players are arriving, check them in, make sure that they have their practice rooms. So it's a lot of just kind of basic hospitality management. Media day is a lot more of the scheduling, making sure that players are meeting their media obligations, working with the production team. And the bulk of what we do is tournament days, which is making sure that the teams know their times that they're going to be playing at, getting in their shuttles, making sure they have their gear, coming to the studio, getting them to their practice rooms, to their player lounge, to the tournament on time, making sure that they have everything that they need for that day, that they can really perform to their best. One of the most challenging but also the most fun parts about player management is each team is very different. So they all have different nuances, like how you interact with the team, how you communicate with the team. So I think the most challenging part is making sure that you're on the same page as the team you're working with on that day. Going into a different event, there's always different circumstances and there's always changes. There's roster changes, there's team changes, there's patch changes. I'm having my finger on the pulse and talking to people and communicating with the teams and the players, and just having conversations with everybody really allows you to understand the mental space that everybody's in, and then allows you to kind of fulfill your role much more effectively.
Intel Extreme Masters Dallas is brought to you in part by Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, Qiddiya, Monster Energy, the United States Air Force, and Logitech G.
History. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of action's got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zez, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to win.
And it's all done. A flawless win.
Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic.
And they did it again in the grand finals. It's Valby!
Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion!
It all began in 2007 for the first ever Intel Extreme Masters. In 2008, we headed over to Los Angeles for the first ever North American showing of it all. And that's where the action and the beauty started to go down for the North American fans. And that continues here in 2022 onwards to where we stand right now for Dallas. It's been a huge event so far, upsets, craziness, madness going on. And here is where we celebrate over 50,000 people coming and also celebrate the IEM 100.
From 100 to 1 as it's 90's first ever time and Intel Extreme Masters playoffs. They're waiting in the semi-finals tomorrow alongside Spero, who, by the way, is home to 2 players with a 100% IEM win rates. The winner of either Vitality or Heroic will be facing them tomorrow, but our second quarterfinal is the clash of two big stage teams in G2 versus FaZe. And I'm sure the NA crowd are going to be getting hella loud for one very special reason. Stewie is in the building.
Started, finger on trigger with aim on a target. I'm shooting my shot, yeah. It's right on, no money, no discount, no bargain. Hearing them calling, the clock is ticking, we cannot be stalling. We pulling up hard, hey, one shot, one chance, I gotta go all in. You know what it is, I gotta get it. You know what it is, I'm bound to win it. You know what it is, 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 I gotta get it. You know what it is, get down to business. You know what it is, you know what it is. Game time, check, game time, hang time, we up. Gotta stay up, way up. It's cut a dub, want a rematch. First time won't be last. It's the beginning, we just got started. 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 It's the beginning, we just got. It's the beginning, we just got started. Hey. Started, finger on trigger with aim on a target. I'm shooting my shot, yeah. It's right on, no money, no discount, no bargain. Hearing them calling, the clock is ticking, we cannot be stalling. We pulling up hard, hey, one shot, one chance, I gotta go all in. You know what it is, I gotta get it. You know what it is, I'm bound to win it. You know what it is, 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 I gotta get it. You know what it is, get down to business. You know what it is, you know what it is. Game time, check, game time, check, hang time, we up. Gotta stay up, way up. It's cut a dub, want a rematch. First time won't be last. It's the beginning, we just got started. 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 It's the beginning, we just got. It's the beginning, we just got started. Hey. It's the beginning, we just got started. It's the beginning, we just got started. It's the beginning, we just got started.
The Centennial Intel Extreme Masters is once again, we are back in Texas for the coveted playoffs. Our third year in a row here in Dallas, and we are ready to get these quarterfinals underway. By we, of course, I mean the fabulous crowd who's been turning up early on Friday. They might be small, but they are indeed mighty loud alongside myself, Freya Spears, and two of the best minds in the business over on the far side. A man that some say wears his heart on his sleeve in Matchu Maniac Kixsan. In the center, a man that some say has no heart at all in Yanko YNK Paunovic. Gentlemen, great to be back here in Dallas, right?
Thank you so much, Freya. Yeah, I think it's awesome. I think we have some great games in the playoffs. We have some American presence, right? Someone for the crowd to cheer for later on today. And yeah, I can't wait for this place to get started.
I've been enjoying myself way too much here in Dallas. It's great. The Counter-Strike is great. The electricity, the energy, it's just a good time through and through. And I'm ready for playoffs.
It's always a treat to be back here in LA, back in Dallas. I feel like Darth Mike has been doing an excellent job of hyping up the crowd as well early on this Friday morning. But let's take a look at what we've got in store for you guys today. Of course, we've got the two quarterfinals coming up. We've got two semi-finalists. That is indeed 9Z and Team Spirit waiting in the wings. Gentlemen, I'm super interested about both of these quarterfinals for entirely different reasons, not least as we see Smoke Criminal down in the bottom right. He's here with G2. Who expected that?
Yeah, I think it was wild. First, a lot of people were shocked that he was the choice of G2 once they knew that Hooksy wasn't going to be able to attend this tournament. And for both of these quarterfinals, it's pretty much the same story. Two teams with a stand-in against two of the heavyweights who are aiming to go all the way in Dallas.
you're right. It is pretty much the same, but I will say FaZe is much more solid than Vitality right now. And I'm starting to pre-stress. You know, I'm pre-anxious about the first quarterfinal. We get down to the business, of course, later down the road. But quarterfinals are maybe more open than what meets the eye.
Should we check in with our Kadir playbook, just kind of recap exactly what went down in the group stage and kind of place the teams in 3 different categories? What categories have we got, Janko?
Well, you know, seeing how we're in Texas Fair, we have the good, the bad, the ugly, of
Very
course.
on brand.
Yes,
right?
indeed.
And I think we can kick it off with a team that's not here. I think with Navi, it's been getting pretty bad at this point.
Yeah, we're not quite yet to put them in the ugly. I think it is just bad, but I agree with you. The back-to-back failures from EPL coming here as well. There are question marks around the individual level of some of the players that shown in Copenhagen. And the problem that I have is that I was one of the voices that thought the Counter-Strike they play is fundamentally good enough that is going to protect them from anything below top 5, top 6. They would always be in playoffs. And the last 2 events, we've seen that some people have disappeared. Like Wonderful had terrible best of 3. JL, the MVP of the major, nowhere to be found at the event. So you can play the best Counter-Strike you want in the world. If you have such inconsistency in terms of firepower, that's going to be it. So bad it is.
I think for me also, the ugly isn't necessarily worse than bad. It's different,
so,
right?
Yeah, we all prefer to be bad than ugly.
In this scenario, bad is worse. Right? Because for them, they have to make a change. Like, it's obvious this team is not going to break into the contender status. They need to make roster changes. They need to make some upgrades, right? But I think a team that obviously will be very happy with their performance here is going to be G2, right?
Yeah.
So also, you look at the teams they've had to play. Falcons in the BO1, beating Mouse, the number 1 ranked team in the world, the team they lost to 2 times previously, and then grinding out that win against Team Liquid as well.
Yeah, 100%. And having been tested in like 3 mapper series where you're supposed to have some sort of limitations to your map pool, to your playbook, the Counter-Strike you can play. Now, I laughed and I memed about it at the beginning of the event. I said, hey, if you're Hooksy, do you want your team to succeed? Do you want them to have the idea that it can actually work? Like, whatever you're doing right now is actually working, and G2 are making it work. Like, they've had crazy results. We've seen Nico's level maintain a very decent sort of point, even though he has to be the ideal. He's very vocal, he manages a whole lot. m0NESY remains m0NESY, which is kind of cool to see. And Stu is having some small criminal moments. Like, what else do you want?
Absolutely happy to be here. I think you're saying it's how you pre-stress. Is this where we put Vitality?
Is it ugly already?
No, I don't think. Yeah, you know what? Actually, it has been ugly. No, that's
it has not been pretty.
I rewatched the game versus 9Z, and I now need eye surgery because I would like to burn my eyes. This was very rough to watch. For now, I guess they had to be here. We'll talk about them in extenso later down the road, but they're a team that seems very much in crisis, and it's a little bit not understandable for me considering the results they've had, but they feel tense. Like, they're the opposite of how I feel in Dallas. I feel great. Life is good. They feel tense as hell.
You know who else is feeling great? This guy.
Oh, yes.
I think Spirit was like the best team in the world the whole time. We just didn't get to see them in tournaments.
Yeah, they have to play
enough. Yes, exactly. So they've been extremely dominant in this tournament as well, straight into the semi-final. They're on the Vitality's side of the bracket as well, so might as well put them in the final already.
As it currently is, I don't really know who can hold the candle to Spirit. We would enjoy probably a FaZe Spirit Grand Final. I mean, we've been already gifted a couple times in Counter-Strike. This always delivers a Katowice remix. I agree with you. Hey, you want to slap another team in the good? Bring me a little bit of a 9Z action here. 9Z in the good.
I don't have that for you. I'll tell you straight away. Yeah.
Do not have the 9Z one? 9Z. I could try and draw it. It wouldn't look great.
I mean, it can only be, I can put the logo.
Yeah, the logo would be fine. Look at this. Boom. 9Z is straight in the semi-final. With the teams that they've had to beat. Mouse, Liquid into Vitality. The Dust2 pick that is becoming like a hometown already for them. Being able to beat it in the last 2 best of 3s. Martinez, who took a risk. It was a risk for him to join this 9Z team. Like, nobody would have thought, oh yeah, man, no, you're making the right choice. No, absolutely, yes. Yeah, leave Movistar Riders, go to 9Z. Right? Everything is coming together here in Dallas.
And putting the rest of South America on the map, right?
Yes,
Usually
indeed.
It's just been Brazil, Brazil, Brazil. Now we got guys from Uruguay, from Argentina, from Chile there. So yeah, it's awesome to see them there. I think, unfortunately, also, we have to put Liquid in the ugly category. It has gotten ugly, and I think a team that we won't see again in the same composition.
No, and Karrigan's interview after the elimination, there's a genuine character that I respect so much, but I was also feeling, like I felt for him. I felt just the discomfort of the situation, the unhappiness that's coming through. okay, you know what? You tried. You tried, didn't work out. People might have seen the game too differently. I'm just a little bit upset that they hadn't realized that before they actually went into this. That's my only point. You're supposed to have these kind of conversations on, hey, this is how I want to play Counter-Strike. Do we agree? No? Well, understandable. Goodbye.
And it's a difference between Chengdu and here, right? It wasn't all that long ago that we saw them, you know, making it to Chengdu on a technicality. They didn't even qualify. It was down to a team who couldn't actually make it there due to visa issues. I think it was complexity, right?
Yes.
They did decently well there, and they seemed reasonably happy as a team. Cut to 2 months later, psych, actually, no bueno.
Yeah, it just tells you that there's deeper underlying issues, and they have been there from the start. And to your point, Matthew, I mean, some guys just do great in interviews.
That is
they
correct.
know how to say the right things, right? But when then you actually get going with the team, it's where you see that you have some discrepancies. And I'd like to end this on a note of Mouse. I don't even know. I'll put it like somewhere in between because I don't think it's that big of a deal for them here, right?
I know. I think Chad overreacted. Chad was very angry about Mouse. Had some specific words. It's like it's gonna happen to them. Like they're brand new champions, kids around the block, trying to figure out how it is that we handle from event to event to event. How do we higher up our floor level? And I think hopefully they've learned from this experience.
And they're Europe merchants.
That's what we do now?
They're
Europe merchants?
They're continent merchants. They only do well in Europe.
No, yeah, that makes sense. They're time zone merchants. That's what's happening.
Yes.
Any other teams you want to put on there? Maybe a little lead.
Hey, what's about VP situation? Do you have a little VP you want to slap on that one? And I would say probably bad. Because I was having a little thought to myself about the VP situation. We always see her Dastan being relieved from his function, which obviously signals, oh, that's a whole lot of VP right there.
Well, just so because, you know, it's a smaller logo, so you don't miss out on them.
Humor me, Yanko, humor me.
Yes.
Accompany me in my delirious mind.
Yes, that's what I do most of the time here.
That's what we do, you and I. Do you know who is a good friend of Electronic, who plays good Counter-Strike, who could be like a good anchor, who's just waiting to be in the starting block? Do you know that little Perfecto hanging around? Just hanging around. Perfecto here for Fame that's struggling. I don't know why. It just happened in my mind. I think Electronic is taking over VP step by step.
Yeah, but I hate that. I'd hate it if that's the case because they were fine. You're thinking that this is the upgrade that makes it happen. We see they've swapped out their coach. Also, you're hearing some rumors about Jamie. That's hard to believe that actually, you know, he might be on the chopping block. But yeah, I think VP just needs some time to practice more than anything else and figure out how they're going to play with Electronic on the team, get on the same page when it comes to that.
Surely if we're putting FaZe in here, I see a little rain there. Surely that's good right now, yeah?
Yeah, it is. I think the floor level is, well, it's actually a very nice.
Just wanted to see the picture.
You know, actually, I think that deserves like multiple. They're all looking at you. They're ready to get you. No, I mean,
this is what it's going to take to beat Spirit.
Actually, yes, you need Rain to just multiply himself in 8 to go up against Donk.
Clone himself.
I mean, they keep delivering. Like, again, the floor level of FaZe is so high. That is incredible. Like, there are so many different factors that come in that just, in terms of probability, they are going to be good more often than not. That's as simple as it is. The Counter-Strike, and what's funny is like, I feel like Karrigan is like selling us snake oil all these events. He's always tired. He's always out of it. It's always so hard. No, I think he's just preparing the terrain. He's just making sure no one is really ready to go 100% because when it comes to this, he can always elevate his game. He's got good calls. He's had good sides here as well. Hey, listen, FaZe is going to the semi, you know.
And what about the local heroes? What about Complexity?
Yeah.
Where do we put them?
So you told me bad is worse than ugly?
Yeah, how does that work?
No, you know what? Okay, put them in ugly, and the reason for that is I think the second map against Mouse is one that is going to fill them with regret and disappointment for a very long time. And that is the truth when it comes to these tournaments. Sometimes a half of a game changes your whole trajectory, changes everything. If you're Mouse and suddenly, or Complexity, and you survive Mouse, you beat them 2-0, you come back on Ancient. It's amazing, oh my god, you've been the best team in the world, so great. No, you messed up. You messed up a couple bomb plant situations. You had maybe the nerves get over you just a little bit, and now you're out last place because you played Mouse in best of 3.
Yeah, and also even looking at the best of 1 against Liquid, choosing to go to Dust 2.
Oh, I hated that, and I still do.
That also makes it ugly.
Did we get any confirmation on the Halzek situation yet, or is man still waiting to know what's happening?
I mean, he better be extended, or I'm gonna make a fuss.
I will flip this whole desk.
We will flip the desk.
It doesn't look like it, but you could actually pull it off.
I think that would be a struggle. Nevertheless, of course, we've got money on the line. We've got a trophy. We've got pride. We've also got a notch on the Intel Grand Slam belt. And this is going to be an interesting one to look at because...
no, production. Get that out of the way. There's no need to know. Nobody, you guys, you didn't see anything? No
What
clip?
was there? Was that?
No, don't need G2. It's a mistake.
You're telling me?
Some technician just made a mistake. Move on. Just move on the
It's
conversation.
okay. We should talk about FaZe and maybe Spirit.
There we go.
There we go.
That's the right document.
This is exactly what we need to know.
It's just technology, you know. Sometimes
Nothing
it happens.
about G2. Nothing's going to happen with G2. Let's talk about FaZe and Spirit. They're the kind of interesting ones. Obviously, we would have talked about Mouse if they were here, but Psych out in the group stage. Yeah, I mean, for FaZe and Spirit, this is such an interesting battle.
We're playing the game of what ifs, but FaZe, with a victory here in Dallas, could roll in Cologne with an incredible opportunity, and this would be historical.
And the yellow stars that you see, or the outliers around the stars, those are the championship level events. That's Katowice or Cologne. You need to win one of those and 3 more on top of that to be able to win the Grand Slam. So Spirit and G2 are the 2 teams that have it. For FaZe, no, they have 2 notches and they're really looking towards Cologne, right? That's going to be huge for FaZe.
Well, alongside this stream that's going to be going down here at IEM, we have a hell of a lot of action going on in the DreamHack Festival. And I believe we have Heku for a quick update on what's going on Impact.
Howdy, Freya. We're here at the ESL Impact stage. As you can see, we have a full audience. It's already the 2nd series, and we had quite a lot of changes. New teams and new players, but also some came back from retirement. Now Zaz is playing for Imperial, and it's the team that previously was Nigma Galaxy. A lot of changes, a lot of fans, and a lot of fun. Back to you, Freya.
Thank you so much, Heku. Yeah, if you guys have a second monitor at home, make sure you've got that up going simultaneously. I believe Impact has already started as well, so if you want to check in on any of that, we'll see how that's going down. But let's talk about what we've got at hand over here at IEM. There's an interesting conversation when we're talking about pressure for these quarterfinals, right, Yanko?
Yeah, I think definitely so, because you look at the teams like Heroic and G2, when you're playing with a stand-in, there's not as much pressure on your shoulders, right? You can play a little bit more loose, and that's why we see sometimes these teams make it into the playoffs, because with a full roster there, the expectation, especially for a lineup like G2, you know, they won Katowice and Cologne last year, no trophies this year, no finals this year, so the pressure is there to perform. And then Heroic on the other side of things, they didn't even make the playoffs with this roster. They didn't get to a stage, so now they can just come in and enjoy themselves.
I agree with you, and I also think for the powerhouses, for the phases of the vitality of the world, it might be a little harder to peak in terms of performance here in Dallas. You just think about the chronology of the season, where it's at compared to the major, where it's at compared to the summer break that's coming soon. I think in terms of energy management and how much effort you put moving into an event, let's not pretend like people have been doing like a 4-week boot camp to be here. Like there was Pro League, some people went to Chengdu. So I think there is an opportunity here to just mess things up for these teams with standing, as you mentioned.
And you were talking about, you know, frustrations and vitality and whatnot. Like that's going to be super important in this series for both teams. Just the mental fortitude. You need to have the understanding of, you know, some player's going to push through a smoke, right? He's going to do something that he otherwise wouldn't do because the pressure isn't there. He's going to, you know, immediately push the B side, right, get information, and you're going to, and you can't be mad about it. You can try to account for it a little bit in the game plan, but in reality, that's sometimes going to happen. You're going to lose a silly round because of it, and you just need to brush it off and keep playing, which might be tough for some of these players.
Yeah.
I think with the update coming into this as well, obviously we've heard, you know, some players' thoughts on us playing on this new patch. Obviously, Dust2 was always going to be determined, but do you think that compounds the pressure for kind of, I don't want to say the favorites in these games, but the more established teams, the teams that aren't here with a stand-in, like your Vitalities, like your FaZe?
What I do think is that if we are looking through the lens of stand-ins and fixed rosters and whatnot, I think this map situation levels the playing field, like it lowers the general level. Because if you are an established team, the map pool is supposed to be what gives you an edge over these teams. You're supposed to say, hey, you are a mixed team, I'm going to take you on Vertigo, I'm going to get you to Dust2, which we already prepared together. But because these teams don't necessarily have the map pool, and nobody wanted to mess with Vertigo, I knew it was going to happen at the beginning of the event, and nobody's ready for it. They're not going to chance it, so it limits the map pool, which means, you know, teams with stand-in situations can actually have a go at maps like Mirage, at maps like Dust2, which is pretty much a snapshot of how it was played in the past. We've just gotten where we left it.
You don't need a better example of the fact that G2 was letting Mirage through the whole tournament, their permaban, and no one picked it against them.
Easy.
Like they don't want to, people don't want to deal with the unknown, right? Like you're going into known territory only.
How do you feel about FaZe and the pressure? Obviously, we just checked in with the Intel Grand Slam standings. Do you think that adds an extra element of pressure? Because as you aptly pointed out, Janko, they don't have, the championship level notch on that belt. They do need that to be completing this Grand Slam.
When you're on FaZe, every tournament you come into, the expectation is to win it. And I think the players are fully aware of it. I think they embrace it as well. They're all experienced. They're all in the point of their careers, but they're aiming to win those trophies. And to be honest, I don't think it's as much about winning the trophy necessarily or the Intel Grand Slam as it is to beat Spirit. I think this is the main rivalry we have right now, and they didn't meet each other in a couple of tournaments because Spirit wasn't there. But I think it's about if they meet them again this time, getting revenge for Katowice.
Make a statement. And if anything, for FaZe, I think pressure helps them. I think it's a plus. It enhances them, right? It makes them just sharper because they have so much experience and these players can embrace it, that they use it to power themselves and they don't just disappear.
There was this great documentary ESL did about the arrival of Donk, right?
Yes.
And the thing that I liked the most about it was Donk saying in the game, once they lose to the Eco, like, hey, this is where their opponents shit the bed against them and change the way they play, right? Like, let's not do that. Let's keep playing aggressive. And that's absolutely true. Like, you look at FaZe's wins in some of these games on the stage prior to the final, right? The other team just starts choking because, oh, they're doing it to us. Like, they're doing it to our, oh, here comes Brokey with some bullshit round, jumping around. Here comes Rain, doesn't miss on the AK, kills you with every bullet, right? So having that awareness and knowing that not allowing them to do that to you is massive when you go up against FaZe Clan.
Well, we've had our chance to preface exactly what we think is going to be happening in these quarterfinals, but it's time to check in with some other talent to see how they're viewing playoffs here at IEM Masters Dallas 2024.
OneXBet Power Rankings IEM Dallas 2024 playoffs. Do we even need to have this discussion?
I think we do.
I don't know if we
Obligations
have
of us
to,
talking about it,
but I think it would be fun.
But you know,
and I kind of want
know,
to.
and Matthew knows. We all know who the #1 team on the power ranking should be.
Oh, do we? Is that so clear?
Yeah. So
okay,
it's G2.
It starts. Yeah, exactly.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
It's you spell that one GSTEW.
So okay, so did I just walk into a trap, or y'all don't want to be reasonable? Is that what's happening?
I'm sorry, Matthew. Have you been paying any attention to what's been happening this event?
Yes, I have. In fact, I've worked the desk on most of these matches.
So then, how could you not put G-Stew in #1?
I thought there was some value to the content we were doing here. I didn't realize we were just doing a skit.
You said the key word there, content.
Fair.
And that is what this event's all about.
And that's what Stewie's all about. That's what G2 is all about, and that's why they're the #1 team heading into the playoffs.
I would like to hear why they're not the #1 team.
Bro, because Spirit are here.
In my mind, Spirit are going to lose to Heroic.
Wait, hold on a minute. Let me unpack what you just said.
What do Heroic and G2 have in common?
They're a dead lineup. Stand-ins. Yeah. It's a stand-in.
It's the stand-in event.
Did you guys have some like punch or something before we did this content? Like, have you had some like margaritas and some stuff?
Not yet. Afterwards, after we celebrate that Heroic would be the second team on the power rankings.
Heroic.
I would like to make it clear that I do not stand by whatever is happening right now.
All right, next up, #3.
Are we doing like, it's opposite though?
It would have to be 9Z.
Well, actually, now that you mention it, 9Z probably should have been #1.
Yeah.
Because they did beat Vitality and Mao. So then
did.
would you put Vitality as 5th or 6th?
You're annoying me right now.
Is Zawu showing up today? Because that's the difference between 5
well,
and
not
6.
today. We're in media day, Jason. That would be tomorrow.
Okay, Zawu showing up tomorrow, this is going to be aired today. So.
I think he will. He will show up
Okay,
tomorrow
so
today.
Vitality 5th then.
Okay, so
if Zawu's there, it's
so obviously Spirit 6th and FaZe 4.
Yeah.
You know, I feel like I'm on like in Disneyland and I'm on a ride. I'm just happy I'm tall enough to.
Now, Matthew,
to be on
would
the
you be
ride.
happy with this list if we changed the order and reversed it?
I would probably have put FaZe and step above Vitality, but I know what you guys are doing. Yeah, I wouldn't mind that so much.
So you're happy with it if we change the order?
Yeah, if we flip things over, yeah. I thought there was some reason within you guys.
I'm really happy with it either way.
Let's go G-Stew.
It's G-Stew.
It's time for the DHL Ultimate 10. Who takes the lead this late in the game? And Fallen can't hold on. ESL Pro League title. It's now. Get right now. And Fallen finishes the job. Party won't stop.
Think you've seen it all? With FaceIt Watch's Point of View Selector, you can experience the game from any pro's perspective. Use the multi-view feature and customize the stream with up to 4 angles. Control what points you see while earning rewards. drops are activated and lucky winners will receive FaceIt points. And if you ever miss a match, VODs are now available. Get instant access to demos with multiple POVs and commentary. Watch it, control it, FaceIt.
Hello, Shush. How you doing?
I'm doing good.
Have you missed this feeling, you know, going to a playoffs, getting ready to walk into the arena?
Yeah, I mean, it's been a while. There's not that many people out here, but I'm excited.
I'm sure there'll be a lot of people in the arena though when it comes to that. That's what it's all about. But for you guys, obviously this is kind of like a dream scenario, honeymoon run. The vibes are good right now. Has anything changed for you mentally?
No, I mean, we just talk about doing the same things that we did in the other games. It's just like we're having fun, giving some compliments to each other, and not having any pressure or feeling any pressure from the organization or the fans. We're just in our own head.
Is this something though where people say, okay, no pressure, you should be able to try and take this forward to your games when you're playing with a full lineup? Because obviously it seems to be working in some way.
Yeah, I mean, I think basically in any matches you shouldn't play with pressure, and you pretty much always have no pressure. Like you should just do what you always do, like how we practice. You should play in that in officials as well. So there is no reason to have pressure.
Now, a lot of people said about the old Heroic, right, on stages, they don't perform, don't do so well. I would say for you and Tessa, though, they weren't really the two culprits we look at that. So you guys fully confident right now?
Yeah, I mean, Tessa had a really great tournament, and I think I've been doing really good as well. I play with, I don't know how to explain it, but it was like my mousepad was wet, so I have a new mousepad. So it was like sticky with the mouse, so I could feel it in the first like 3 games. Yeah. So now it feels even better, so I'm excited to play.
A fresh mousepad, fresh success. I like it. Shush, go and enjoy your day, man. Thank you very much. Hello, Mezzy. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm not too bad, mate. I want to find out, first of all, does your confidence get knocked at all after that game previously?
Nah, I mean, we can't let that happen to us. I think we're one of the best teams in the world, so one game isn't going to define our confidence throughout the tournament. So.
That's a good way to look at it as well. What about your individual confidence right now? I saw even when it was going down, you were talking a lot as well, trying to motivate the team. It's one halftime break. You're like, all right, guys, come on, we need to really do this now.
Yeah, I mean, I think for me, it's like I'm not focused too much on my individual level in game. Like I'm trying to do my best, obviously, but I think we have the players to also step up when it's needed, and I know I can do it. But it's more I want to keep us all hyped, keep us all focused, and like we have a lot of quiet players, and I need to try and lift up the level as well with Apex.
Has that changed a bit though recently in terms of before we were talking about giving you some space, you know, letting you play the way you want to play? Has things developed further?
Yeah, I mean, I think I've definitely got the freedom in game, and of course each player has different levels of freedom, and within my roles it's a bit different. But yeah, I mean, I have everything there to perform at the level I need to perform at, and yeah, just got to take it step by step.
You're going to feed off the arena again? You're going to get powered up and ready?
Yeah, I mean, of course I don't have the most experience in arenas, but it's always fun to get the chance to play in an arena and in a different place as well, something new for me, so I'm definitely looking forward to it.
Well, a lot of it's been happening in Vitality, Jez, man. Good luck, man. Go having fun.
Thank you.
The heat is certainly on for Vitality. After missing out on Dallas playoffs in both 2022 and 2023, turns out third time might be the charm for them. But they're going to have to take on one of the biggest underdogs in the competition, because Yanko, I don't think any of us expected Heroic to be making it finally back to a playoffs. Not least because that man in the middle, he's not even meant to be here. He's not even meant to be part of the team.
Yeah, absolutely not. Freya, and I don't think you can blame anyone really, because while they did have a full roster with Niklados, you know, they were underperforming for the majority of tournaments, and I think the problem is coming into this one, they were also so convincing in their wins. Like the VP game happened, sure, you lose the best of one, and then it's 2-0, 2-0, 2-0 straight into the playoffs.
Don't you feel like the whole conversation around pressure and Heroic and some of the issues they've had even with the previous lineup, I'm talking about the Danish one, I feel like this is getting validated. vindicated. But what's happening here? It is actually vindicated, validated. You're coming here with a lineup where you don't have to worry about, damn, how are we going to fix these mistakes? And oh my God, how are we going to play better? Why is this guy doing this? No, none of these thoughts are in your mind. Just play the game, have a good time. Who cares what happens? And then lo and behold, they start playing great Counter-Strike and they have a good time. And it doesn't really sit well with me when Shush is saying, you know what, you should play like there is no pressure, just the way you do in practice. I look at it the other way. You should practice with goddamn pressure so that when you're here, you're actually just doing the same thing. But I don't think it works like that. You can never show up on the stage and just pretend like, nah, this is just a chair and, oh yeah, thousands of people in front of me. You know, I don't care about that. I just don't buy it.
Neither you can go into practice and pretend you're on the stage and play
you can try to emulate it, I guess.
Play like there is pressure to some extent. I think also, going back to that documentary one more time, I think you heard a lot of great stuff from Spirit's coach, Hallie, where he says, listen, the noise is going to be there, you feel all this stuff, but once the game starts, you just focus on your screen, right? Just focus on the game and everything else is going to start mattering less. And I think the fact that Heroic is in the playoffs, you know, Chad's thinking everyone's bad, everyone's terrible.
Yeah,
because the scene is in
we have to fight that.
And I don't think so. I think it just tells you like the average skill level of players and the knowledge has risen so much that even, you know, plug and play, and Heroic isn't exactly that because Nicholas was on the team, makes it a lot easier to sort of play good Counter-Strike on the fly.
Yeah, that's something that's underrated and undertalked as well. Sure, it is a standing situation. Sure, Dexter is supposed to be in that jersey, but they've worked together. They've built a Counter-Strike together. Nicholas knows what the hell he's supposed to do. He knows the strategies, he knows the pathways, he executes, and
most importantly, he knows he's out, so he can do that with full freedom.
It's like, that's my point. Like, he doesn't have to worry about, oh no, am I going to get called into the goddamn director's office or the manager's office?
It's already happened.
It's happened already. So he's got his 2 weeks resigning letter. He's good. Like, he's gonna have a good time, enjoy himself, maybe play his best CS. Why not?
Maybe show himself off to some other teams, maybe get a whole load of cash. In the meantime, this is sounding pretty good for Nico Dolls if I was in his shoes. On the other side of things, though, we've talked about this word pressure a lot because this could not be more apt, Matthew, for Vitality. We're talking about a team on the other side of things who cannot just be showing up, relaxing, maxing, you know, coming out on stage here. They need to show us that they can make deep runs once again in playoff stages.
I agree with you, and unfortunately, I think it's got nothing to do with just, oh, we want to win this tournament. I think Vitality is currently fighting against inner demons, and they're trying to prove to themselves that they can still have some degree of success, they can still have degree of serenity. We saw the images coming through. The amount of frustration that we felt from within the camp of Vitality is something that scares me to death. So it's not about Dallas, it's not about the Inter Grand Slam, it's about, can we still play together? Do we still know how to behave together as a team? I'm not sure they are convinced, and I don't understand why. I don't understand where this fragility is coming from. I know there were games that happened throughout the year, but where is this coming from?
It's almost like we're returning back to the previous Vitality iteration when it was all French, right? We always saw Apex kind of molding off, and it was always Xtaz standing behind him saying, hey, emotions need to be in check. We've worked on that. That's when they won the major. Obviously, he's still quite a vocal and expressive person, but the emotions were kept in check, right?
Yeah, and I think also the problem is you look at this Vitality lineup, they add Mezzi, they win, what, 3 tournaments in a row? Something along those lines.
2, yeah, World Final,
at the start of CS2, right? And all of a sudden you're coming into 2024 with huge expectations, and then you're not really living up to it. It was Heroic who beat them in Katowice, right? Which was a huge upset at the time. Vitality was ranked #1 in the world. So I think for them, it's rediscovering their vibe, their mojo in a sense, and getting up to that level, because they get to the grand final at Pro League against Maus, and then they're swept away. They're not even close to winning that series.
And then we talked about FaZe in the pre-show, and we talked about an incredibly high floor, and even at their worst, they have so many things going on for them. I feel like Vitality is the polar opposite. As in, Vitality can have incredible highs. It's just a fact. But first of all, you have Zywo on your team. That in itself is already a condition to go for a high. You can have Spinks who can take over, 5th best player of the last year. You can have Flames who can have an incredible game. So all of it is great when put together, when they having a moment. I mean, they butchered G2 here. Like, that was like PG-18. Just, please, don't have your kids watch that game. That's what they did. But then they can have moments where they just absolutely disappear. And I think it would be reductionist to just talk about Apex's frustration and the emotions. The problem is how it impacts other players, how they deal with it, and how they stop doing what they're supposed to do. And then it's a vicious cycle, because I get angry because we are doing BS, and then we're doing BS, which makes me more angry, which makes us do more BS. And that's like, they cannot get out of it currently. And it's happening time and time again. It's getting me worried.
Well, we talked about the symptoms of Vitality. What's the causation, though, Dr. Matthew? What is your diagnosis? Where has this come from?
Yeah, yes, indeed. Listen, the word we wanted to use here is trauma, which is a very strong word, but it is a fact. Listen, these 3 results have marked Vitality. That's how it feels like to me, because if I take them in isolation, these aren't hugely problematic, but when they all come together, they have made this team now fragile. There's obviously the game versus Heroic in Katowice, and I rewatched it this morning, and I wish I didn't. And then there's obviously the FaZe 3rd map, and I'm just going to mention the 3rd map of Inferno at the Major, which is a map that they let completely go. They have plenty of good situations. You can see the comms aren't really working. They're not listening to each other. They make mistakes. And there is the 0-3 versus Mouse in a different kind of trauma, where they just disappear, like literally just possum. I played possum, just stay there and waited for the tiger to go through. These are the games that have made them doubt themselves. Should it really be down to that? Should 3 games really put you in that mode?
And also, how many times does the same thing have to happen before you actually learn from those mistakes and learn from that experience? You know, we've been talking about different teams and different times. Okay, so you were playing differently in that game compared to other games. Maybe the players are a little bit more stressed. Okay, happens one time. Yeah. You want it to be better next time around and even better the 3rd time around, right? But if the same thing keeps happening, who are the members on that team who are not improving, who are lagging behind and dragging everyone down with them?
I think it's really apt that you brought up these 3 incidents in kind of isolation, because the context of them is so wildly different as well. We go back to that game versus Heroic back in Kato, and that's what caused them to be placing dead last in that tournament. The exact same as we saw back at IEM Sydney with CS2's Inception. Then we got the Major, and then we've got that Mouse game where Vitality were looking good throughout EPL up until that moment, and then just play dead.
Yeah,
that's it.
I have a bit of a salt and peppers view of that whole grand final. With Zai, when the way he was playing prior to the grand final, with the quarterfinal performance and the semi-final, I think it probably smokescreened us to the issues that we're still having within Vitality. But when someone is popping off like that, of course they're going to win. Like, he had like 2.29 rating versus FaZe, the whole best of 3. Then same against Astralis, incredible performance. It kind of limits your ability to see the other issues. And then he himself disappeared in the grand final, and then you're left thinking, wait, hold on a minute. All of these issues that were hidden behind this bulletproof glass that he was, then they rise.
Yeah, he's the great eraser, right? Like any sort of problems, any problems that you have, he just wipes them off and gets it done, you know, with a cheeky, even that clutch against 9Z, you know, there was a 2v4 that he just kills 4 guys in 10 seconds. I know. 2 guys through smoke, and you're like, yeah, well,
they still lose.
What can you do? Just laugh. And they still lose, right? So
damn it.
I think the problem is superstar players can only do so much, right? And that's why Spirit is different than other teams, because their floor is so high and you don't see that as much. It's just the superstar play comes on top of everything else.
Well, we've talked a lot about Vitality's mentality coming into this very game. So let's check in with Apex, courtesy of James Banks.
Another doctor.
Vitality may have not found themselves in the semi-finals, but are still here in the playoffs looking to shine. And Dan, you personally, you wear your heart on your sleeve. We love your emotions, good and bad, but I've seen more frustration, maybe a bit more anger from you this event. What is going on? Why do you think that is?
Well, most likely the game against 9Z. This year we lost several games because we were not starting well in our heads, we're not ready to fight and everything. And I didn't say much since that, but there it pissed me off. So of course I showed more emotion and etc. As I told you yesterday, we had a good talk towards that. So I hope today we're gonna enter into the match straight away, because when we let them win 10 rounds and then we start to play, it's tough to play Counter-Strike.
Is there someone other than you to bring the guys back up into it though, and try and motivate them? Because like you said, you've told me this before, right? We've been here before, but you still have this problem.
Well, for the first time, I felt the discussion yesterday was really constructive. Yeah. We had good talks, etc. I'm gonna do my best, but I'm not into everyone's mind. Yeah. I'm gonna try to pump them up as much as possible to get into the game as fast as possible. But let's see how it goes, because we know whenever we go like flawless, everything goes well. Yeah. We can be really dangerous. We showed it against G2, like they were no game. So for us, it's focusing on that, starting well, starting together, getting motivated from the beginning, getting ready for everything. And I think we can play really good Counter-Strike after that.
And playing really good Counter-Strike, we know that's what Vitality's bread and butter is, but you're going up against another team that can be a bit of a wild card for you, Heroic with a stand-in. Do you expect them to be trying to take advantage of being a bit more cheeky, a bit more aggressive at times?
Well, they play with their ultimates, so of course it's a bit like a standing without being in. But yeah, they play without pressure at all. It's their first playoff this year. They deserved it after their lower bracket run. But yeah, I think they're gonna play without pressure. They're gonna give their best because they know that they have a chance to do well there, to give themselves more confidence because they hadn't have good confidence since the beginning of the year. So yeah, I think I expect them to play a bit crazy, but that's gonna be a good game then.
Do you think you got control of the Veto though, looking at your map pool?
Well, we just heard about the Vetoes. That's what we expected, so no surprise there. We're gonna give our best and see how it goes.
Full control, full focus for Vitality. Let's see if they can get it done against Heroic. Thank you as always.
Thank you very much, Banks. Yes, let's put a pin in the Matt Veto conversation for now. A couple of things I want to dive into there. Obviously, Apex saying he's going to try to be a bit more of a hype man, get the guys amped up in a positive way. Do you think that's going to be enough, though, Matthew?
No, in itself, no. It's not going to be enough. It's going to be a part of it. What is really key for Vitality is, if they have this slow start, to make sure that all of the traps they have fallen into in the games that we mentioned don't happen. I think this is it. If you have any way, if you need to have safe word within your team to make sure that, hey guys, we're starting to slip right now. This is happening. That's what they have to be careful about, because Apex, whenever he gets into a mood where he feels like he's got to do too much, he's got to talk for his teammate, this is where he starts making mistakes himself as an individual, and we know he has an ability to give frags away, that's the IGL syndrome we call it, but also the lucidity of the calls and the decisions. And he gets a little bit under, he's drowning at times, and this is the Vitality we don't like. So hopefully he, first of all, doesn't do that. Like, stay afloat. You stay afloat. You're the leader. If someone else is messing up, that's something else for a different debrief, but stay afloat.
I think also the problem from this interview, what you hear is kind of the team came to Apex and said, listen, you need to chill a little bit. Like, these guys, you're pummeling them mentally where they feel like they're not having fun playing or they can't play their own game or whatever. So he's going to say, okay, I'll try to hype them up a little bit more so that everyone's happier. But that's like, that won't matter if they can't get, if they can't do their job well.
It's a give and take.
Sometimes that's just an excuse that people give you. It's like, oh, well, you know, I'm under so much pressure, I don't want to make a mistake and whatnot. Sure, that's fine. That should not be the environment in which you are playing. But okay, now the opportunity is going to be there and now you have to perform.
I'm just spitballing here. Because when we saw Apex, you know, in his peak, keeping his emotions under control, that was when Zonic was behind him, right? And he's kind of the man that you would trust to say, I mean, we've heard it from him, from some of the Falcons comms, like, get your shit together, man.
Yeah.
Like, please don't be harping on the team too much. They look to you to be a leader, an influencer, and a captain above all else.
That's fair. Obviously, the work of a coach is something that is very mysterious to all of us. We try to get in there, we have our Karrigan play-by-play, we can maybe catch something here and there, but that's it. It's very, again, dark for us to get into, but I will say this. It is true that from the way Vitality is behaving, maybe Extras isn't able to have immediate mental impact on the team when it's happening. Not every coach has that ability, not every person has that ability to just have a natural authority on people to get them back on track. I think Extras has always been a good mind for the game. I talk with him a lot, I respect him a lot, I know he understands the Counter-Strike, he knows how it is supposed to be played. He knows how a winning team is supposed to be played. The question is, can you get through to your players when you are live and it's not happening? It would appear that maybe that's an issue that he isn't capable of handling, at least when it comes to himself.
I think also, you know, Apex might be able to make some small adjustments here and there, but you can't change who he is. He is who he is. He wears his heart on his sleeve. He's an emotional guy. He's going to get pissed. He's going to get happy. He's going to, you know, cheer. He's going to do all these things. So you need to, more so than trying to change that, try to find a way to harness it and sort of make it that everyone else feeds off of it, and that as much positive energy and as little negative energy that's coming out.
Yeah, that's one of the key aspects as well, is that playing with Apex is an experience. It is an experience, you know. I've played with him a few years.
You can trauma dump now, it's fine.
I know him, I know how it works. Not everyone gets affected the same way. Like, some people are completely insensitive to tension next to them, to someone slapping the desk and being mad. Some people don't give an absolute, oh, I was about to do it, caught myself there. They don't give a shit, but I didn't say that. Some people do. Some people get affected by it. And so I think not only as a team, as a leader, but as a coach, you have to work with these players. Like, hey, this is the mindset you get into in these moments. What can we do about it? This is very important for Vitality.
On the other side of things, Heroic. Just in case any of the viewers, you know, fell asleep at the end of 2020, have woken up and gone, oh, Heroic being in a playoffs, not that much of a surprise. Give me a percentage, Janko, on how much you expected Heroic to actually make it to top 6. This is a totally different story, right?
probably something like 15% chance.
Wow, that's even more than myself.
10 to 15%, yeah. Well, you know, the whole stand-in situation, you know that they're going to play with a little bit less pressure. And, you know, anytime you have Navi on the side of your bracket on the road to playoffs, I mean, that's almost a given win. No, but I think early on, they've shown some good signs in Katowice, right?
Yes.
And then you're thinking, wow, okay, Kixsan and Saw seems to be working out that dynamic. You have Nerds there, who's great. Tessis and Shush seem to be doing a good job, that they've stepped it up a little bit since the heroic days. And, you know, Nikodos can be serviceable, let's put it that way. And then the major comes in, disappointment, Chengdu disappointment, you know, it's a disappointment after disappointment. And already by the time Pro League comes along, they know that they're making a change and bringing in Dexter. So promising start, disappointing season all in all for Heroic, but I think you knew from the start that what you're hoping is to have a strong core once you form this team, and I think they knew down the line they have to make a change or two to really get into that contender status.
No, I agree with you. There are some players who have become really safe values. I think Shush is extremely reliable. I think Kixsan is already earning a whole lot of stripes as a leader. He's obviously in the same vein as Shuhei, one of the new generation of leader, and he's capable individually to have strong maps as well. It happened here in Dallas a couple times. But then you can have a man like Tessis who can pop off and also just out like a light. Well, but he pops off right now.
You don't need a better example for what we're talking about, oh, they're playing with no pressure or with less pressure or whatever, than the fact that the Tessis is the highest ranked player of the tournament. Like, he was the guy you would point your finger towards when that old Heroic team was in finals or in playoffs that just wouldn't put up the same numbers as it is, and you could visibly see that he was more stressed, you know, on camera in some of these games.
I like that we get to see Nertz alongside him as well, because I know he hasn't lifted many trophies in his time, but one that he did lift was this time last year with ENCE, right?
That's right.
So surely he wants to go back to back.
Yeah, talk about a player that had a strange trajectory, right? Within the ENCE core, and then the team falls apart, and he catches sort of a raft with Heroic. They send him a buoy in the ocean. I was very worried for him. I thought there was a possibility he would just disappear from all conversations. He was Rookie of the Year from Major TV last year. Had a lot of pressure on his shoulders here in Heroic. I wouldn't exactly say that he's risen above my expectations. I think he's warming up to it. Maybe, arguably, you could say, you know, give them time to build a Counter-Strike together. But this is where I started to get a little disappointed when they had the Katowice moment. You could see that this was a case of, hey, listen, we're just doing our best. Like, we're far from having a strat book. We're far from having a map pool. We understand the only way we're going to win is if we give 200%, we have perfect communication and all of these good vibes. Great. Play good CS. That's like the first date. It's like the first few dates, right? Everything is cool. Ain't nobody talking about problems, no traumas. We're just having a grand old time. And then at some point, you gotta stare at each other, you know, in the living room and be within your thoughts and work on the reality of it. And this is something that I wonder if Heroic could do. The moment where you actually start getting into the details, creating your Counter-Strike, thinking about mistakes and all. I haven't seen that shift happening for them. I feel like they got stopped at that moment.
It's that honesty. It's being honest about how you want to be getting these trophies. Sure, it's all well and good to say, hey, we want to make deep runs, but how exactly are you going to do it? Do you feel like we've seen an identity building for Heroic, or are they still kind of a step behind that?
Not really. It feels like you thought you saw it in Katowice, and then it sort of went missing a little bit. And you can say a lot of things about Nerds, but he also takes responsibility.
Yeah, of course.
Right? I mean, he was saying, listen, I just played terrible at the major. I was the cause of, you know, us not doing better at that tournament. And I think he is a stage player, a big game player. I think he thrives in those environments. And it was in Chengdu when he said to me, listen, in 6 months, we're going to be top 5. I promise you. So he has
big statement,
a ton of faith in this lineup and in this team, which just makes you think like, that they are actually fine within the team and that they believe they play good Counter-Strike and they feel fine. It's just about translating that on the server in officials.
Well, something we haven't mentioned as well is the presence of Saul behind them. You know, that's a coach that has gotten a whole lot of praise for what he was capable of doing with his previous team. He knows Nerds as well. These are kind of elements that make you believe that long-term success, some sort of success is going to be around the corner. Like, these guys can work together, and when you have Kixsan, in whom we are believing right now as great future, certainly as a leader, Saw that's already earned stripes as a coach rather, it has to work. At some point it has to work. Now Dexter comes in, but that's a conversation for a different time, different event.
You spoke about some of the players that you hope are going to be showing up on the big stage. I think Spinks is a name that we have to throw into the mix.
God damn,
right?
Yes. Yes, we do. We absolutely do. Spinks, a player who, again, you talk about ENCE, went from ENCE to Vitality, had a little bit of a moment to warm up, shuffled the roles. Oh, that's a bit of an aggressive, that's an aggressive title,
Matthew.
But we'll address it.
Okay, you're not messing around today, buddy.
Listen, there is a reality. If you just look at the numbers on just first degree, he's got great numbers. I think he's pretty good at destroying teams that Vitality can beat easily. Like, he will farm the hell out of you. He's gonna have games with very high ratings when he's very impactful. But there is a reality in which, in elimination games and in arena games specifically, he disappears. He drops off. He doesn't deliver nearly what the 5th best player in the world should. And that, just beyond just me talking shit about Spinks, because that's not what this is about, but just his position and how key he is relative to Apex, having lurks, having plays, having ideas, initiatives. You can imagine when he's having a bad performance, that kind of the river just dries up. He doesn't give you that as an IGL. So for Apex, it must be hella frustrating to have a guy next to you who can style on people, destroy them, make you feel like you have the best team in the world, and then you show up at an arena game and he does 70, 60% of it. And then your whole game plan just doesn't make sense anymore because no plays are happening, no moves are happening. So he is one of the players in whom I strongly believe, but there is a step to be made in these situations right there.
And he's a player that we think should be the secondary star for Vitality, right? Helping ZywOo when, God forbid, he's not putting up the numbers that we know he can. Maybe he has one off game. Spink should be there to help him, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, when that doesn't happen, that's when you see Apex trying to find ways to make up for it, right? And then you talk about overdoing it, right? That's when mistakes happen, and you can't just be changing your game because of it, right? And that's why we always talk about consistency and why it's so important. You know, if you can't count on that when the biggest games come around, where then you need to change the way you approach the game in general.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it is sometimes the Vitality playbook doesn't get the scrutiny it might deserve because it has individuals who will just absolutely style. And it's very easy to win when you have people putting up multi-kills. When that doesn't happen, you have to rely a bit more on like the protocols and like the refined executes, which usually very much suffers in these moments.
I know we're changing lanes a lot here, but it's for good reason. I want to go back to the Kixsan conversation because just looking at his career as a player and the amount of playoff stage he's been on, it's not a whole lot. Obviously, the stint with Apex back at the Paris Major, that was a huge success for him. But this is relatively new, uncharted territory for him, right?
Yeah, probably, you know, on two different ends of the spectrum when it comes to Apex and his experience calling and playing on the stage and Kixsan. And I think it's something that every player needs to get through, especially an in-game leader, right? Because when you talk to Apex, you talk to Hooksy, you talk to Karrigan, they're all talking about when it comes to the stage, the game changes a little bit. The way you call changes, right? There's a lot of momentum calling when you're just trying to build on, oh, your player just won a 1v3, you know, let's call something fast, you know, keep punching them in the mouth. And I think actually in some of the games in the groups, Kixsan did a great job of doing exactly that.
That's right.
Keeping it simple, giving the player space, and then throwing here and there, you know, some set pieces, faster rounds to really just change the pace and keep the opponent on their toes.
Yeah, I mean, even individually, I've seen him just take risks or shift away from what was supposed to be the plan. Like, very clearly, he just has a vision, a moment, a feeling, just crossing a smoke. That's easier to do in a group stage environment where you're calm and the communication is probably at a good level and you can hear each other out. When you're on stage, the reason why we are sometimes in awe of a Karrigan-like profile is that he will, in the semi-final of any S-tier event, just drops you like a 19-20 kills out of nowhere with incredible entry kills. And that is so hard to do as a leader, but he's got years of experience, and now we're going to see what Kixsan is made of, because I also think he's one for the future.
Well, let's hear from the man himself. It's Kixsan with Banks ahead of this quarterfinal.
The excitement is building for our first playoff game, and Kixsan, for you, coming into this arena, first playoffs with a heroic badge, but also you haven't played in that many arenas. So what's the feeling like standing here?
I'm excited, to be honest. As you said, I haven't played in many arenas, and coming here after a long time playing in arena, it feels good for me. And now when I just walked in here, I got even more excited looking at the crowd, so I'm looking forward to play.
And what's good about you, I look back at some of your previous events where you haven't had arenas, you individually don't struggle. It doesn't seem to bother you too much. Does it feed you?
Yeah, I would say so. I don't feel any pressure when I play in the arena. I think it's the other way around. I just get more motivated when I play in front of people, and I feel good.
Stone cold, I love it. Now, Nikodos right now, he was saying in some other interviews, he's joking around, he's sometimes making it a bit awkward for you guys. How is the whole situation with that? And just have you, in terms of what you're allowing him to do, given him more freedom?
Yeah, I think he always had freedom in this team, and I don't think it's awkward at all. I think, I think it's just fun. We're enjoying our time together, and yeah, hopefully we get an even deeper run than this here.
And did your calling have to change or adapt at all with him coming back? But did you change anything drastically with Dexter? Like, how did it work in order for you guys to get here? Did you just go back to your old heroic style?
I don't think we had to change much because we were playing with Nico until like 2-3 weeks ago, so he knows all the things that we have in the playbook. So we didn't have to change too much, but of course we changed some little things for this event.
And how much pressure are you going to apply to Vitality today? Because we saw them crumble to some of the kind of unexpected pushes, the craziness that 9Z offered. Is that going to come in?
Well, I think the pressure is on them. They have to prove because they're the favorites. We'll just play our game and hope for the best.
Hope for the best. Let's see what Heroic can do in the server.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good luck. Enjoy it.
And I'm loving Kixsan's words about, you know, the stand-in situation for them because, Janko, this is very different from what we're going to see later with the likes of G2 and Stewie. This guy has played on the team for quite some time. Obviously, he was cut, didn't play an event with them, but he knows the system very well, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, he's standing in for a player who took over his role. So there's not even any role shifts in there or anything along the lines of that. It's literally just the old Heroic with no pressure.
Yeah,
right?
absolutely.
And then they're just able to have fun, enjoy this experience, enjoy playing on stage. Again, Nerds won here last year, saw with him as the coach of ENCE, they won here last year. So, you know, who knows? There is upset potential there.
Yeah, and I'm going to keep my eye on Nicodos and see how he does because he might have been struggling to deal with the pressure when he was in Heroic. He knew he was a topic. He knew he was under scrutiny. We were talking about, it's great, you're a hybrid. Do you mind having an AWP kill every now and then? Like, could that happen, please? I think even if you are shielded from that, it might get to you. He's not in that position right now. Like, if he wants to just play with the rifle and have a good time, like, what's the worst that can happen? You're going to cut me? You're going to remove me from the team?
I think for me, I'm hoping this event could sort of be the breakout / revelation event for Tessis. Right?
Okay.
We've been talking about his struggles when it comes to playing on stage and some of these high-pressure environments, big games. Well, now there's less pressure. He's been having a great tournament. So highest-rated player of the tournament, not just for Heroic.
I know.
That's insane.
Of the tournament, higher-rated than Donk, higher-rated than your boy, higher-rated than my boys. So, you know, he's out there, he's fragging out. So this could be, if he plays well, just sort of, hey, this actually, I
can do it.
Yeah, I can do it.
Like,
this is not as hard as I make it out to be for myself. And how much would that mean for the new Heroic lineup going forward? Yeah. If you have Tessis now there as the second rifling star, in addition to Nerds, you have a fine fragging IGL, you have a strong anchor in Shush, and the wild card in Dexter. All of a sudden, they might, you know, Nerds might actually do good on his promise, and they might become a top 5 team soon enough.
Speaking of hopes and dreams, how likely is my biggest dream of seeing Dust 2 here in this series? Is it going to happen, Matthew?
I think there is a chance as the third map of Dust 2. I'd be very surprised if either team really go for it, unless Heroic smell blood in the water and they think Vitality can be called out on that.
Here's the thing, you're thinking Heroic here is the underdog, they might do something crazy, right? Like they might go for something like Vertigo, but
there's Mirage.
I don't think that's going to be the case because they were so dominant in their wins, right? And they have their whole roster. Mirage is, as you said, right there for the taking. They've had really strong wins on the map. That or Nuke. Nuke is surprising because Vitality is really strong on the map as well.
Yeah, but they've had recently a couple of very shaky CT sides where there was no movement, not enough movement, where the rotations weren't exactly clear. But that is going to put a whole lot of pressure on Kixsan as well. Like from a calling perspective, starting on the T side of Nuke, didn't see that one coming. Anubis could be a pick from Vitality. They're kind of struggling to have very much strongholds at the moment. That's what happens when you a couple of losses here and there. I wouldn't be surprised to see Anubis come through.
Crowd seem to like that.
Oh! Dust 2 comes in for Vitality. What?
Let's go!
What, Matthew? What are they doing?
What?
After the 9Z game? They're going to roll it back again?
Hey, they must have had the best conversation ever a team has ever had after a loss. This must have been like a open-hearted conversation, some philosophical renewal of your soul for them to say, we're going to pick Dust 2.
Wow.
Surely they beat Vertigo here, Vitality.
No, listen, I will say, when it comes to the Dust 2, it is true that in terms of the positions they were in versus 9Z, they had plenty of moments and plenty of occasions to close rounds, and there were some individual failures. The likes of Zywoo with the AWP, that did happen. He had a couple of very clear misses where Vitality should have closed situations. So Apex probably is confident in his ability to approach Dust 2 and outplay his opponent, but holy moly. And what is this Veto?
What, you thought they were going to let Vertigo through?
No, but I mean, imagine you're Heroic, you have Mirage as a third map.
Heroic is loving it.
Of course they are.
They're loving it. I think also the problem is we talked about, listen, playing against a team with a stand-in that doesn't have a lot of pressure on them. You know, they're going to be going for some X-Factor plays, going to go for some ballsy plays, right? Well, you don't have a lot of space to do that on Anubis.
I know.
As much as you have on a map like Dust 2. So it feels a little bit counterintuitive for this matchup for Vitality to take this specific road.
This is absolutely wild, and the crowd are already getting absolutely wild. But for those guys of you watching on at home, head on over to Face It Watch, where you can choose which player perspective you want to be choosing from. Of course, reliving highlights as they happen, and maybe getting some rewards as well. We're going to be starting 5 minutes into the game, so that will be slightly delayed. You got a chance to get some skins, get some Face It points, get all that good stuff. Yanko, who are you watching if you're on Face It Watch for Nuke?
I don't care, Freya. I want to know, is Matthew going to watch his boy Zywo, or is he going to watch Spinks and see what Spinks is doing on the stage?
I think it depends on my mood. It depends if I want to get dangerous or if I want to just enjoy it.
I, of course, am going to watch Tess's because I enjoy seeing people fail.
Oh God, you think he's going to fail?
I don't know. I'm hoping not. I'm hoping not because he's a good guy. I think he plays really strong Counter-Strike at times, and yeah, excited to see how he does.
Do you think this is favoring anybody in particular then, Matthew? With this map pool selection, you said it's good for Heroic, but does it favor them?
No, I mean favors. I don't know if favor is the right term, but this is the best you could hope to get away with. Like, quite honestly, the fact that Vitality call your number on Dust 2 and you have Mirage as a third map, that's quite surprising to me. I did not see this Veto happening this way. But this is Vitality basically saying, whatever happened against 9Z, like, forget about it. This got nothing to do with the way we played Dust 2. This got nothing to do with the way we approach it. We just messed up. It's not going to happen twice.
I will also say that it's underrated. You know, people want to say Dust 2, it's so easy, it's so simple, there's no depth to the map, there's no tactical layers to it. That's not true.
No,
like, there is, especially when it comes to good Dust 2 teams. That's actually what separates the good teams from the bad. So I don't know how much of this is also Vitality or Apex just wanting to throw a curveball, right? Because you would be mistaken to think to just come into the map and play it with no practice.
Well, gentlemen, we are almost ready to be getting our teams out on stage here at the Intel Extreme Masters Dallas for the first time. Vitality versus Heroic, an absolutely wild map. Veto. We're welcoming them out onto the stage after this break.
Well, the fans are ready, and I found a Heroic fan in here all at the same time. How do you feel their chances are today?
I think really good. I think Nerds are going to kill it. It'll be good.
They got the stand-in buff, even though it's an old team member.
Yeah. I think even with the stand-in, they showed us in the group stage that they're ready to rock it.
Do you think Vitality will crumble like they did against 9Z?
I think so. They did not look great, and hopefully it stays that way for today.
Hell yeah, let's go. Enjoy your stay, man. This guy, you dressed hella cool. This is dope, man. I like the outfit. You come styling better than me for this event, yeah?
Well, no, never better than you.
No, I think I need to do this. Can I wear the American flag? Would that work?
Dude, I'd be honored.
You'd be honored. You'd be okay. Give me a hat. Let me borrow your hat. I'm gonna take your hat for now.
There you go.
Well, I'm joining in the festivities. I'm now an American with a terribly British accent. How are you today, though?
Very good. All is well.
Who are you supporting?
Come on. America supports G2. We want Stu.
So G2 is now American just because of Stu?
Honorary American team.
Okay.
We want them all the way.
You want them all the way? Well, are they going to have a chance in this game, though? This is going to be very tough for a man as FaZe.
A chance, of course. It's going to be tough, but there's a chance.
You got a FaZe fan over here, though. He's going to disagree, all right?
I might be a FaZe fan, but again, I am American first, so I gotta cheer for Stewie.
So you're still going to cheer for G2 even though you're wearing a FaZe jersey?
Yeah, I hate to do it, but I mean Stewie. He's American. Come on.
So this whole arena is going to be for G2, I'm guessing, right? Guys, who is supporting G2 because of Stewie? Well, I think that rounds about out. It's going to be G2 all the way because of Stewie and he's got the crowd on his side. Thank you very much, my dude.
The opening ceremony is brought to you by the United States Air Force.
Why go again? Why face the flame? The stacks, the comparisons. Why take it all on the chin and go again?
In the fire of your heart, a billion battles will start, a million wars will wage.
A glimpse of glory is all it takes. While winning may grow familiar, the burn of defeat only intensifies. Further fuel on your path to success. We all have our reasons. Reasons to start. Reasons to stay. Reasons to feel it. One last time. So fall again. Fail again. But go again. We know what it takes. We've gone 100 times. Now we go again.
We have good chemistry, we have good plan. Overall, I think we are kind of happy because we're still in playoff. We need to find like a balance between like our level. If we are at the maximum level, we can win any team. So yeah.
When it comes to the group stage, I think people underestimated us because our result recently hasn't been the best. This thing helped us a lot. We played without any pressure. It was much easier for us to play and to win some games.
They have really good players inside of the roster. Even though they don't play with the main opener right now, but they still have great teams. I think they still deserve it. They are still playing good. They try to give the best. They play with the conviction.
So we already played them a few times this year. We beat Vitality in a best of 3. We already have some experience playing against them, and I think the fact that we're playing in an arena is going to be also better for us. And I'm just looking forward to play. Hopefully with them.
We can beat any team, we have like the energy for it. We are angry for any tournaments. The one this we want it so much. This one we want it also so much because we want to win one tournament this season or at least this year. Any tournament, anything, we want to win it. We are angry for everything.
Dallas! Welcome! Welcome to the Intel Extreme Masters! The 100th IEM! That's a hell of a number. That's a historic number, and where better to have it than in a city that has seen so much of the history of this game that we all know and love. Dallas has watched Counter-Strike go from bedrooms to ballrooms to now arenas like this. And it's time now to write that next chapter in the history of this game. You will all bear witness as this journey through the playoffs now begins. Here's to 100 more, Dallas. And to kick this one off, we've got 2 teams to open up the playoffs. First off, it's a team of champions, a team that knows what it means to lift a trophy on this kind of stage. Please put your hands together and give a warm welcome to Vitality!
Emotions running high and the pressure most certainly on. Matthew for Vitality. This is the first time that Apex and Zyro have been back in front of the Dallas crowd since 2019.
And what an opportunity for them to tame their demons, to reclaim some sense of serenity, what this squad is capable of doing. They have the quality, they have the experience, but now they need to put 2 and 2 together and give us their best Counter-Strike here on the stage.
And what would a squad be without an opponent to play against? On the other side, it's a team free of the shackles of pressure, playing loose, playing with joy, playing with the comrades, soon to depart, but for one more ride here in Dallas. Please put your hands together for this 5 from Heroic!
One last rodeo for Nikodos on Heroic. Yanko, I think it would be an understatement to say we did not expect these 5 players to be making it to top 6.
Absolutely, Fran. The playoffs for them, well, they started on day 1. They lost the opening game straight to the lower bracket, and it's been a flawless run there. 2-0 after 2-0 after 2-0. Nerds, the defending champion, back on the stage. Can this Cinderella run continue in Dallas?
It's almost time to get this game underway, but first, meeting in the center of our stage, we have our 2 captains. Little fist bump there, shades on, ready for the fire, ready for the heat. It's time to start this game. Are you ready, Dallas? I said, are you ready, Dallas? Give me your energy now! Dallas, let's get loud! On the side of Vitality, please put your hands together for Sphinx!
And this crowd are getting loud for very good reason indeed. We're talking about one of the teams who are the top dogs here in terms of CS2 versus one of the biggest underdogs I think we're going to be seeing on this stage other than 9Z. Yanko, give me your thoughts on exactly how this one's going to be going down, considering this map, Veto, is wild.
I think this one is going to be super fun, Freya. I think the most so because I will get to see my good friend Matthew lose his mind over the course of this game. I think this is going to be an incredibly messy affair. I don't think we're going to be seeing a lot of clean Counter-Strike. I think it's going to be a grueling fight.
I know, and Heroic have all to gain to make it messy, make it hard, make it sweaty. You want to push Vitality in these tense moments where they've already shown weakness, and this is where I get worried. I think it's all going to come down to the start of the games. If Vitality can find success early on, if they can keep the demons at bay, we're going to be fine. But Heroic are going to be disruptive. They have been already throughout the tournament, and they're going to make life hard as hell for Vitality.
I hope it's going to get chaotic. I hope it's going to get crazy, get down in the mud. Predictions, Yanko, what are you thinking?
Oh, I think it's going to be a disaster for the French. I think Heroic finally, in their final ride, get the results they've been chasing this whole season.
Nah, screw that, Jazz. It's going to be 2-0 Vitality. They had the best talk ever yesterday. They had an incredible talk. Life just makes sense now. We're strolling towards a 2-0.
I hope they did because they don't have the best player anymore, Freya.
Well, let's see how it goes down. We've got Chad, Alex, and one very special guest indeed to be guiding us through this game.
Oh, you gotta love Mike, looking fantastic on the North American soil, and of course Dallas. We have a special guest. We have a very special guest joining myself and Chatty B on the casting desk for this one. Vitality Heroic, but we got twists. None other than a North American superstar.
Hello, hello.
Hello.
Happy to be here.
Very excited to be picking your brain throughout this one. We've had you at Pro League, but to have him here in an Intel Extreme Masters, Chad, it's an extra special.
It's a bit of a different flavour, isn't it?
Chad gets some credit. He's the one that slid into the DMs.
No, I didn't even do that. Last night when he was on HLTV confirmed, I asked him live on air. I didn't really give him too many choices.
Peer pressure
in front of the crowd. And he said yeah. So we've got him. He's rocked up and we're ready to go. Now, Vitality versus Heroic. I think with the stand-in but ex-girlfriend situation for Heroic. Look, the whole branding at the moment is... What, you didn't like that?
Well, I just thought that was very disrespectful.
Well, yeah.
They're not here on the playoffs.
What do you have to say about that, Russ?
Fortunately for them, the Nikodos actually said yes to playing the event.
Yeah.
Because a lot of their pre-existing strats can be used. So
true.
Makes Kixsan's life probably a lot easier, actually.
Yeah, that's one of the problems which I think they've been able to avoid. So we've actually seen some decent form out of Heroic in the event thus far, but the conversation being no pressure, how much do you buy into that?
There's always pressure, especially when they're in playoffs now. They believe that they can actually go farther. I mean, that's the thing, even with G2. When you're starting to win and believe you can win, that's when it starts mounting and the mental becomes a problem.
It's so funny that the way the human mind works. Like up until this point, they've probably just been like, let's see what happens. But now it's happened.
Yeah,
now
exactly.
You're in the playoffs, and now the chemistry shifts in the brain. And you're up against Vitality as well. I'm sure, you know, if Vitality have a strong start, if ZywOo has a strong start, that's when you can start feeling like it is insurmountable. Apex vocalizing a lot about wanting to have strong starts. He's claiming on Twitter now in interviews that, oh, we don't start playing until 10 rounds in. I don't know how much of that is cope and how much of that is just kind of framing. But we'll see. If Vitality get a strong start, I can see this being pretty hard for Heroic.
Well, they get a CT start on Nuke. That feels like a dream for the opening game of the playoffs.
Oh yeah, I mean, Heroic is picking their comfort for this game. I mean, if you're Heroic, you're probably thinking we're getting a wounded Vitality to open playoffs. Yeah. And I don't think either of these teams would want to face FaZe or G2 first. So, yeah, I think Heroic has good circumstances to create an upset.
Okay. Yeah, I think there has been a bit of that conversation going around that this could be a possibility. It's going to need Heroic playing their absolute A game worth of CS. Tessus has been having a great event. I think that you can get an awful lot out of Shush. He's a great anchor player. Nert's always one of my favorites to watch. So you definitely have some heavy-hitting pieces in this Heroic team. I think we're just moments away. Freeze time starting to tick on down, and we can kick things off.
All right then, ladies and gentlemen, are you ready to get your first quarterfinal started? Take that as a yes. Vitality on the CT side, Heroic on the attack. It's Kixsan calling the shots, and let's see if they can start this one off with a bang. Does look to be relatively util driven.
Oh, HE has to be for the door. You aren't buying that for anything else on Nuke. 250 for Nerds, a molly in the mix. Smoke as well, but no pace. Going to take this one relatively slowly. On towards the roof has gone Shush, so that molly is going to be backside top heart. Looks like top heart.
It's unfortunate no one listened for top hut because they're mauling a place where no one dropped.
Yeah, and waste of resources. Does target Flames at the back of the site, and with Apex and Flames combined, they found the opening. Look at this top side defense. Apex has found a pair of frags. Spings posts another onto Nerds, and just like that, a perfect, flawless pistol takes shape for Vitality.
That looked way too easy.
Yeah.
I know we didn't catch all of the action there, but all the kills just happened in a moment and not even much damage whatsoever. So Heroic, that is a very flat start.
So for my newbie brain twist, when you're listening to Top Hut, are you guaranteed to hear them if you get the right, like a good spawn? You can hear that every time?
Oh, of course.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. I don't know who entered lobby first. I think it was Nerds, but he kind of went into a passive approach.
Yeah.
If you're going close to the hut, you can always hear them drop. I mean, even Shush should have been able to hear it on top of roof, so it's a bit weird that
could have used it backside or somewhere where it was more beneficial.
Yeah, I mean, there's a dangerous thing in not creating any pressure in the first 15 seconds, because this is why people usually break door or smoke something outside insta. It's kind of funny that Shush is even still alive, to be honest.
Yeah, it's still going to be 5 alive for Vitality, so in terms of strong starts, there's step 1.
Okay, well, conversion should be pretty easy. What are you making of the scenario that teams find themselves in the early stages for the T side now, Russ? I know the plant didn't happen there, but has it changed the methodology, right? Is still full eco in the second if you don't plant?
On a map like Nuke, you should definitely full eco and get AKs out. I mean, you kind of know that CTs cannot have AWP in first gun, and then outside becomes utilized way more often, so then you can play around with that.
All right, well, we do see a smoke in the mix. That's about it. So likely for Vitality just to make things a quick 2-0. But this is the dream start, right? Going up against Glocks, you're just going to mold them. Oh,
not again.
Well, I think that one landed.
Okay.
Yeah, I know. We're scarred by the G2 game.
Oh,
Did you go back and watch that, or is that one being erased from the memory?
A bit erased.
Yeah,
I mean,
no, fair enough.
Yeah, I mean, apparently they missed outside smokes like 7 rounds in a row, so...
It was a little bit hit, mainly miss.
Mainly miss.
Mainly miss.
Yeah, but they did, I mean, they pivoted so nicely. They're calling it...
Oh, he knows.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. I was just more reminiscing. Down the bloody vents with no util. Oh, dear.
To be fair, it was a good call.
Yeah, worked out wonderfully. But let's see if these Glocks can get anywhere close to a bomb site. I think Flames has warded them off of ramp. And you can understand that, actually, yeah, an opportunity presented itself there, but he's actually found the head of Spinks, so there you go. That's something to be celebrated for Heroic into their second round eco.
I guess Glocks, anything, you can say anything in a round like this. Yeah. 1 feels great, 2 would be even better, but Apex will make sure that doesn't happen. So 4 staying alive for Vitality. We'll see the rifles come into the hands, and now I hope we see something a little bit more, doesn't necessarily have to be pacey, but with some conviction to it from Heroic, right? The pistol round was very flat, delayed top pop. That was a full eco with just 1 smoke. Now we need to see if, well, they picked this map for a reason, Heroic. Let's find out why.
Yeah, well, some frags would be nice, wouldn't they? So far, most players empty-handed for Heroic. Let's see if they deviate going into our first gun.
Pretty standard opening. Squeaky, lurk smoke, top hut, molly in play. Yard smokes as well, trying to create as many possibilities.
It looks lobby crunchy. And ZywOo catches flak immediately. Good work from Shush, but the trade is there. Mezzy, he takes that opportunity during the distraction to try and burrow deeper into hut. Those outside smokes, they are occupied behind. Lots of moving pieces in this, and Mezzy does well onto Nerds. Looks great for Vitality at this point, already dealing with the initial threat. An offensive defense. Kixsan has caught an opportunity here. Apex unprepared. Oh, can I have a knife and fork, please? I'd like to eat my words.
Yeah.
He was prepared, and it's a beautiful, wow, this is almost flawless so far from Vitality. A grand total of 2 frags for Heroic.
And both from Shush.
Yeah.
So this is a nightmare start. When your players aren't getting any kills this early in the game, I know we're only 3 rounds deep, but it is concerning that nobody's looking warmed up, or you're not too worried about it. How did this make you feel?
I mean, it's definitely red alert that it's a slow start from not only the team itself, but individuals. But to be fair, that looks like they haven't gotten much opportunities to really get into it. I mean, they had the right read on the first gun. It's fast outside smokes to create pressure, and they had 3 in lobby ready for the push, and they capitalized by a 1-for-1 trade. It's just unfortunate that the double lurk outside picked the wrong area to walk.
All right, well, it looks like they're setting up for a bit of a top pop here. We can see utility being dropped and donated on the roof as smoke wall being thrown towards Yard to try and draw some rotation. We already have Apex who started down lower. You can see him going to poke his head up secret in a moment's time. So we can get information behind this smoke wall. There's not going to be a molly to push him out. So that's a big problem right now for Heroic. It should draw the attention of these top defenders and Ram to batten down the hatches. Ooh. And Spinks has done an awful lot of damage through that smoke, unconfirmed, onto Nerds. They've got a couple of smokes, flashes, and Molotovs to work with.
Apex got full info outside.
Yeah, Mezzy's going to be on high alert, trying to play anti. Still gets a very good flash on his face. ZywOo will catch Kixsan's aggress. Spinks, solid position for the multi-kill, and he lays down the law. Triple kill for Spinks. With that scavenged AK-47, things are swimming for Vitality. And quite the opposite for Heroic. This one's feeling like it's just one-way street.
What did you think about the Veto when you saw them picking into Nuke? I thought Heroic would go something a little bit scrimmier.
It's a bit dangerous. I mean, Heroic pick Nuke.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's a bit wild. I mean, the map pool that's given to them is not so bad. I mean, they obviously have to pick their comfort, and I guess with the stand-in, your playbook is only going to run so deep, and they probably felt like before Nuke left that Nuke was their comfort. So they went back to that. But yeah, picking it against Vitality is of course high risk.
Yeah, that was the next question, because Vitality, it's not like they're a slouch on this map by any stretch of the imagination.
No, I mean, look at the EPL performance. I mean, they trashed the FaZe on it, and then I think whoever they played next also did not fare very well on Nuke, so yeah.
I know it would have been a massive risk, and it's crazy, and like you're talking about how there's pressure now because you've made it to a playoff camp, but I would have loved them just, practiced for the day that they had off doing media, just played some Vertigo and gone, screw it. Like, let's just, because it would have been in the pool. I know it's very risky to do and nobody wants to touch it. This choice is telling me they feel like they have a chance, and right now, well, that's not the case whatsoever. We're talking 3 kills in 4 rounds of play. Back in with the guns out. ZywOo, aggressive Yard. He could just stall this out completely right here, right now.
Yeah, Apex are trying to sell something. Actually, with an aggressive flash, they push it. ZywOo, double kill. Tessus needs something, finally brings down the beast, but damage is done. Now Apex can put the cherry on top as he finds Silo. Tessus will trade. Competitive rounds taking shape, but just as I say that, Nerds trying to maneuver through that squeaky smoke, trying to find space on main. Cost him his life. Tessus, he's noted, he's half health or less, 30 HP for him to try and piece this together, and they're going to double swing, multiple elevations. No hope.
Well, I love what we're seeing out of Vitality. In both the rifle rounds, they dictated the tone of the round. The first one was a lobby crunch. Right. The second one was an outside flash and fight. It shows that, hey, they don't want to wait till round 10 to start playing. They've started playing from the very beginning and not getting denied on any of the moves. I wonder, do you keep that up, though? Do you keep dictating the tone of the game? Or now that you've done that so much, do you reel it in and force Heroic maybe to go slower on their default?
I mean, since IU doesn't have AWP, they're probably swaying away from playing default rounds. Okay. So having more like heads-up CS with 5 rifles. But you can see even on these type of rounds where they know Heroic have like a bad buy, Apex has gone secret twice to maintain outside information. So I think they're well prepped for this map.
Looks like Nerds is cooking something.
Yeah, I guess to stay alive in between the flames and the smoke. Out squeaky he goes. Top pop and entry kills there.
Oh, never mind one. He gets both. Mezzy, full flash.
That's the bomb in the vent.
Oh. What's happened there?
A blunder.
Yeah, what a blunder.
Doing Henry G proud.
Yeah. Oh gosh, this suddenly becomes very uncomfortable. All of that hard work from Nerds, and now you still feel like you're on the back foot.
It's caught, so gives one back. 2v4 situation. Apex threw the smoke towards the vent. I'm not sure exactly how. Yeah, it's spread over the bomb.
The funny thing is about the bomb being down the vent is that if you're Heroic, you kind of know where the players are going to be. They want to position themselves around the bomb. So.
Right, that makes sense. I mean, for Kixsan, you can see he's flirting with the idea of dropping vents. He just wants to time it with the secret walk. Apex acknowledging that's likely. Ready for this duel. And Tessus clean with it. So despite Shush's blunder, doesn't look like it's going to come back to haunt them too much. I say that, maybe Flames! A good attempt, but there's Heroic getting themselves their first.
I think Apex made that. So, well, it was always going to be tough for him considering it was a 2v4 situation. But when he threw that smoke, it's like, Dan, you know we're playing CS2, right? The smoke will fill the void of the vent. It looked funny as.
Yeah, especially when he could have been great to slow this secret crawl down.
Yeah, that's true as well, yeah.
And you see this, the mindset suddenly shift. You know, it's like the comms was suddenly like, yo, do we still have the bomb? And he's like, I'm not sure.
I don't know.
I'm not
they
sure.
could have taken it. Let's hope not. All right, well, there's residual cash, another buy. There's still a little bit on a few members of Vitality, even if they lose 2 consecutive. They want to stay heads up. Aggressive lobby, another crunch.
What? 4 CTs are in lobby. 139. Yeah, Nikodos gets a rude shock as the incendiary lands, forces him into Mezzy, and an opening kill for Vitality. Tessus, aware that lobby was so occupied, he's surely aware and cognizant that there's only going to be one towards the yard position. He's hunting. Apex going to give him the fight. Just the tip of the head.
I saw that.
I think Apex spotted him.
Yeah.
Should be showing radar.
Yeah, does give him the fight. Tessus down.
Okay, well, that looked like a curious duel. Apex playing, I would say, the most important position on the map as outside rifler, and there's some of these in-game leaders who like to play those positions because they can feel the game a bit better, and he's off to a good start, which means his reads are probably going to continue to flow. And that's one of the things, when in-game leaders are having good games in those spots, it can really just dictate the entire tone. You get to call from the most position of power regarding info.
Now, I like this from Mez. He's catching a very quick timing on the flank. Oh, going for it. Timing is perfect. They seem to be cognizant of it. Nurse is aware, but he still loses out the duel. And then it's baiting each other. Let Mezzy play. Now Shush low. There's the trade. And we've got ourselves a 6. Wow, this CT side out of Vitality seems rather inspired. Very aggressive, very nonchalant.
Well, it would be a shame if we had a crazy group stage, Russ, and then we get to this point and the results are just going to be whitewashes in terms of the teams we expect to be the favorites. That's going to be a shame.
Yeah.
I want a crazy CS. We had crazy CS in the groups. What's happening?
I mean, of course, I want a good series out of this too. It's really unfortunate that Tessus did not take the timing, knowing that 4 players could have been in lobby, or even 3. Even with 3, you should be walking through these outside smokes and trying to find the gap. By not walking through the smokes, his entire team used all their resources, and Vitality had full info, and he missed the only gap that could have been found. So,
right. Finding those gaps, that's where you that's where you make or break that kind of role. I'm looking at the opening duels. Heroic actually have 4 opening duels so far in this game, with only 1 round to boast off of the back of it. I imagine that's also just to do with the way in which things have been flowing. Still no AWP in the mix. It's working with the rifles. What's the call this time from Apex? How does he want to start things off? He's actually started himself over towards the ramp side, going down lower.
Yeah, still no AWP on the CT side. Just happy to operate with 5 rifles. So ZywOo keeps him a bit more mobile. Also means that if the smoke walls come up, he's not as limited as if he had an AWP, so that's a positive. Flamesy playing behind the ramp smoke, and even gets a bit of tickle. Oh, all the tickle damage.
Deadly tickles. Kixsan and Nerds, their round is just cancelled now. You know, we talked about how players hate being tagged by a scout, they'd rather just die. Well, how's that for Kixsan and Nerds?
I mean, Nerds caught a stray bullet in the back.
Straight to the face. Brutal. Oh, man.
Yeah, this is just such a meek half for Heroic. It doesn't feel like they're ever able to establish any map territory whatsoever. They're being dictated to in all of the fights. Vitality look very confident, always taking a duel. Ready for more is Mezzy and Hart. Spinks is close squeaky. The map feels very constricted. Like, Heroic are getting no room to play. This is Mezzy. Chance. Yeah. Not a kill, no, but damage.
A lot of it. And it's Spinks that puts the end to Nerds.
Look at them. They're all just searching, wanting to fight.
And this time it's working out for Heroic. I'm sure that must have been some of the communications they had. It's like, boys, just hold your aim. They're coming for you. They will give you these fights. Ooh, a second from Zai, we could have changed the dynamic. But despite all of that damage dealt by Flames, that's the most convincing round we'll see from Heroic.
Gift. Yeah. Well, the push is kept on. So that's the other side of things, right? The confidence has been working for them throughout, and this time it doesn't. Now they can get one more rifle round Vitality. Xtaz has taken tactical timeout. What are you saying in this situation, Twist?
I think you get the op out and you start playing more standard.
Okay. Right.
Kind of maybe put Zaiwu and ramp with the op and let the other riflers control the map. Don't give Heroic any chance for openings. I mean, if this half gets out of control for Vitality, then they're going to be disappointed with that round, given that Heroic had one smoke at 110.
Well, it's coming to fruition. Spinks has dropped the AWP across to Zaiwu, got it back in A1S in exchange. Mezzy's operating with something a little bit lighter, but still quite deadly. He's got the Alligator, the auto shotgun in his hands. It's Util. Going to be missing a couple of Molotovs or incendiaries. Excuse me.
Yeah, Twist. Have you given the auto shotgun its due diligence in investigating how strong that weapon truly is?
Oh, it's very strong. Same with the Nova.
Right.
The Nova and XM is very strong.
Okay, I'll get the Nova back in my loadout.
What are you feeling about the A4? I'm seeing it get picked up a lot more.
I think there's definitely a case for it to be. Made.
Top rush.
Yeah, we've got pace here, folks. Spinks has been warded off. They're going down the vent. Close your eyes, Twist. That bomb's going to be heading into the site, and now Flames is at least here. And well, his teammate's gone, so I just got deleted by Nerds. And that's an important duel to win. Flames, a good one. Mezzy, the shotgun. Finds Kixsan.
Oh, what a push from Apex.
Nerds. They have no idea about Nerds. He slipped the gap.
Yeah, you can see Flames getting hunted down here. Apex, however, good for it. Tessa's down.
Oh, what? Nerds, what? What? Was that just a no? How could he not know he wasn't open?
Comms?
But
I think there must have been some stress in TeamSpeak, because I think his teammates kind of might feel like he sold them in some way. Because he had two people in the back, potentially, and he didn't look at either of them.
That is insane. That was their round to win from that position. The fact that he doesn't get the trade on Apex there, that is wild. Okay, well, now Nikodos, last man standing. Roughly 45 seconds left on the clock. He's going to die to the flank. Mezzy will make sure of that. And that was the round to break the finances of Vitality. That was an extremely important round for Heroic as far as this half is concerned. It's a shocking one to lose.
Why does this first half of Counter-Strike feel like a fever dream?
It is. It feels like slow and patchy, and I don't know. It's a little bit odd, but that's just in place with the entire event, I'd say, so far.
How bizarre.
So this kill comes in.
Right. And now Nerds was up ramp,
Tessas
right?
must have known it was from behind.
Oh, no.
Yeah, because he started edging into it backwards as if he wasn't open to it. Yeah. Like, I know Tessas wasn't facing the direction he died in. It was a silenced M4, but he knew it wasn't in front of him, which had to be from the side.
Oh, the synchronization of the flash does render that clear of the smoke useless.
All right, when in doubt, pack roll.
Yeah.
Oh, this always gets me so nervy. The fate of the smokes, and Shush gets the opener. So there's another one for the tally.
Apex continues his good performance. A strong start from him. 11 frags. A recoverable half for Heroic. All of what we've said and what we've seen, regardless of it, Heroic could recover this half if they can turn this one around. The CTs have exhausted the majority of their utility. Apex doubling up with Spinks. Are they going to go for a reclear?
I think they have to, because the pressure towards Hell and Heaven based off the main smoke, so they need to search. And you'd send Apex first, because normally the Yard Rifler flames you with a good timing, but a great shot from Nikodos.
Nikodos, strong on the AK as well. We know that. Shadow betrays. It does get traded. Shush! Bomb! Oh, he saved himself.
What?
How has he found that shot? Apex unable to provide the trade. Now Shush with a bomb. Mezzi down the vents, forced it out wide by the Flames. 1 versus 3 for the Brit. And he misses his first opportunity. Nikodos does manage to get away to reposition, and as we discussed, the finances, they are not so positive for Vitality. I can't believe Shush gets both there.
Yeah, well, he got 3 kills within that round, right? He got the opening exchange, and then he gets 2 down towards Secret, and he wasn't prepared for that the second kill lower at all.
No. That was very shocking that he got him.
Let's get that from his POV if we can, please, Mr. DJ, because that must have been a wild one. They're on the hunt. They want to try and take this away from Mezzi. Looking at the residual cash where the loss bonus is at, this would actually be an important rifle to take away if they can get their hands on it.
Man, Shush, he's come to the stage and he's come to play. You know, in the absence of the top performer of this tournament so far, Tessus, with just 3 so far, it's Shush who seems to be very comfortable in front of the lights, in front of the crowd.
All right, well, you're happy with that. Look at the finances over there on the Team Vitality side. The high end that we're looking at is about 3.2k on Flamesy. And the low end, the bottom of the barrel, is the likes of Mezzi. But you have to force in this situation with the loss bonus bottomed out. Or at least that's what I've been telling people for years.
No, you do have to force. Even if Heroic doesn't look like they can be broken, you do have to force.
Yeah, Apex felt like he probably should have had that trade. Oof. And Nerds with another opener. Okay, so this force will fall flat, and then you're going to have the loss bonus into the next round. Vitality are going to have 2 shocking rounds. So we can have a 7-5 half for Heroic recovered. It hasn't been the flashiest.
That Deagle headshot is pretty damn flashy, Chatty, and actually tagging Tessus. That silenced M4, whistles a couple of bullets past Apex, so an understanding of where 2 of the 4 are. Turns his back to the threat and looking to reposition.
I just think that Heroic, it may as well all play through yard, but then it's just decide on how you want to finish. Go down towards lower, lots of corridors where the pistols can play close. So they're throwing util to force their way around towards heaven again. Great lockers smoke.
Yeah, more chip damage from Apex. Oh. He's having a game, folks. That's one hell of a headshot. Nerds is gone. A double kill with just the Deeg, and they've managed to rectify the situation. The loss of Spinks early. Nerds found that headshot. And now Apex, he's on the hunt. He wants more. He's got a man advantage, but still now spotted out in the vents Flames. Throws out his incendiary. He's getting run down.
This?
Yeah, that's mad aggression from Shush. But it does boil down to a 30-second 3v3. Zywoo in the vents. An MP9. Mezzi to join him. This is so uncomfortable. This is so uncomfortable. Down they go. Tessus finds Mezzi. Yeah, on 5 HP. Oh my god, if Zywoo was to get it, Nikodos has saved them. 18 seconds looking to pivot. Oh, come on, Apex! He's feeling himself right now. A triple. Bomb is going up. He's going to be able to recover a rifle, but surely this favors Nikodos in every way, shape, and form.
He's holding W.
He's going to fly up this with a flash.
Surely not.
Okay. Okay. Finally, they put Apex on ice.
What a crazy round. All the shenanigans in the vents and banger shots from Apex, the in-game leader, 14 kills to his name. Yeah, he doesn't want to have a slow start. He's having a cracking start.
Oh, bang.
He was just constantly searching yard, just like strafe and jiggling, looking for all the jewels. This is hilarious that he's tried to, I guess, flex on Nikodos in that way. But hey, what are you meant to do? You're in a terrible place to retake.
Yeah, you're sitting on a heater.
All right, final round of the half.
Yeah, and it could very well be a recovery. Nuts, straight down the vents, and it's worked out well. Not a single point of damage dealt. Already, you're so deep under.
They should have heard that, though.
Yeah,
sure. Yeah, for sure.
Noisy on the descent.
This is very scary for Nikodos. If he doesn't have the perfect timing, if he's caught on a reload, and they both reloaded in simultaneous fashion. Didn't opt to put the hold W just yet. 3 MP9s waiting for their moment to strike.
This is how they were playing their rifle rounds as well, though. Now they're just doing it with 5.7s and SMGs. Close hard, close squeaky, ready to fight.
I mean, unfortunately, they have to. I mean, they had the force buy the last 2 rounds of the half. Luckily for them, there was no outside smoke, so they're not really feeling pressured that they connect with Nerds, but they do have a lot of outside control.
Yeah, as I was anticipating, the fate of the smoke, Tessus versus Zywoo, our most imminent head-to-head. I say that as actually Mezzi's calling lobby clear. He hasn't cleared it. Doesn't done his due diligence. Big one from Shush.
Back turn.
Overlooking Mezzi.
Interesting.
Okay. Well, there's something for them to do. He's pipped the gap completely.
I'm not really sure if this is going to give them anything, though.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
If he goes all the way yard, he's not going to find anybody.
He'll just be expected from Secret. I mean, he should find Nikodos here, actually.
Yeah, but the bomb's going down. He'll find himself the kill and the upgrade.
Well, they have to go for it. There's no kit available for this. 40 seconds has started.
Yeah, they're so segregated as well. Smoked off main, his options very limited. Flames has actually cleared out heaven. That changes things. That changes things completely. Mezzi now knows he's got the green light to come in from heaven. They can just barrage through. It's going to be bodies, just throwing bodies at the problem.
Good molly.
Tessus, solid. Kixsan finds Flames, and it's only Mezzi with that recovered AK. A nice first. Clearing the vents, doesn't have the precision. Kixsan closes. Heroic recover. It started bleak, but 3 on the trot to close a 7-5 half. Back in business, second half, first map, first quarterfinal of Intel Extreme Masters Dallas 2024. Vitality, they were looking for a strong start, and they got it, but capitulating towards the end of things. A couple of oversteps, missteps, Heroic. They're putting up a fight after all. We got Twist joining us at the casting desk. It's me and Chatty B, of course. And we're getting ourselves situated for our second half. Heroic taking to the defense. But Twist, to recap where that went wrong for Vitality, are there a couple of pain points?
Oh yeah, I mean the round where Heroic had no utility and Vitality pushed lobby into them and gave them a free round basically. That one definitely hurts a lot. And then the one to break the economy near the end of the half that caused 2 force buys in a row. Yeah, both map-saving situations.
Do you think that takes some of the confidence out of the wind out of your sails, as it were?
Oh, for sure.
Losing rounds like that?
Yeah, especially the way that they were lost. is just is a tough one.
They're going to drop main here with these flashes. Oh no, no flashes, just jump around, fight towards single, and they've blown the pistol round wide open.
Who needs utility when you can do headshots, actually? Mezzi's having a great time.
What was the go signal for that? Because they were set up with Apex with flashes, but I didn't see the flashes get thrown. They were already fighting. Oh.
Okay, Mezzi, feeling himself a
But
bit
you
too
can't
much.
lose this one, surely.
Don't call me Shirley. Let's see.
Well, you shouldn't lose this one.
There is no way.
A 5v2.
Tessus is clear in lobby. Shush is trying to, hold on to the heavens, but he is going to be found by Flames. The Tessus 1v4.
I mean, they're giving him in duels.
They are certainly giving him the opportunity. The bomb's gotten across. It goes down. Flames gets a bit more nervous now. He knows where he is. He's clearing him out. Can isolate the jewel. If he'd have found the head, could have fallen apart. But there it is. Vitality, they will convert the T-side pistol.
All right. Well, that's both pistols.
Yeah.
And after they won the pistol in the first half, that's when they really kept Heroic quite quiet. So this is what I was talking about with the leap around. The flashes were actually slightly more delayed, and the ones that he had lined up were the ones that perfectly land just in front of main. I think you see G2 use those and they drop in and they fight main, but in this situation, it was jump around, fight, try and get over towards heaven and hell, and well, Apex is quite happy with that. And we have a CT side force by a Scout, some MP9s, a Deagle. It's going to be lacking util. 2 players towards ramp. They're going to get the boost set up. Obviously, heavy util advantage for Vitality in this. As your Molly top heart, I mean, Shush is going to have to move backside as well. He just extinguishes.
Flames? You heard the extinguish.
flashes.
Oh, yeah. Team flash, perhaps. Flames goes in and finds Shush.
Save.
Yeah, this force.
This is the worst situation. It's like, well, we didn't get any kills. We hardly did any damage. We're not close enough to force our way into the site. No, Kixsan. No. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what we're looking for.
Yeah.
Don't give anything away. What's the point? At least have I like to call it a double dip.
Yeah, you can save and you can try it again.
Yeah. Better than being eco.
I think unfortunate for Shush is he denies the molly and he kind of has a timer on when the smoke is going to bloom into his vision. So when he's looking down, it's like when you deny it, you only have like 3 seconds with vision.
And then it's over,
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. Yeah, that whole new dynamic with the smokes. People are, I guess, going to take a while to master them because of how the difference of a lot of them oscillating and all those things. So it's a lot more detail in the smoke now. So, yeah, they will go for another attempt with the MP9s, the Scout, the Deagle. Shush. What are you going to buy into? You don't really have to grab anything, mate. Just stick to the USP.
They've given him a
floating
smoke.
around. Yeah,
what a gift.
That's charitable. $300.
Master has given Dobby a smoke.
Good luck, Shush. How can you use this? I just wanted to see them do some damage early because they did, what were we saying? 3 kills in 4 rounds of play? And that was in the start of the half. I know that they were back into things, but you can't be starting both halves just down in a massive hole without any damage. It's not competitive.
No, you definitely need kills early on in the half for both sides.
And I would find this buy so terrifying. When none of you've got a helmet and there's 3 MAC-10s just going to be rounding corners, jumping around corners. They've got their work cut out for them. An Ikados Scout pick outside would have been lovely. Hasn't pulled the trigger.
Even just a tag to make things interesting with some of the choke points coming out squeaky, hard, or ramp. The fact he gets nothing and they're able to get away, that's extremely rough for Heroic. He did have opportunities as well, and now, unless he just repositions, which I feel like he definitely should, he's not going to be able to do anything within the round. Smoke wall up, he can't contribute.
Good timing on this resmoke.
All right, the $300 investment did come into play.
Yeah, okay, that will delay them. 60 seconds starting to count down. The pressure will slowly be felt.
That gap doesn't matter. Nobody's even worried about it.
There might be a missed outside wall.
Yeah,
so
but
if someone spotted that, then
it doesn't look like anyone's having a look.
Wait, Shush has actually got himself a Zeus as well. It does enable him to be a contributing member. Molly thwarts him out. And then the wallbang comes through.
Still alive.
He's still alive.
He has a chance, Alex.
Maybe the Zeus can find impact. Go on, Shush. Oh, a little too far away. Flames has kicked open the front door with a double on the MAC-10. Kixsan down to the Flames Mackie. Tessus does duck his head away. It's still a 2v3 as things boil out. It's a triple from Flames. You'd think that would be enough, but the bomb's still not planted. Spink's going to be punching in the code now. Under the guise of the smoke. And what are you supposed to do with this? A Deagle and a Scout trying to get yourself back into the site.
You're not meant to do anything.
Yeah.
But you may as well have a crack.
Yeah, there's no point in saving this, so you definitely want to go for it.
Where's Ikados going?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Just damage, I guess, if he goes around lobby, maybe gets them exiting.
I mean, the bomb radius is pretty extreme on this map, so a scout tag on a couple players can go a long way.
So yeah, playing for damage.
Yeah, they're opting the safe secret, though, I think.
They are playing the long game Heroic, though. But this is the same kind of thought process that was going into the first half. They've... Tessus had an opportunity.
One of those Deagle headshots would have been lovely. He gets a couple more opportunities, and his damage does lead to Flames' demise.
Okay.
Not the end of the world, but damage nonetheless.
All right, let's get competitive rounds now, Heroic. Let's go. Let's get the half started. 5-round differential. Rifles come out. No AWP available for Nikodos. Everybody has full bags of utility. There's diffuse kits. 3 sets of head armor. Everything they need.
Right.
Let's go.
Okay.
Your map choice.
Prove it now. Prove that it's your map choice for a reason. Maybe that win against Na'Vi kind of filled them with some confidence on Nuke. Right now, Vitality, they're definitely having their wicked way with the
early ramp pressure.
Yeah, they're pressuring ramp. Bit of chip damage, but Mezzi, he's not going to be dissuaded. That's a big test for Tessus. Passes the first. Concedes the space. Apex, during that moment of distraction, he slipped. Down secret. So you've got ramp and you've got secret. Is that not a winning formula, would you say,
Russell?
Russell?
This is definitely a winning formula. Also, he got there without being spotted.
Okay. So primary objective now is catch the reaggress. Nuts is coming to clear them. Tessus can swing to try and find the trade. Zywo anticipates with the Molotov. Forces him into the fight. Big duel to be taken. Nikodos has actually saved them. A double kill on both. Ramp is no longer there under their control. Apex has swung open the door, but Spinks, he's not ready for this call. Through the squeaky door, it all falls to Apex, and for him, he's just been watching that kill feed. Now he shakes his head, he tucks his tongue. He's like, lads.
Here's the thing. With the new audio, you cannot hear this door open lower. So they still don't know about him.
Oh. Okay. Now that does change the dynamic somewhat. He still has the element of surprise.
They're convinced that he's outside.
Right. I had no idea. The door sound cue, I used to have to account for that, break glass, open another door.
Okay, maybe Nikodos has a slight feeling.
But if he goes B, he have
the bomb.
And he has a smoke. So, okay, he's going to just smoke off the Astralis plant position. He'll punch in the digits. They'll box him in, but damage is great here as well. The plant's fantastic.
Door still closed. Options are aplenty. That's the first of the 1v3. Is Apex cooking up trouble here? Playing around those doors. He knows he's planted Astralis. He's going to call the bluff on the first fake. Kixsan holding it now. He needs to be able to isolate this duel. Cross their placement. No, little late from Apex. A second too late. Otherwise, that's a 1v3 right there for the taking.
Great attempt.
You can't really play that more well, to be honest.
He's hitting shots today as well.
Yeah.
We're getting old school Apex with the aim department. Hitting bangers on the Deagles, a couple of crispy ones there. You kill 4 players. That's a great round, all things considered. Look, the ramp skirmishes was weird. Nerds coming up and not being ready for players to have ramp control, that was strange. And then the double from Nikodos was round saving. So there's a couple of moments there, and then Apex attempting a 1-on-3. The exciting round of Counter-Strike. We take that one. Big tick, Alex. We like that. We like that.
I will say that the desk discussion is going to be interesting, considering the 2 players that they put in the firing line. Spinks and Zywo at the bottom of the scoreboard so far. We saw Zywo getting caught out by that Nikodos spray. This was Nikodos closing out the round after just a second delay, as Apex's attempt at the 1v3 got close. Xtaz, he's called that timeout, trying to ensure that those last 3 remaining rounds for Vitality can be coming thick and fast.
Well, that was an interesting approach, right? 3 players run ramp and just take a heads-up duel. That's essentially how they open that round. I think something goes, oh, whoa, lobby crunch.
Yeah, Spinks, he's good for the first, but lobby is theirs, and Nikodos is already anticipating presence towards the secret side.
Yeah, Vitality will just take advantage of all the numbers being in lobby.
That's an opportunity if he goes any wider. He's missing his opportunity. Now he spots him. Doesn't close. Flames. He'll react.
I know how that feels.
Horrible.
Yeah.
This round is so tough for Heroic now. No real space. Have to worry about an awful lot of the time. There's so much of it on the clock for them to continue to work. You want to push for info, but you're all disconnected.
You have to rely on a multi-killer from one of these players. Either the CT Vant guy is searching main, or you have search this way too.
He's screwed, surely.
So exposed. Does he adjust for a second? Apex good for the trade.
So all 3.
Info. They're coming in towards Kixsan. This is a hard clear. They don't do it properly. Apex does go down. Still the bomb scooped up by Mezzi. Nikodos having to come up. The smoke, however, does facilitate it. Zyro providing the covering fire. Mezzi gets the bomb in. Can Nikodos, standing in, can he stand up in the clutch? Knows where Mezzi is. But not going to clear out Zyro. Another Vitality round off the back of the timeout. Apex very happy with that one.
Money broken for Heroic.
Yeah, this is worst case scenario if you're CT. I mean, their half buy isn't going to be so bad, or Tesla is just full bot.
Yeah, okay. Well, yeah, that's the thing as well. It always catches me off guard, right? The 3550. You're getting yourself the Silenced M4 and the Kevlar. Been able to shove all in. So we got an A4, a couple of A1Ss, MP9s. Essentially, Heroic fighting for their right to continue in this map choice. So we're going to be heading to Dust 2 quite quickly. Ramp pressure again.
Yeah, just with a Mac 10. Flames giving it a good go, and it's traded, so ramp is lost. It's tough out here for a ramp player.
3 players lower already.
Bit of an over-rotation.
Yep.
Oh dear.
I mean, they rotated through vent.
That's an important frag.
Something to work with. Just going to try and walk out hard, and this over-rotation is really going to work against Heroic.
Yeah, I mean, unless Nerds can do it all. He has just pipped the gap. The jump from Mezzi gets the info. An important spot onto Nerd. Kixsan especially, yeah, onto Mezzi. They definitely have got the opportunity here. And Kixsan, he closes it down. Triple kill. Heroic putting up a fight.
Nikodos just sacrificed himself through that Molotov, right, so they could swing together. Lucky Kixsan made good on that.
If anything, the over-rotation actually did them a favor, because Apex heard everyone rotate and Nerds had full info that no one was outside connecting with them. So they just funneled them into lobby and they forced them to go A.
I wonder, really trying to put this early pressure on ramp. We've seen Vitality attempt to do that twice now with rifle rounds. You don't really see that an awful lot. 3 players run towards ramp and just try and take that heads-up duel.
I mean, it's not so bad with AKs especially. If you have good spawns and you're confident, I mean, confidence goes a long way in this game. So.
Would you prefer in that situation that the opponent is mollying it or smoking it? Smoking it obviously can run through without having to extinguish, but the molly, you might catch them trying to play a deeper line or...
Yeah, I think smoking it is probably... I mean, you're talking about CT, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, it comes down to what utility you have, and Tess has prioritized A4, and I think he had A4 smoke, so...
Just the smoke.
Yeah.
But he smoked it in the previous round they did as well. They smoked it at HE when they tried it a few rounds earlier, where it was Mezzi who ran out. He was the initial fight. But I think that's the round where Nerds had gone towards lower, so maybe there was no molly in the mix there either. Either way, space taken, Zywo across, jump spot. Has he not spotted anything just yet? What? Has Kixsan not seen anything?
Oh boy.
Well, this is where those miscommunications can add up into something very uncomfortable.
Zywo hears us now.
Zywo's had 2 opportunities. 2 opportunities with the hero rifle, yet to post a frag. Apex deals with the lobby crunch at the loss of Spinks. Oh, no way! He burst Nerds to the face! It's a 2v2, folks.
Yeah,
they've got the bomb on
side.
Apex. Top side's taken. He's only got a Glock. He's got 2 kills. Zywo with the rifle empty-handed. Maybe he can close at least. How has he done that? He swapped a burst?
Yeah. Heard the click.
God. Tessa's spotted out. Zywo struggling to find the lethality. Oh, it has to be Apex. He can't do it. Nikodos has saved them. Despite his best efforts.
What a crazy round. Apex is doing it with everything.
He has bomb alone.
Yeah. He's doing absolutely everything this game, Apex. Deagles, AKs, clutch attempts, Glocks.
Here we go. So the first lovely click. What a nutter.
Yeah, you don't see a lot of burst.
It has its place. It has
Apparently
its place.
so. And Nikodos this time up the vent finds a success. Tough one, but still, there wasn't a lot of investment into that round from Vitality.
Yeah, I mean, you get one of those 3 opportunities from the Woo. It's a different round. Still, 2 rounds is all that separates Vitality from starting off this quarterfinal with their opponent's map pick. Fighting Yard, heavy CT presence here, and of course he has Apex continuing to chase that 2 KD. Around the smoke, Kixsan exposed and beheaded. Apex on the warpath, 21 and counting.
He's dialed in.
locked in. Unbelievable form we're seeing here from the Frenchman.
Oh, this timing.
Okay. Oh, okay. He's not done, is he? He's calling the site. Baron, clear. It's all theirs. They take it for free. No resistance from Heroic. A 12th round handed to Vitality on a silver platter by their leader.
Do you save?
Yeah, you definitely have to save. Oh, I think Nikodas and Shush can still drop next round, so. But what a read. I thought Heroic actually was going to have the advantage because I thought Vitality was going to use outside due to lack of... They know that the economy for Heroic is not good, so no op.
Right.
That's why they had the 3 rifles outside aggressive to counter that.
Bit of an old school yard control.
Yeah, but Apex just... I mean, the spam is a bit of a gift, but to expect another player and then even expect a third one, he was holding T-Red the whole time.
Well,
so.
you just look at the scoreboard, right? Nert's only at 7 kills. He's in a very important position, and Apex is doing a better job of countering him time and time again, or at least finding those fights. They might lose everything here. The chase towards CT. Time on the bomb about to go off, but the fights are coming regardless. Shush. Can he hold on to this?
I don't think so. Oh, it's all gone bar one. Nikodas, the only one lucky enough to bring a rifle through to the next. They are in trouble. They are on the ropes. Off kilter, no balance, no money. A saved rifle, sure. Shush can just about cobble together an M4. But this is Apex. Sure, smoke spam one thing, but anticipating Kixsan and a clean headshot around the edge of the smoke. Beautiful placement of the crosshair. And this opportunity, gosh, the timing in Counter-Strike is cruel. And just like that, the top side was lost, the round, and perhaps the map. Heroic, they need 4 on the trot. This is their final timeout used.
Vitality hasn't really needed Zaiwu this game, huh?
No, it's a gift. When you got a performance like this from Apex, even Mezzi and Flames, with their contributions in the first half. And the pistol we saw, of course, Mezzi with that lovely double out yard.
Oh, they set themselves up nicely, right? The pistol conversions, the aggressive plays early on the CT side. Lobby crunch, outside fights from Zaiwu, they were the impact rounds. Well, it's a pretty trash buy for Heroic, but it's the best that they can muster. Let's see if they can keep this game going.
Zaiwu's turn to try and find some early damage on the Warpath yard. Nikodas can have a glance towards Apex's position on the silo. Nikodas is flirting with some aggression, maybe a flash. No, does it dry? Down to Flames. No, it's long range, does connect on the MP9.
But that's one of the 2 rifles in the dirt. To get those back is going to be really tough. Nerds with the block smoke is going to buy them some time, but the lobby re-aggress. Spink should know this is coming.
He's anticipating it, surely. Considers his options. Flash into main. Testing Spinks. He gets himself the first and important integral trade from Shush. Can they survive the night? 3v3, this fight is everything for Nerds. He needs one, delivers it, bomb spotted. Zaiwu alive, Apex and Zaiwu again to close out and secure Heroic's map pick. Oh, not ready at all! Back of his head, Shush goes down. And Tessus, he's noted. This gets even harder now for the Dane. He's found the path of least resistance to at least get through the smoke. Yeah, that's the question, isn't it? He's looking towards the heavens. Apex, okay, he knows where they both are through the utility. Looking to come up clutch is Tessus. Isolating these duels, 1 by 1, does adjust into Apex. The clutch is on, a time-sensitive mission swings through! One more bullet! He can't do it, and Zaiwu closes! Heroic picking Nuke, and they fall to Team Vitality. Apex, he's in form today.
It's V for victory on Nuke, and Apex looking like an absolute demon. Heroic getting burned by their own choice of Nuke. And once again, Matthew, it was kind of exactly how you prefaced. You were worried about that T-side start for Heroic, and it was slow on the cost though.
Yeah, 100%. Vitality, compared to that Katowice loss versus Heroic, finally benefited. Great start. Both halves, pistol round, conversion, some rhythm, some pace to it. And let's just address the elephant in the room. Like, did Apex and ZywOo just switch bodies? Is there like an FBI new technology? Is Nicolas Cage up there? They switch face.
So you got some Freaky Friday going on.
What the hell was this? When have we ever seen Apex carry ZywOo and Spinks? Both of these carries. So hop in the backpack. Got him on the shoulders, did a dolly jog.
Yeah, it was the supporting cast who had the leading role in this one, and I think has to be said, just Heroic, if they were ever going to have a chance in this series, you can't be losing both pistols and starting 0-5 down, right? Like, especially on your map pick. So I think it's always going to be a problem when you go up against a team like Vitality, because that leaves you almost no room for a mistake.
Yeah.
Once you actually start winning some rounds, you have no buffer.
Yeah, and to be fair, we can joke about Apex, but let's take a second to say this was a phenomenal performance from Apex. This was incredible. Yes. And it ties us back to the conversation about IGLs on stages, having moments where they call their own numbers. And they know they get stuck in, they get dialed in, and they try, they take a risk. Well, you see the way he was playing outside, whatever he was feeling like was working. Peek left side of the smoke, kill. Peek right side of the smoke, kill. Cross the smoke, become invisible, check. He was doing all about it. It was very all over the place, but the multi-kills galore. What a performance from Apex.
That's actually wild. He isn't the man that we expect to be stepping up in these situations, but thank God he did, because you kind of aptly said it. You know, ZywOo was pretty sleepy in this map, and so was Spinks for the most part.
I mean, if you ask me, I think ZywOo didn't do anything the whole game. I think he had one good round in whatever the final number was. So they somehow used that Joker card, like free get out of jail card. He didn't start the game. Apex bailed them out, which is great. But I also think, and we're going to talk about it, I think the game plan for Vitality was pretty interesting. They just missed the mark on where they needed to slow down. But the idea, the philosophy was great.
Yeah, they got out all guns blazing, really just being aggressive with fast reactions on the CT side, not really letting the rounds develop at all, trying to disrupt Heroic from the get-go, and that's something that Heroic really wasn't ready for early on.
Let's go into some round specifics, because Vitality, they start off great, 5-0 up. Heroic then win one round. How do Vitality then answer back in round 7 match?
Immediate reaction with aggression. That's what we're talking about here in round 7. We'll see the lobby crunch coming in quite fast. Apex going to put a couple utility from door, and you have Spinks, Flames. It's 4 CTs on 20 square meter, just out there getting ready to fight, finding the first kill, and then they aptly just pull back. But that's just enough to put Heroic on notice. It's enough to put Heroic to slow them down. For some reason, Apex wins that duel versus Tesis, but now the difference has been already made. And the moment in which this happened is so important. It's 5-1. You just lost the round, and you make sure that Kixsan doesn't get to play the round he wants to. The Flames he finds, but that's what I really like here. Again, a second layer of idea, a double flank with Mezzi and Spinks behind him. Very important. Mezzi should not survive in that position. He should fight again and again and again, because he's got Spinks behind him, who's a safe idea. And this was a Vitality that was dialed in. I really liked what I've seen in this round. This told us a lot about their philosophy going into the game.
It's that keyword proactivity, right? Which is what Vitality needed to be pulling, you know, particularly on that CT side as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And just the sheer aggression, you know, okay, reset round, you're thinking about something, we're just going to get in your face, we're going to decide, the round is going to be decided very early on, right? And Twist also did a great job throughout the cast, but also point out, you know, Tesis has to try and take some space faster there, you know, to try to make a play, because that's where the gap can only be potentially, and then it ends up just losing a duel to Apex.
And this is where things get kind of interesting in this first half, because Heroic then win the following round. Then Vitality answer back with exactly what, Yanko?
Yeah, I think this is where it got weird, and this is why, like, Heroic cannot let these rounds go, right? Because of how bad of a start that they've had. So you can see it was 5-1, 5-2, 6-1, 6-2. Now they're going for a vent dive. Great. They're all down. They find the gap, right? Flames is down. They're going to get into the bomb site. They even find a kill on ZywOo. Nerds does, I think, towards the outside area. They know about Flames. Now Nerds gets up to the ramp all the way. Here's when some confusion starts happening, right? Because Apex slides through the smoke. They miss each other. Tesis is like, how the hell am I being shot? But where is the communication? Like, what happens exactly? You can see on the camera, Nerds turn for a second and turn back. like, where could he have killed him from? I mean, even if it were Decon in some scenario, if you thought that was the case, I mean, Nerds could still potentially be exposed to that. And here's where you're like thinking Heroic is just completely dysfunctional in that first half.
True. I agree with you, and I also think this is why that game should not have been as close as it ended up being. Because in this very moment, I think Vitality had checkmated Heroic. Like, this was it. It was the end. And that's what I was referring to at the beginning of this segment. Vitality missed the moment where they needed to slow down. Like, they had done what they needed. They had put Heroic in a very stressful situation. The round after that, they just overly push. They overly aggress. They have like a 4v3, something of the like, and they keep on going for fight, and they give Heroic the way back into the half, and then you see Vitality playing with little weaponry, MP9s and whatnot the last 2 rounds. Made life very complicated, but lucky for them, that pistol round plus conversion on the T side, that just took the doubts away.
Yeah, paid off in dividends. Just wrapping up the Heroic side of things, obviously you mentioned Nertz was one of kind of his many fumbles, I guess, in this round. He really wasn't having a great time on Nuke.
Yeah, he was struggling, and that's also, unfortunately, one of the win conditions for Heroic is you're counting on him to have a good game, to have a good performance. We were talking about how he does very well on the stage. Usually seems a player like a player who thrives in that atmosphere, really embraces it, but was really quiet here. It was for the better part. Nikodos on the T side had a lot of impact in gun rounds, fighting kills with the AK. Shush had a great map as well, but just not enough across the board from the Heroic players.
Y'all happy with how we've wrapped up Nuke? Can we get into the meat of this series, please?
Let's do it.
Dust 2. Oh my god, I did not expect us to be getting here, and there's a couple of different ways I want to attack this from. Firstly, from Heroic, we've seen them play it 3 times, but key to note, it was with Dexter. They haven't played it at this very event. Do you expect that to, I don't know, shake up, differentiate any kind of way they're approaching it, or do you think it is just going to be Nikodos hopefully doing exactly what Dexter did back then?
Yeah, I think it's going to be more of that, right? You can't really afford to change things too much as if you're Heroic right now, and I'm a little bit more interested what does Vitality have in store, right? Because this is their pick, so they have something cooked up for this game.
Yeah, I think Vitality, as I said, they picked up where they left off with Dust 2, which is like they have a couple of key concepts they're using. Apex is getting a lot more rotation and movement within this game. He's going to be that person on the A side that's running around. You put Zaiwu on the AWP, and we're going to talk about it just not because of this game, but for the general idea of the playoffs. So I sleep. First map, fair enough. But brother, we're going to Dust 2. We're going to need you to stop with that MP9 BS. We're going to need you to get on the AWP and find the kills that Vitality is helping you get. The game versus 9Z, he had moments where they have tricks. Vitality have tricks to find the kills. They can play with the smoke, they can boost each other. You'll see Zaiwu being forward on Catwalk. There are possibilities. We need that to actually come through, to manifest. We can't just rely on Apex having a madness game once again. Like, we've used that bonus.
No, we like, some maybe vintage Apex coming out from, those 2015, 2016 days. But it is an all-pus paradise, right? That's basically all the players we've checked in with that have said, yay, I love Dust 2 being back. They've been all-pus, right?
Absolutely, and the mobility as well, being able to move around the map even throughout the course of one round, right? To constantly keep the T's guessing. I think also for Vitality, I mean, they've lost to 9Z. Okay, they beat G2 in a game where G2 lost 4 anti-ecos to Vitality. I mean, for Christ's sake, Vitality won a full Glock round in that game, right? So that was G2 really messing things up on that map, and in gun rounds, actually, I feel like G2 had the upper hand. So for Vitality, it's not like they looked amazing on Dust 2, and now we're picking it because we're feeling it. I guess it's a little bit of throwing the curveball, and also maybe just so hoping that Heroic didn't really play it at all with Nikodos.
I mean, maybe they're just calling the number of Nikodos. They're calling the bluff. Say, hey, you guys, you don't have Dexter right now. Nikodos might be sharp with the rifle. Yes, he is good with the rifle, but this is a map where he's going to need to be AWP-centric. We know his limitations. That might have been the idea for Apex to pick Duster.
Dr. Matthew, what is the prognosis for this series? How is this ending? Is it ending here?
Yeah, I think it is. I think Apex dug Vitality out of a potentially traumatic situation once again. I think his performance, just make sure they put Nuke to bed. They're going to move on to Dust 2, relaxed, hopefully lighthearted, because this also has a huge impact. When Apex is fragging, he's in a better mood. When he's in a better mood, he's not losing his shit. So that is something to account with as well.
Well, we are knocking on the doorstep of Dust 2, the second map in this series and the pick of Vitality. Let's see if they can take it home and cement a spot in the semi-finals after this.
Think you've seen it all? With FaceIt Watch's Point of View Selector, you can experience the game from any pro's perspective. Use the multi-view feature and customize the stream with up to 4 angles. Control what points you see while earning rewards. Drops are activated and lucky winners will receive FaceIt points. And if you ever miss a match, VODs are now available. Get instant access to demos with multiple POVs and commentary. Watch it, control it, face it.
Let's go third side, except Char, go top of main. I will do the smoke for yourself, you go top of main. Rest, I will molly secret, and we pick outside.
Okay. Let's go on the garage. I'm secret.
Oh, no one, left side only.
Going top of heaven, boys.
Nothing garage. Maybe one player.
Have mine, boys.
Yeah.
I have under heaven.
I have secrets.
Flashing now.
Nice, boys! Good job! The refrag on too slow!
I was just able to get a few words from Saw there, and he said even though they started off very slow and it wasn't what they wanted, the communication was still on point. Exactly how they were playing in the group stage was still coming through at the same time, which is certainly a positive. Obviously, he said he was not ready so much for the aggression, and especially like Apex, the way he was playing, and that did kind of catch him off guard, and he said the team needs to be more aware going into Dust 2, but being more aware on Dust 2, Nikodos has never played this map. The last times they played it, they were playing with Dexter coming in there. Their practice is going to be very limited on it. He says he kind of knows a few basic things, but it is a bit more of a puggy map. They have to wait and see how it goes. And that's what we're going to have to wait and see. See you soon. Chilling right now, right?
I'm chilling. I'm on a vacation.
You're on a vacation? A vacation that saw a lot of success, right? A lot of fun. You, though, you're playing pretty damn good as well. Are you impressed that you play maybe better than what you expect? Because you told me, right, you knew you were coming here, but you weren't just playing CS.
Honestly, I didn't have any expectations coming into this event. I just wanted to give my best and enjoy my time here. Might be my last LAN for a little bit. You never know, right? So just enjoy everything and just do whatever I can.
And how is it with your, what did you told me last time, your ex-girlfriend's family?
Something like that. You can call them dad, you can call them snakes, you can call them whatever you want. But they're still my friends at the end of the day, and I enjoy being with them most of the time.
Some more team kills?
Maybe, we'll see.
If they act badly, there's something you don't like, just turn around.
Yeah, I think the way Shoes was looking at me yesterday, I didn't like it, so he got shot in the back with the silencer.
Who else on the team, gives you a hard time? Is maybe Kixsan saying like, Nikodos, I want this from you, and you're just like, fuck you, man.
Maybe it would even be Nerds over there. Like, yeah, he would be a nice guy to team kill.
Okay.
Yeah.
When he feels like he's feeding himself too much, and you're like, no, this is my time to try and just shut him down.
Yeah, we need to make him chill sometimes. He's a bit too excited, so just a little shot in the back.
A little love tap, a little time to sit in his place a little bit on that. But a team you're facing, first of all, Vitality, how are you feel going into this matchup? Because we were talking about no pressure, that's one thing for sure, but they've got a lot of pressure on them with how they're performing.
Yeah, I mean, they look pretty shaky against 9C, and they've been looking a little bit shaky, like especially when Saiwu is not completely popping off, know. But, I mean, it doesn't matter who you play. When you're in playoffs, you're going to play against all the best teams in the world, So Vitality, FaZe, Spirit, it doesn't matter who you play against, You just have to do your best.
Are you going to be going for some plays, though? You're going to be taking some more risks?
I think I will. Depends on the mood and vibe in the team, but if we have momentum, obviously, we'll try to send a little bit.
It comes down to then like what you go, okay, today I'm feeling spicy, I want to go for it. Maybe today I sit back and let someone else do it. That's what it comes down to?
Maybe. I think I will always be a little towards the extra side, always trying to go for a play or two. I'm not the guy to sit back and chill.
More AK?
Probably.
Probably. I want to see more AK. Let's see how it goes down. Good luck, man. Thank you very much.
We're counting down, ready for our second map of this quarterfinal. Vitality, they've taken Heroic's map pick, and Dan Madisclair, Apex. He's been around the block over a decade of Counter-Strike. And he's only gone and had one of the best performances on a map that we've seen against the top 10 team in years. A 1.6 rating on Nuke, 22 frags, opening, closing. It was brilliant from Apex. I'm Machine, I'm joined by Sponge, and I'm joined with a very special guest of Russell Twists Van Dolken as we prepare ourselves for a battle on Dust 2, the newest addition to the map pool. What are your expectations, Russell? Is this an open and shut case? We got a 2-0 on our hands here?
I'm not really sure. I mean, it depends on what Heroic has been cooking.
Yeah?
I mean, they picked the map, or not Heroic, Vitality.
Yeah.
Vitality picked the map. And it's very odd that they picked us too, but notoriously, in CSGO, Apex has been a very good Dust 2 caller, so I think this could be a pretty... I don't even know if it'll be close. I'm hoping for a close game, but I think Vitality will shut the door here.
Okay, 2-0. Well, Mirage is the third if we need to get there. Let's find out. Pies are coming in. Vitality, been given the good graces to start on the T side. What would you be picking if you had the choice, CT or T?
T.
T?
Yeah.
All right, so Vitality have been gifted the preferential side. Aggressive short with the USP Nerds needs to hit. Oh, a crispy one to start. Now hanging around. They're harassing mid and short, Heroic. Don't want to give up the territory for free. This tells Vitality that long might be clear, or at least a little bit underguarded. Knowing a player was spotting through mid as well as Cat, you're probably expecting a boost that early.
And that's not gone well for Nikados. Apex starts as he continues to do damage, nearly taking Kixsan down on his own. It's ZywOo that snatches that away. ZywOo repositions, he spots out the short aggress. They suspect it's only Shush here. He has got a lot to do now on the window position. They're charging into his location, tries to be poised, and nails the first onto Spinks. A second compulsory frag from Shush. Keeps it interesting. ZywOo, however, on the flank, and he does spot one. He spots them both. Nerds down, pushing the smoke. Tessus unable to provide the second, adjusting to Mezzi. And Vitality, they'll take another. Is that 3 pistols now?
Yes, indeed. Keeping up these strong starts, in line with what you were mentioning Apex was talking about. So couldn't be going better for Vitality as far as that's concerned. Now, we saw Heroic on Nuke go for the second round force buy. That looks to be the same again. I think, look, I'm not pinning this on Nerds. I'm not saying these are easy shots, but when you're boosted and going aggressive short, and I know it's tough, right? But you're kind of hoping he finds a one-tap and a duel like that with players coming out of suicide.
I mean, it's a bit unlucky that he ate the flash.
Yeah.
I think the flash was supposed to set him up, so... but he should have kept fighting. I mean, his teammate was there. I think regardless of flash or not, he should have taken those duels.
Well, they double-naded long. Only one of them made it through the door, so Flamesy could have taken an awful lot more damage than he did. Apex signature in-game leader scout.
Yeah, you see that a lot.
Yeah, right?
What do you say in terms of, the hierarchy of where the CT second round force buy is effective? Would you say Dust 2's up there with the power of the scout, the 5-7?
Yeah, Dust 2 is definitely there. I mean, there's close angles. You can see these players on short kind of gathering around, waiting to get flash, probably after the smoke. And obviously, if the Ts know there's a scout in play, you have to take everything a bit more diligently, and you have to be careful. And especially if you don't see how many cross, you don't know if they're playing 4A or not.
Well, they're going long regardless of the potential for a scout. In fact, actually, Apex is bringing his. I imagine they're going to let Apex kind of suss it out.
Get him in the pit for sure. But then there's just the smoke and the cross. There's no HEs to blow it open. So this will be the initial exchange top site.
There's some information.
Well, Nikados is spotted and noted, but now that you have Apex in pit, they can just walk up long wall and Apex can cover off the top site, and they don't actually have a flash to push through. They've used their defensive smoke.
It's good timing for it.
Yeah, 30 seconds left.
They're going to have to fight around that CT smoke. They've got all the bodies they need here for Heroic.
2 HEs on the Vitality to break this side smoke if they want.
Oh, that's a good point.
Yep,
ZywOo getting chipped away. They do try and clear out the smoke. They've missed their HE. An angle found. A headshot posted. Mezzi, an important one. They need to be getting that bomb down. That's priority number 1. Flames tasked with doing so. Shush trying to take long-range duels. The bomb does go down. Still threatening. Tessus has found Mezzi. Nikados' scout connecting as well. Spinks the late piece from short. They're back to turn. Flames!
3 on 2.
He was trying to delay. A disadvantage now. Heroic, they're very low. Spinks' flank is good for 1. Uncomfortable for Spinks. That bomb is ticking in his favor, though, and look at their health. This long-range MAC-10 could work. The flash, he set himself up for it, needs to get across. Spotted out on the ramp. They need to provide some covering fire. They're defusing! They're defusing! And Heroic take it!
Wow. That is a crazy round to pull off.
I mean, I feel like it's so 50-50 when it's a 5v4 at the A site, basically. And yeah, just shocking that Vitality don't find a better situation out of these trades.
So I'm surprised at how much they got out of this, right? And you had the scout down in pit where Apex has come out of pit to take a closer range duel. And that is a tough round for Vitality to lose. Well, at least Heroic are starting with some fight. Remember how the last two halves started? It was nothing, not even any kills. So they win the force. They force the rifles back in the hands, and ZywOo just charges straight up cat. Nerds is gone.
Yeah, just no respect. No respite. No, it's 0-3.
No, slow start again for him.
Yeah. And surely this is luxury now for Vitality, knowing you've got full short control at 1 minute 26. I imagine that gives you some freedom for your calls.
I mean, it's not a good feeling for CTs anyway. I mean, you win the round, and you know the rebuy is going to come in, and they got bomb plants. So, and if you know that Apex just doesn't care if he has a scout or not, you know ZywOo's going to be on AK, and that's always a dangerous prospect.
Yeah, just literally running middle, taking the fight, winning it.
Here
and
I
then
come.
Nikodos is trying to get up so they can play at least 2-2 across mid doors, but they're covering it off.
Yeah, I mean, Nerds he did not expect that at all, and that's unfortunate. I feel like he's having a pretty unlucky series so far.
Oh.
Okay. Well,
just swinging.
Short-lived celebrations for Heroic.
Well, this is worse.
Yeah.
Their force bind into the next will only be with 1400.
Yeah. Worst case scenario.
Yeah. CT side feeling a little bit miserable. Shush is going to have to attempt to hold on to this AK. I can't believe all 5 staying alive. That's insane. Sphinx might even remove this.
Yeah, Apex is in the market for an upgrade.
All right, well, now he gives up his position. More than 20 seconds remaining on the bomb. They are spreading out to hunt this. You've got ZywOo coming through upper tunnels.
Oh, he's dead. Chad, I'm called in now.
Okay.
Look at the minimap. Look at the minimap. He's in so much trouble. They're coming from every angle. Shush is going to have to fight his way out of here. Yeah, not to be. An upgrade found. Thank you very much. They come into that third round. ZywOo delivers them an opening, and it just topples out of control for Heroic. Now they're sent straight back to, well, peasantry.
Oof. Interesting that Vitality are the ones to take the tactical timeout off the back of that. Maybe just discussing the finances or how they're going to deal with that type of round again, because Xtaz not wanting them to trip up to a similar scenario that happened in the previous. I think some of the dramas are Nerds had the most amount of money and he didn't drop a scout for that at Nikodos. And here's another factor which I suppose it could be a bigger discussion. With Dust 2 back in the pool, I would imagine before not everybody would have had the scout equipped. Right, but now with Dust 2, it feels like you might have to have a few more players equipping that, right? You now need to choose and balance your weapons a little bit more. Did you always have the scout on?
Yeah, I always have the scout.
Okay,
yeah.
You like it that much?
Yeah,
so what are you going without? The FAMAS?
I mean, it's...
Or the AUG?
It's
no
FAMAS,
AUG.
both M4s, scout, AUG.
Okay, so he's AUGless.
He's AUGless.
I guess when your aim's as good as Swiss, you don't need the AUG. It's just for boomers like me. And
yeah.
See, Nerds opted for the MP9
and
because
he's
he wants
gone
to be
Aggie.
lower. Yeah.
Wow, I think Sphinx is aware after that util arrives that he's under scrutiny. He actually falls all the way back, trying to get a long-range engagement.
Now, it's a bit weird that Vitality don't speed up given the info that Sphinx has.
No, the bomb is on Apex, who's still patrolling towards middle, so he can't get isolated. At this moment, now if anybody pushes up mid and takes this duel, which Nikodos will not, there could be a little bit of strife. But I think they'll try earlier timing. As you can see, the cross smoke landing for the minute mark this time round. No block smoke available for the CTs, no flashes again. Just going to need to take some duels and kicks, and that's a big one.
That's a huge
Cheeky.
frag to post.
Good lurk, though.
The fact he's calling B site completely clear. Does that pivot Apex? Yeah, the bomb is on the move. Oh, and he gets a lovely frag onto Shush. Despite Kixsan's deagle, it's been Sphinx that's found Vitality, the round-winning maneuver.
You can see Apex still a little bit skittish, right? Because there has been a gap. They could still have been in lower tunnels and pushed through. So he is being quite diligent, Apex. This is the type of guy normally running in with his knife out, not worried about anything, but seems quite dialed in today. I think Nuke is telling her that. So just being safe, not sorry. Sphinx is here. They clear it together. And as we can see, this round should be done and dusted. The bomb to go down in a moment's time. And we'll be calling it 3-1.
Yeah, it's not so bad from Heroic. I mean, they're just going to save long, and Nerds was able to pick up an AK, so MP9 and AK to go into the next round. Depending where Nerds positions, could be very dangerous for Vitality.
How do you feel about the long spawns potentially dictating a lot of what possible fights are available for the Ts?
That's just us.
That's just
It's
Counter-Strike?
the same. Yeah, I mean, some games you're just going to be unlucky and your whole team is spawning on the left side towards B, and some games you're going to be on the right side, and it kind of dictates what type of game this can be played.
Yeah, I'm still trying to learn how to do the late long thing that all the pro teams are doing so well.
Just need to make sure that you apply enough pressure to other parts of the map so that they just leave that one anchor. And then still to deal with that anchor, it's difficult, right? Because depending on the position or what type of flash that you're opting for, he can still just lock you down in the doors.
Yeah, I think it's that lovely flash that pops right in front of the double doors exit, so the guy that's closed doors and blue, but boosted on blue are all flashed off as well as your default.
Well, there was an example that Apex had thrown just before from green box. Yeah, right? He was across there and they went back through and he flashed over from that point. So I was dealing with a little bit more. I didn't see exactly where it popped, but that was their way with dealing with the late long take.
Okay.
All right, smoke to guys the cross. Apex can't call exactly how many have stacked over towards B. AK is going to go aggressive short, just like the pistol, but that's a banger from Apex. Even the tag, Nerds, see you later.
Oh, he's having a fantastic day. Is Apex. Nuke was not just a one-time thing.
We did some digging into this during the group stage, Alex, about Vitality, well, I guess more ZywOo versus Donk. Now, right now in Counter-Strike, there's 3 names at the tippy top. Monacy, Donk, ZywOo, right? Those names are absolute monsters. And we haven't had Donk versus ZywOo.
Yeah, it hasn't ever happened.
Yeah, I think the last time Vitality played against Spirit was EPO Season 16.
Yeah, it's been a very long time.
But that was like the Patsy Siren kind of
maybe even Wonderful there at the time as well. So we might be on course for a Donk versus ZywOo semi-final.
That could be very exciting.
I mean, to be honest, with positions, it's probably Apex versus Donk.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, fair enough.
Nice.
Fair enough.
Nice. Yeah, he's going to have to keep this form up. Because Donk's more than happy to just give you those fights.
Well, Apex, once upon a time, the entry fragging Apex, I guess he's still doing that as an in-game leader. He loved holding W as well.
True. Yeah, I mean,
still does.
Apex walked so Donk could wide swing.
Oh, Apex is loving it. 3-round difference right now for Vitality. Getting off to another flyer of a start. Tactical timeout called. Saw an opportunity to get on the mic.
What a lovely feeling that is for Apex. 1 minute 45, your first pre-aim, and bang.
I mean, it's a very good read. I mean, he knows that AK is in play, that a fast cat might be possible, and he just wants to instantly hold it.
Oh, it's very satisfying when your read is rewarded.
Who's got the long spawn right now for Heroic? Let's take a little bit of a look. Nikodos. All right, well, it doesn't have an AWP. Also doesn't have a molly. So maybe someone could drop that across to him if they wanted to go for an all-in long control.
I mean, with no skyboxes, there's a variation of different takes that are
Go for the
happening.
door smoke, right?
Yeah,
and the bin molly.
Yeah, I mean, Nikodos been dropped the molly, so I think with first spawn, he's just going to cross and molly on the run.
Is there a philosophy between the long corner smoke or now with the new smokes where you can fully block off long? Is there a...
There is a smoke that can kind of be a wall on one side.
Is that beneficial or no?
Not really. I mean, people are always going to be able to edge around the smokes.
True.
But a B expo is looking very likely right
This
now.
is a bit of an all-in, isn't it? No presence mid, no one towards long, 5 players.
Very curious about that smoke. Kind of wish they actually just went for it.
So I would throw some supportive util to ensure no aggressions.
It's very quiet towards long. You'd be calling that if you were Tesses, right? There was nothing thrown there early within the round. It was just the mid-door smoke. So I'd feel like they're going through a standard default. They've just applied a little bit of pressure towards short. That's where your rotating player of Kixsan has to make a bit of a decision. He's actually smoked off towards mid-doors. That means he can cross to help B, because here it comes.
This must be a fast door smoke.
Flash and go. Josh is there, but just deleted, flatlined by Flames. Nerds perhaps he's going to be overlooked. Now he's underhanded the smoke to play around. Getting spammed at. That low HP on Flames, he's taking more risks. Spamming the smokes, and down goes Kixsan. Oh, it's flawless. Amezi double secures the round. And now Vitality making a 5th T round a reality. With 5 alive, no less.
Well, I feel like they had a decent read. They had 2 players in the B bomb side.
Yeah, and the rotator was even kind of leaning.
Yeah. I think Nerds has to do better there.
Yeah, it is pretty... when the second he drops his smoke, I mean, I can understand waiting a couple seconds. He's probably calling flash, just doesn't realize that his teammates are not having flashes. So, and the second that happens, you need to take your duel as fast as possible. I will say it's not as easy to hear, though, when T's are executing and you're inside of a smoke, and the flashes, even though you're not getting blind, is still deafening you.
Yeah.
It can be hard to tell where the players are exactly in the site.
Yeah, I think that's an undervalued feature, as well as the HEs deafening you for so long that we've seen a couple of instances throughout Dallas where teams are using HEs to close gaps. Like they'll know where you are, they'll throw the HE, and that's as
they get space
they'll
on
start
you.
getting space on you.
Yeah, yeah.
What a Bravo case.
Oh, damn!
Purple, you'll take it.
Yeah, I mean, Shush was screwed. That's
Good
Kixsan's
entry
death.
from
And
Flamesy.
next victim.
You get bottlenecked in upper tunnels like that, and then Nerds gets involved in the fight, you're in a lot of strife.
From B to long, welcome to Dust 2. And goodbye. That's short-lived.
Well, Nikodos will at least get the AWP out into the next round, if we're looking for any positives for Heroic at this point.
Yeah. I mean, I think they have to get active, probably in the middle of the map.
We're scraping the bottom of the barrel here, Russ. You know, it's getting away from him already. 6-1.
6-1. I mean, you know, I've been asking, I've been trying to understand, is it T, is it CT sided?
Let's ask him.
Yeah.
He said he'd prefer to start T side, but what would you say is par for the course on this map? What should a halftime scoreline be?
I would say 7-5 for T's.
7-5 for T's?
Minimum.
Well, let's go through the maps. What about Anubis?
Anubis? I would say 8-4 for T's. But CTs are getting pretty good on this map. I feel like CTs are finally figuring it out across like all the teams in the top 10. But I think 8-4 is usually pretty normal for T's.
Ancient?
Okay. I would say 7-5, 6-6 T.
Okay. All right.
I would say we're in a very T-sided meta at the moment.
Fair enough. We can't really ask about Vertigo at the moment because we don't really know.
No.
Now we have to wait and see.
Do you suspect it's made it harder for the CTs or easier for the CTs? The
Vertigo
changes, yeah.
T.
Yeah, okay.
Oh, yeah. Heavily favored T, I would say.
Just keep the T sides rolling.
Thank you, brother.
Sup, brother. All right, the orb's out. Nikodos, this is the moment, Alex. This is where it changes for Heroic.
It has to. It has to. It's now or never. This quarterfinal is going to fly by for Heroic. It's going to feel like they haven't even got situated. And it does look like there's going to be a clash on long. Nikodos throwing out the supportive flashes. Kixsan and Tessa's dispatched to try and control it.
Curious that they still molly blue despite no corner smoke coming out.
Is he lining up in late Xbox?
Well, late. They definitely want to go late long. And they want Tessas to be isolated. So this will apply that short pressure we were talking about. You can see on the radar that draws Nikodos back towards Car. Now Tessas isolated.
That is a miscommunication.
Yeah.
Oh, this is a very strong combo. Probably the best long combo in the game.
And yeah, look what it does to Tessas. His options are so limited. Supportive flash above his head.
Oh,
turns it, and down goes the long player. Tessas empty-handed. A nice opening kill, and they've got 60 seconds to piece together the finish. Spinks testing mid, actually catches out Nerds. There's he, very composed there, finishes off the spray onto Kixsan, and that Nikodos gets nothing done. Apex will find him. It's so comfortable for Vitality right now.
He got to fire one bullet. He invested all that money, one bullet, round over.
No fun.
But you said they need to get activated around the middle of the map. The reason that they're reacting so heavily to even just an Xbox smoke, they have no idea what is going on. No. Nothing at all.
I feel like they're just so they're not aware of where the players can be at the moment because there was not many sound cues in the middle of the map. I mean, there was no flashes that was used. The Xbox smoke and then a molly tunnel would indicate usually something slow happening in mid. And of course, like at the beginning of the round, Heroic gave them so much info to use. The double molly long. And then you after this situation kind of happens, you can kind of tell that if you're Apex, you're going to feel like they're going to reset and play around this short info that they no longer have.
Yeah, makes sense.
Oh dear. Has to be another partial investment out of Heroic. Taking their second tactical timeout. Oh, hold up a second. I said it had to be a partial investment. I guess kick.
Who?
What are we listening to?
Oh, so Heroic haven't been conning much.
Well, maybe the people at home heard something. I'm not sure.
I don't know. Here we go.
Some aggression.
This is what we've been hoping to see.
On your own, Alex. Everyone loves doing things on their own, don't they?
Complete solo adventure for Kixsan, and it does bear fruit. He is going to be concerned about lower tunnel. Tessis is trying to provide some support. Does clock the push from Flames and Mezzi. And he's dead. So of Kixsan, just like that.
Literally just an individual move, right? And then from Cat, they're trying to cover offshore. You need a multi-kill in that round for it to even become interesting. Nerds is continuing to have a tough game. Like, overall, they're having a tough game, but Nerds is 0-7.
Look at Shush, though. He's at least going to be kind of trying to stay active. He's pushed up on the long door. Saiwu considering it, but that is the bomb.
Timing?
So their timing. Zywoo, the patience on that one, not rushing it. I'm sure the call was, let's get short, where are you going? But still just catches the push from Shush.
All right, let's talk about the later game today. I was talking to Russ about, well, come on.
Yeah, no, fair,
what are we going to talk about here? They're about to get flattened, dead.
Well timed.
Yeah. So I know Russ wants FaZe to win.
Sure.
And I think he thinks they're going to win.
Sure. But I'm expecting Stewie to drop 30 frames.
Exactly. We're getting we're getting on the Stewie, the G Stu hype train.
Like, I've got thousands of analysts in this arena right now, and they agree. They all believe.
FaZe is just a different beast, though.
Yeah.
So I don't feel like... I'll say this, even though we played them, I feel like G2 hasn't been tested. So...
Sure.
Like, I mean, their mouse match was very close, and to some degree our match was close, but FaZe is just such a well-oiled team that I feel like... I mean, Nico's IGL at the moment, and I feel like playing a team like them might be difficult.
Yeah, it's going to come down to some individual heroics if they want to put a big fight. Well, Tessus has actually done well to find himself one prior to Apex converting.
Look at them, a complete pivot. So take all this pressure towards long. They've immediately started to dart the bomb back over towards B. Just be careful now, son. Doors smoked off. They know it's not long. Like, their biggest concern is going to start to be short. Now that they've cleared it, they see nothing. They do have good info, but...
They're leaving.
Well, I thought they had good info.
No, the thing is they fully gave up long, and now for some reason they're questioning their own decision if they're actually out long or not, so...
This is a free bomb site. This is round 10 of the game. Nerds has just been tagged.
Yeah. What's going on?
My goodness, it's 2 one-sided right now. This is almost starting to look illegal. Leave Heroic alone. Kixsan is on a 1 versus 3. He's done well to find Apex, but
well, they're giving him a way back in by fighting him.
Yeah, can Kixsan have the clutch to ignite something for Heroic? Flames opts for bricks. Kixsan, 15 bullets to win out this duel. Oh, and now he gets the info. It's Flames to close. Even when he has a go. Even when they put up a mild fight, a 9th round already secured for Vitality. This is just running away from Heroic. They haven't got anything to celebrate. A grand total of, whoa, no, 0 still for Nerds.
Yeah.
460 damage, not a single kill. We all know how that feels. And it doesn't feel good.
Yeah, there just hasn't been many opportunities where it's looked like Heroic has known what's been going on in the round.
Yeah, just like 1 step ahead, behind Vitality. Zywoo just going for a single spot on the mid-cross. Doesn't hit his shot.
Is it really noticeable with the AWPing difference against some of the teams on this map? Like if you're up against a Monacy or a Zywoo or somebody like that with an AWP, and then compared to an AWPer that's maybe a little bit more hit and miss, how much easier is your life?
Oh, of course. I mean, hang on, let's put some action.
Yeah.
There's his first!
He's done it. And down.
Well, that was the action.
Yeah.
Yeah. There might be more. This is player.
Yeah, look at Kixsan. Perfect placement of the crosshair onto Mezzi, retreating down lower.
The bomb site's open right now.
Ouch. Damn, Spinks looking good. Catches the kicks in a grass.
B-side's clear. I feel like they have good info on this.
Oh, it's too
just so easy.
The fight's not even like labored at all. It's like, oh, they walk out, you're dead.
I don't feel like I'm necessary here right now, you know? Like, it's going one way or one way fast. Nika DOS. Oh, no. Whoa, guys. I thought they were going for the knife. They wanted to play knifey spoony.
Oh, this is punishment now. This is brutal.
To answer your question, though, yeah, you definitely feel when you're playing a team with a powerful AWPer. Because, like, the way you get to save so much utility if the AWPer is confident in just, you know, going down mid, clearing angles, or popping out top mid, crouch peeking, clearing op angles. Yeah, a heavy op presence on this map. I mean, this is what makes Dust 2 kind of Dust 2.
Yeah,
AWPer's playground.
I've always had admiration for James' approach, where he can kind of divide the rotation.
Oh, yeah.
And he's
Jane Park mid doors.
He backs himself. He backs himself.
We got
that's
to the
one
point,
of the most annoying things.
We were having conversations back in the day when they were good at the map was you have to save a nade or like a smoke to rotate to the other side late in the rounds because you know James
and he's going to hit it. And he's going to hit it.
Yeah, he would also stand in angles where you can't blind him. So, yeah.
Calculated. Shush, this is a lot of work for him. Now he's delayed them, sure.
feel like there's some tensions or maybe nerves. I mean, this is not typically a flash that you would entry B on.
Okay. I guess they've just been so under the pump. They're scared of everything.
Yeah.
Is Mezzi actually accounting for this potential upline? He is. He'll flash them off. And still, a missed flash. Nikodos profits. Tessa's caught out by ZywOo's Orb, trying to provide some support to Nikodos. Levels it out into a 4-on-4 in this final round. Heroic just looking for some damage control. A second round to boast.
Haven't even done any like short executes at all this game.
No, I mean, they haven't had to.
We might get one of the last round here. Bomb's heading that way. ZywOo gets to join the pack.
Well timed.
Yeah, that's going to force him to push through.
Have to go.
Oh, big frag from Kixsan. He doubles up. Doing everything within his power. He's going to go down to the Tech 9. Still uncomfortable now. ZywOo gone. That becomes a second round for Heroic at the end of the half. Apex, nothing for him to do here. Getting caught from behind.
10 seconds.
Yeah, he's not going to even be able to get to the bomb site in time. Nikodos and Nerds just trying to play for their lives. There is the second. It's something for Heroic to end out the half. Vitality 3 rounds away from the semi-final here in Dallas.
Let's keep going, let's keep going. La visu.
Running long.
Could be behind you. Nice. One shot, second shot. One shot, tight.
That's like
nice! Let's go. Flashing now. Not dead. Nice. Side, default. I'm on him. Hey, don't. Smoke himself. I'm going default. Window, boys.
That window.
I'm on window. Nice. And let's keep running, guys. We play good. We play together. That's why we win. So let's keep doing the same. Careful for a crazy push.
Well, 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 what can you really say about this second map? It's been short-lived celebrations for Heroic and a 10-2 scoreline for them to stare down the barrel of. They won the second round. Vitality, unfazed, immediately put them back in their place, and it was just struggle street for the rest of what was a very quick first half.
If you're a Heroic fan, look away. If you're a Vitality fan, rejoice. Because this has looked like some of the best Counter-Strike they played all tournament long.
For sure. They've got that playoff buff, I suppose.
B-Rush?
It might just be, you know.
Never mind.
Well, certainly not the second part, but...
Are they going to set up smokes from the tunnels?
Okay. Lurk smoke.
On a pistol round.
Door smoke. Mezzy spotting them moving. Lots of utility invested into this one. What have you got, Heroic? Can you give us anything to hold on to? A little bit of hope for Heroic. Nerds finds himself the first. Flames, he's been overlooked.
Oh my god.
Very active.
Oh, wow. No one knows. No one's looking. He unloads the dual Berettas. And ladies and gentlemen, this one's surely done now. Flames having a great time.
It just shows how calm they are.
Yeah.
Even from the voice comms that we could see, very calm, and there's only one player really giving the precise info, and everyone else is just focused on their play. You could see how the whole CD side slowed down to let Flames make this move, and then they acted when he made contact.
Look at this cowboy in Dallas.
I can't believe he's just used their own lurk smoke against them like that. Like, he's there to... We saw him going to lower at the start of the round, but the fact that he's been able to respond to that in that time, it's a big smile on his face. And this has gone one way fast. Just 2 more rounds for Vitality to line themselves up with the match against Team Spirit in the semi-final.
Tasked with trying to hold on to the mid-aggress. An understandable investment. Nikodos trying to spot it out.
Just been a nothing game of Counter-Strike. Well, look, I'm going to level with all the people. The Heroic haven't even been remotely competitive in this.
No. Kind of looks like Heroic was surprised that this pick came in, to be honest.
I wonder what they would have thought Vitality would have run with. We had the bands of Ancient and Inferno.
Yeah, it is true. I mean, they can only really go there. Maybe Anubis? I'm not sure.
Yeah. Okay, well, swings for the double. Traded back by Nikodos, a 3v3. Nerds to try and find a bit of a timing out towards A, but gets absolutely destroyed. A4 to the face.
Just trucked.
Come on in, the water's warm.
Shush, gonna get a rude shock. A splash of MP9 bullets finds him.
That's because they saw 2 on the ramp, right? And just thought, all right, let's go.
Yeah, I mean, Shush had the gamble that the B player went towards mid to pick up for Sphinx being dead. It's unfortunate that Nerds doesn't give it a bit of more of a wide swing. I mean, he hears 2 players walking CT. I think you typically either want to let them pass or try to catch a timing. It just seems, I don't know. He's having a rough game. I feel for him.
It's one of those games where nothing you do looks or feels right. You can have those off-timing games for sure. Well, the crowd knows what this means. Heroic exceeded everybody's expectations here in Dallas to make it to the playoffs.
Sphinx looking to do what the crowd requests.
The finale.
Yeah, the grand finale. Charging up middle. Apex is sending Shush and Tessus to an early grave, and an exit in the quarterfinals for Heroic imminent. Down goes Nerds empty-handed. It's Nikodos versus 5. And a Vitality scoreline. This is a quick speed run of a quarterfinal. Vitality knock them out. It's a party for Apex. Vitality securing it in 2, and we get the opportunity to see the very first head-to-head between ZywOo and Donk at the 100th IEM.
That's an exciting prospect right there, setting the stage for the semi-finals rolling around tomorrow. Later today, we have the likes of FaZe taking on G2 with G-Stu in the server. But the first win is all Vitalities, and this is the type of Counter-Strike that we want to expect on a regular basis from a team like Vitality. Apex, banger performance on Nuke, really setting the tone for his team. The in-game leader with a performance like that, the way that they approached that map, they came in knowing they were the favorites, ran all over Heroic, and yeah, made short work of quarterfinal number 1.
A big thank you for joining us, Twist. I was expecting we might be chatting for a bit longer, but
yeah, same. I was hoping to be here a bit longer.
Yeah, absolutely.
Might just have to come back.
Might just have to. We'll see if we can steal you tomorrow as well. Vitality, though, they're situated. I'm sure they'll be spending their day preparing for their next game. Should be a bit more of a competitive one in that semi-final.
I would imagine so. That definitely should be a game that has some fireworks tomorrow. Very excited to see how Donk and ZywOo are going to line up against one another, but getting a speed run on a quarterfinal like this, you don't have to exhaust too much of the playbook. Everybody played well. It just really brings the confidence.
Certainly, and I'm confident we've got an interview with your winners.
Well, now, that was quite the display coming through from the Vitality side. I've got ZywOo here, a little light work to start the day.
Hello everyone. It's a good word, but yeah, I mean, this game was insane for us. I mean, obviously after the lose against Nazi, we have a good talk with the team, and we couldn't start like Nazi, and we just showed a great face today.
Now, thinking about the Veto, right? Back into the Dust 2. You guys liking a lot of the Dust 2? Is that home turf now for Vitality?
Maybe not now, but obviously we like to pick it, and yeah, we enjoyed to play this map. Obviously against Nazi, it was not a best phase, but we like to pick it. We like to play this map, even in practice and unofficial. So obviously, yeah, it's a good map for us.
In the first map, Apex, your captain, on a tear, top of the board, ripping heads. Is he just in the comms calling, "I'm gonna go kill"?
Yeah, he was saying, "Oh my God, I'm ZywOo." So he was like, "Oh my God, he's just killing everyone, just getting one tap with Diggle, just killing everyone." So it was crazy, and even me, I was chilling on my chair. So it was good.
Now this next matchup. It's against Spirit, right? You guys haven't played them yet. This is Donk is the new hotness. Everyone's talking about him. Are you circling this one? Is there a little extra motivation, shall we say, to show that maybe he's not all that?
Yes and no, I would say, because obviously we never play them, only in practice, but obviously we're gonna play our game. We show a great face today, so tomorrow is gonna be the same. We're just gonna have a good talk with the team, show like, obviously we split pay, it's a good team. And yeah, actually, we just gonna play our game. That's it. Nothing more.
Nothing more. Business as usual. Comfort. Congratulations on the win. Take it away, Dask.
Vitality clean, Vitality confident, Vitality clinical. Incredible form on Nuke, but then Dust 2 happened, and Blinken, you'd miss it, Yanko, because that was insane form from Apex and Coz. I was stepping up on this map too.
Yeah, absolutely. They played really well. Unfortunately, it just seems like Heroic didn't at all show up today. They just didn't come to play. Vitality took full advantage of that. Nice little quick 2-0, ready for the semifinal.
No, absolutely. I agree with you. If anything, for Vitality, it was great to have a game where they can reassure themselves about, hey, this is our Dust 2. These are our executes. We have our protocols. I think the very beginning of the game was probably the only competitive moment. First 5 to 6 rounds after that, it came very quickly and easily for Vitality. Like the B exec, like the long exec as well. You can see the utils are up to date. And obviously, they were shooting straight fire.
Yeah, and it's kind of insane. We hear ZywOo saying, maybe not home turf for us just yet. If you can replicate that kind of performance, other teams are going to be hella scared of you on Dust 2, right?
Yeah, I think the problem is for Vitality, like, okay, great game for them, but Heroic didn't put up much in a fight, so it's hard for them to gauge where they are exactly right now, because let's just say it's going to be a completely different opponent you're going up against tomorrow, and you don't want to get some false positives here from this game, do you?
No, I agree with you. Again, there are some of the executes that worked out.
Dust 2 a lot tomorrow, you think Donk is going to, you're going to have such a great time against him and Shiro if you now mind game yourself into picking Dust against them?
No, I don't think so, Yanko. I don't think so. I just realized there's someone in the crowd with a sign that says Yanko back to FaZe. It just got my attention. It just took me. It's just what you were talking to me.
You know who's the biggest fan of that?
Tell me.
Right here.
Yeah, that's
you brought
me.
it maybe 100 times in Chengdu.
Remember that grand final you played actually against Astralis? That was horrific, wasn't it? I wasn't even a grand final, was it? It was a semi-final.
Dust was played as well. It was kind of like Heroic did on this map.
So you got some trauma, you got some PTSD from that. I think we can bring on one of our winners. We do have Flamesy waiting on the sides. Thank you so much, Technician Matthew, getting the headset at the ready. Congratulations. That was absolutely insane.
Bonjour.
Thank you. Ça va, Wolof? Ça va? Oh, no.
So, what was Apex's breakfast today? Wow. I would like to know.
I actually have no idea, but it was a good breakfast. It was a really good breakfast. On Nuke, it was insane. And I thought on Dust 2 it's going to be like 0-25 because he wasted all his luck already. We take it.
Can you walk me through the map, Veto, for this? I don't think we expected Heroic to be picking Nuke. We didn't really expect you guys to be picking Dust 2. Like, if you have any insight, can you tell us it?
I don't know if I can say, but well, I will say. We got surprised a bit. They picked Nuke, but the coaches were prepared, so we had the anti-strat ready. And Nuke is a comfortable map for us. We struggled sometimes, but in a tournament after the Monte game that was pretty rough for Nuke, we figured out some stuff and it helped us play this game. So yeah, it was just, and Dust 2 we just wanted to bully a bit, you know.
Oh, you did exactly that.
Yeah.
Second pistol as well. You were doing your best cowboy impression.
Oh yeah, I was loving it because usually I really hate dual Barrettas on pistol. I have something with my finger that I just stop shooting, so I have like a cooldown. I'm freezing but it didn't happen this time, so I was happy. I was finally.
Don't want to see a doctor or something? Like, should we organize?
Hey, Matthew's a doctor, technically. I guess.
Are you? Not that kind of doctor. Just want to put it out there.
PhD in psychology.
I went to physiotherapists, doctors, but they have no solutions.
Well,
it's just mid-game.
The fingers were working today. Right?
Yeah.
Dust 2, it was picking Dust 2 against them also a statement for the rest of the tournament that people need to know if Dust 2 is open, you guys go for it?
We don't think too deep, man. we just want to play them up. Maybe for the coaches, but I don't care. I just come.
I wanted to ask you, at the start of Nuke on the CT side, you guys were really aggressive. I mean, you were the one sort of dictating the pace of the game from the CT side. Was that a plan to just make Heroic uncomfortable, or for you guys to have some set things at the start so your players can get into the game more easily?
We struggled against Monte in the aggressive stuff. We thought, okay, well, we need something. We need something to rely on. Maybe we can do it at the start. But either way, that's how Vitality wants to play. You know, that's how we want to play. We want to play aggressive. We want to set the game. We want to be in their faces. And against Monte, we didn't pull it out. Now we showed it. So it's a good one.
To bounce back on that question as well, I think there was a moment in that first half on Nuke where you got maybe overly aggressive. You got punished, and then you started losing a few rounds. I would like to know, was there any moment of tension, moments of doubt? How do you guys come? They went back to 5-7, a couple of rounds in a row. What was the temperature check in the halftime for you?
It was when we know we messed one round up. That was crucial, but it's part of life. You know, you lose some and you need to restart, and next round is you need to focus on the game. So we obviously were a bit sad from the round we lost because it was important. On the other end, there is no time to whine and cry about this. We know that we go into T side and we need to deal with it. And we had some ideas, we had some preparation. The coaches came really prepared. So it was just we focused on ourselves, but we also had like some reads. We used them, and we didn't really dig into those rounds 7-5 because of the 8-4 enough.
Okay, Apex in a pre-match interview told us a little bit about a big talk that you guys had. Now, I know some of the stuff is behind closed doors and it's not all for public, but could you give us a little bit about what was discussed? Because he seemed to say that you guys had a great conversation.
Yeah. Well,
big lines.
We try to have the culture that we open a space safe for everybody to talk in, and we kind of went away from that in the recent months, which hurt us. Our performance went down as well. This tournament we come in, we opened everything, we digged everything under the bed, and it was a really great talk because everybody shared his opinion, everybody shared his emotions, the relationships, Counter-Strike, how everybody wants to play. It was really important to do that, and Dan says it's an amazing talk, but yeah, it was really fun to be a part of this talk, but also like it gives you a lot of motivation regarding who you're playing with, you know, and because we're together 24/7. So this talk was very needed, and very glad it happened.
Speaking of who you're playing against tomorroal,
I'm so excited.
First official versus
Donk
Spirit.
versus Zayu. I don't care about the official Vitality Spirit. I care about Donk versus Zayu. That's all. No, actually, I really wanted to play against them after they beat FaZe on Katowice.
Yeah.
And you know, slowly Mouse Sports became the best. They started. It's a weird top 5 right now, right? FaZe are beating this one, we're losing to this.
Yeah,
so it's really weird. But Spirit, we never played against them, only practice. I cannot share so much about this practice, but I'm really excited to play officials against them. I think they have a really solid team and really good players, obviously. So I'm excited.
Right, after today, after map 1, who's going to be the better entry fragger tomorrow? Apex or Donk?
Hopefully Apex. Hopefully Apex. No, but well, Donk is really good, but we will. We have, you know, they have a Joker, we have an Ace. So, actually, opposite. Ace is better, right?
It depends the game you play.
Joker is better. Joker is better. No, we have a Joker.
Okay,
Ace. Donk is the Ace.
You have the better one.
Oh my god. Yeah.
Right, seeing how you guys actually played G2 in the group stages. We have them coming up against FaZe in the next quarterfinal. We're a little bit surprised to see G2 make it into the playoffs and play against FaZe.
No, I think G2 are really a really good team, and like really good CS team. I think obviously they have Monacy in form for the last 6 months, so that helps a lot. Coming with a stand-in, replacing the IGL is pretty tough, but actually I'm not sure who they beat yesterday. Who did they beat?
Liquid.
Liquid.
Liquid and Mouse before that.
Okay. Mouse. Well, Mouse said they had a break or something. I don't care so much. And Liquid are struggling. They're probably gonna change roster or something, right? So I don't know. Well, it's rumors, right?
You nailed
No,
it.
it's fair.
Yeah.
Please.
So maybe they come into this tournament like we'll do our best, and they don't really focus on stuff. But yeah, G2 I feel like they're always gonna be competitive with the bunch of players they have. Well, right now at least. And
you think they have a chance versus FaZe? G2?
I think anyone in the if 9Z can beat Mousesports, us, and everybody can win everyone. So you can never come to a game and be like we won it already. So G2 can beat them, FaZe can demolish them, G2 can bully. Whatever happens. We don't
Final
focus on
question
that.
for you, Flamesy. We've still got a few people here in the arena. Anything you want to say to North American crowd?
Wow, it was amazing. Actually, we heard the caster, so I knew the. No, before the game.
Thank you very much for that.
How do you call them, those people? The hosts, I guess?
The host, the stage host.
So it was really loud. It was really amazing to hear you guys. Thank you very much. We love Texas.
And they love you, Flamesy. Congratulations. We'll let you get on your way and get prepared.
Thank you.
It's going to be a fire game tomorrow. Meantime, let's check in with our DHL MVP. As always, you guys can use your Twitch channel points to get those votes in. I imagine it's probably going to be 3 players from the side of Vitality for you to be choosing from. But by the end of the tournament, we're going to be doing a winner's interview up here on the desk with the MVP you voted over the tournament. So use those points wisely. First option coming up for you. I imagine, of course, it has to be Apex. Incredible first map and just some great calling, obviously, outside of the super impactful frags. Great game plan, as you said, Matthew.
Oh, we're beautiful. A reference series for Apex on an individual level on Nuke. On Dust 2, I think he had his finger on the pulse. The calls were great. I mean, it's also easier to have such a flow state nice moment when you're destroying your opponent. You can see here the type of kills he was finding. So Apex, if it was for me, Apex would be 3 times in there. We snuck in a little Zaiwu because, yeah, on Dust 2, I mean, he participated in the feast, you know. They were all going to the buffet. It's all included. It's a great breakfast. He got in there too. He got all the avocados and all he needed. A couple of nice essential oils.
The mangoes, the mayonnaise,
the exotic fruits.
Yeah, I think he didn't have. There wasn't much to do really in this game, but it was the force buy on the 3rd round with the AK and that one kill on mid. That's enough in a series this dominant. Yeah, that's enough to put him in this conversation.
Apparently, I had some influence in the selection process for this. Of course, our UK boy Mezzy William Merriman is up there again. I think it was basically the Apex show, but some good supporting action from Mezzy, and he's going to need to show up tomorrow versus Spirit as well.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, I think musical chairs on the side of Vitality for who was going to step up. Mezzy, I think, looked very sharp on Dust 2 specifically. You see some of the entries he found on the B side, but also from Catwalk. Time to kill very, very low. Spinks had a couple of lurks. Flamesy had entries. Obviously, it was a good day in the office for Vitality. We'll just leave it at that.
Yeah, I think in a matchup like this, everyone will sort of thrive and have their moments, and yeah, just an incredibly dominant performance from Vitality.
You know, I'm a bit of a Dust 2 nerd, Matthew, so do you want to dive into a specific round from the T side of Vitality? I believe you did request a B exec, so maybe we could dive into that.
You know what? I'm down.
Let's
talk about the B exec. Show me the B exec from Vitality, because it was something of beauty. It's just the utility usage. You can see how Shush has literally no time. He has to avoid the flash. He's getting pinned down. Then Nerds is trying to stay alive using the smoke, but the spacing is very great, and this is where Mezzy is taking all that space on the platform position, finds a double kill. They had a couple of UTs were flying in quickly from the tunnel. So this to me is Vitality pretty much saying, hey, we're ready. Like, we have a couple of executes we can use. Our protocols are tight. When you find the opening kill, I mean, Shush basically died immediately. He saw a flash and he died. Picobello.
Zimzalabim and
Zimzalabim, absolutely.
That's exactly what it is.
Abracadabra, yes. I think it's just poor CT side play, like in a poor setup. Kixsan is in CT spawn, he's holding mid. Why isn't Nerds just on his incendiary or on his smoke when Shush has contact so he can release the utility? He was sort of playing behind that tall box, kind of wanting to check mid as well, and then he dies inside with okay, he used the incendiary and the smoke, but already after Shush dies and they're already scaling into the bomb site, it was just a matter of time before they get the kill on him. And yeah, just Heroic didn't really come to play today, and Nerds as well, who we singled out as, you know, the defending champion and whatnot. Usually really good on the stage. Just, what was it, 13 kills, you know, over the course of the best of 3 or something like that. Just the fragging wasn't there at all for Heroic.
Yeah, Heroic certainly fell flat. I mean, you can kind of look at most of the individuals, basically all of them. I mean, we were highlighting Tezos. He ends out this series with a rating of as half of which what he posted in the groups, 0.74.
Wow.
That's not nice, is it, Matthew?
You're taking pleasure on that, don't you? I can see.
I'm smiling slightly, but crying inside.
Listen, the way they lost that Dust 2, I think it's a bit nitpicky to just say, yeah, this player definitely, like they all just went missing. The only difference is, in contrast, Tezos was the best player in group stage. So the contrast is huge. Nerds' disappearance is also a case. Maybe we're not going to have an ESL skit in interrogation to see where he went. So a case of missing person for Nerds. But overall, we knew it was going to be rough for Heroic. We knew it. The Nuke pick was a risk, didn't pan out, and on Dust 2,
I think this game is also a good example of what we talked about, where, you know, if the underdog gets to play almost as much as the favorite allows them to, right? So on Nuke, Vitality from the get-go, very aggressive, not leaving any space for Heroic, very difficult for Heroic to get into the game, and then that sort of gets exacerbated by the fact that the individuals are struggling, right? In a different universe, if Vitality is playing more passive, more laid back, and giving space to Heroic, who knows what could happen. So I think it's a lot of it, we need to attribute a lot of this to Vitality and their game plan and how they came out swinging in this series.
Well, I know, gentlemen, I know we've said it before, but this is most probably the last time we'll see Nikodos in a Heroic jersey. So let's get a few departing thoughts from him.
The end of the road for Heroic here, but it was a bit of a dream run, a bit of a Cinderella run to get this far. For you, right, I know a loss is still going to suck, but are you sad there was not more fight from you guys, especially on Dust 2?
I mean, I personally and the team always knew Dust 2 was going to be a hard map. You know, we have never played it with me. We haven't played a single practice. I personally haven't played the map in 2 years, more or less. I don't play it in FaZe, so it wasn't a nice experience playing that map, but I tried my best. The team tried their best. You know, we kept the mood high and we did our best.
You had to do what you had to do, right? But overall, if you look at this run, you say you lose out to VP, then you fight back. You take down Na'Vi, M80, Big. Like, this was a good run overall. Is something you can be proud of for your last run with Heroic?
Yeah, for sure. I think we're all happy about making playoffs, you know, playing in this stage, playing in front of this amazing crowd. You know, it was a really great experience. It's been a long time since we've been here, all 5 players on the team, right? So it's just a great experience overall.
And when you had your bit of time where you were on the bench, right, before coming back as a stand-in, was there some offers that came your way? Was some teams interested? Give me a lowdown. What's next?
I have a few offers in maybe different games. Maybe this game, you're never really going to know. But I think I'm going to stick to CS for now.
Okay, good.
And then I'm going to figure out what I'm going to do during the summer.
All right, well, enjoy a summer break, man. Thank you very much for all your time. And hopefully he stays with CS. That's what we want to see. Much love, man.
Yeah, fingers crossed, Banks. I mean, just to contextualize it, Heroic, we didn't expect them to be making it here. Sure, we're critiquing their performance here on stage, but already a win for a team that aren't exactly coming in with their full starting lineup.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, the points, all the good stuff that's going to matter for them moving forward with the new roster. And I think we see some of the brilliance in the map Veto for Vitality. I mean, it was unexpected for Heroic, no practice. Nikodos hasn't played it, right? We were theorizing.
Yes.
Was it necessary? Was it not? And turned out to be a great pick.
Yeah, I really hope Vitality just didn't send Nikodos to a Valorant. That'd be great. Like, you know, just take a step back. It was a game. It happens to everybody. Stay with us. We're going to take care of you. We're going to be fine.
Speaking of games, we've got quite the game coming up next, haven't we? FaZe
Hopefully.
G2. You're still going to be here. Matthew, I imagine we're probably going to watch this one in the crowd, right? This is going to be high.
I'm about to yeet out of the way. Probably I should give Steve his jacket back.
You're rocking that incredibly well.
That's how excited he was. He took the wrong jacket.
That's a fact.
In the green room,
it's a fact. I took the wrong jacket coming up here, and I thought, you know what? Actually, the fit is not too bad. I like the color, so maybe now this is mine.
I want to know from the audience, though. We got any Stewie fans here? Oh, yeah, we do. You're going to have to wait a little bit for the action to be kicking off, but we're going to be heading after this break into G2 versus FaZe. Second quarterfinal coming up here at the Intel Extreme Masters Dallas.
takes the lead this late in the game. And Fallen can't hold on. ESL Pro League title, it's round! Get right down, and Fallen finishes the job. Party won't stop.
In 2018, when Astralis won the Intel Grand Slam, what else was happening? A. Justin Timberlake formed an amazing halftime show at the Super Bowl. B. England won the World Cup. C. The first Tesla car was made. D. The first season of Stranger Things was released.
2018, when they won Grand Slam, which if they won it in Katowice? No, Pro League. They won Pro League Odense, right?
Couldn't be first Tesla?
It was late in the year. It was winter. It was the second Pro League. That's what I remember, I think. Can we get the crowd help?
Can we make 50-50? Or call a friend?
Let's just go for Tesla.
Yeah,
that kind of sounds the only reasonable.
I mean, Timberlake also sounds like it could be good, but...
Yeah, but live, how can we know that? I would just go for Tesla.
Yeah.
It was Justin Timberlake.
It was.
I'm sorry.
Why didn't you say anything?
Who won the MVP awards at IEM Dallas 2022? Was it A. Deha, B. Axile, C. Nathany, or D. Snappy?
Axile.
That's correct. Who did Liquid beat in the grand final of IEM Sydney 2019? Is it MIBR, NRG, Fnatic, or FaZe?
I would say FaZe.
No, it wasn't us.
Sure?
Yes. It was not MIBR. I think they beat them in semi-final.
You sure not me?
No, 100%. In the final.
Then it should.
I would go with Fnatic.
Okay.
That's correct.
Let's go.
How old was Munacy in 2008 when SK Gaming with a full Swedish roster won IEM Global Challenge in Los Angeles? Is he 3, 4, 5, or 6?
That's a mathematical question.
3, no? Wait, let me count again. Pretty sure he's 2005. I'm like 100% sure.
Huh? No, he turned 19.
He turned 19, yeah?
Yes.
Yeah, 3 years old.
That's correct.
Nice.
Final question. Which player wasn't part of Team Envious that won IEM Cologne 2015? Apex, Kenny S, NDK, or Shox?
Shox.
That's correct. 4 out of 5.
First one caught us off guard. But almost 5 out of 5. If I listen to you, like I listen to you in game.
sneaking through the back door of my heart. Would you close it for? I can tell what you're looking for, and I could lie and say you ain't my type, but it feels right, I know right, and it looks like you just might make me wanna say, damn, baby, whoa, you're in full control. Myself, I can't let go of the girl I know. Got me, I keep it on the low. Your fire burns right into my soul. Like God, turn me on the moon. You're all I need, all I wanna know. So, what you want, really, really want. Got me so weak, keep your loving strong. Never ever thought I'd be the one to fall so deep at all, so deep in love. Really, really want. Got me so weak, keep your loving strong. Never ever thought I'd be the one to fall at all, baby. And you make me wanna say, damn, baby, whoa, you're in full control. Cause you make me surrender to your love. Now I wanna say, you're in full control. Cause you make me surrender to your love. Now I wanna say, got me wanting to say, make me wanna say, cause it really be pushing over. Trying to resist, but I cannot. Let's go all the way, all the way. Got me in the face. You got it, I want it, you love it. You make it so I can't deny it. Cause you make me wanna say, cause I'm feeling you, yeah. Cause I'm feeling you, yeah, yeah. Cause I'm feeling you, yeah. Cause it got me, baby, got me saying, damn,
I think everyone looks at the stand-in situation a little bit differently, whether it's a positive or negative. And I think the reality is it depends on a specific situation in a specific tournament for a specific team with a specific stand-in. But there's no doubt in Counter-Strike today that looking across the scene in its entirety, players have gotten so much better. Players have improved so much. The skill level has been matched from top to bottom that stand-ins can and at times have to be a valuable asset and prove their worth on a stage.
Yeah, I think it's definitely harder for opponents to adapt to this type of play style. I think it's always in a way it's harder to play with a stand-in rod, but then you also feel a bit more confident when you play against stand-in because obviously you play against a team that should be weaker, right? So I think it's bit of both. It is harder to play versus a stand-in because there's just way more options, I think, especially for us in this case. Like, we played a bit with the Veto as well throughout the event. People didn't really know what to pick against us, what to play, what to ban. So I think we gained some things with having a stand-in here. In our case, the best way to use our stand-in, which is Stewie 2K, we pretty much put him in same roles as Hooksy, and that's a very aggressive type of a player, and that's what Jake used to play before. So he has all the freedom to do all the crazy plays he wants, to do all the aggressive things that he feels like. He's our entry, he's our guy up front. So I think he's doing what he's very comfortable in, and I think that's what made our team at this event work.
As a stand-in, as a player, I don't feel all the pressure that people are talking about or having to get to the stage because there's a home crowd. For me as a stand-in, I'm coming in more focused on myself and just enjoying the moments and kind of appreciating everything that has gone by so far, even like struggles and obstacles that come along as a stand-in, and filling in for a top 5 team in the world is not something that's easy. I have not gone back and watched any of the games or any highlights. I'm more focused on the present right now and what's happening. I'm not that far behind as people think it is in the public perception or even to some of the players. I feel we can definitely win this tournament. I kind of just let time do its own thing. And even the game against Liquid, it's the narrative behind it. If I were to win and be the only NA player on the stage, and if it was to happen, I kind of just let the universe do it. Being away from competition for 2 years and coming back and having your own expectations and, you know, the pressure from the community and people wanting to see me perform on stage, it's a lot to live up to. I guess the best way for me to handle it was taking it step by step, so I don't have to think extra of the future or, you know, what's to happen.
They flash him off. And they find Stewie. Stewie controls the spray. And m0NESY's rotated through. They spot the Ruined player. Stewie does farm up 4 kills.
The fact that I made it on the stage, I felt like it's almost like the stars aligned. And especially in this narrative where somehow I became the only North American player on this stage, I feel like it's almost like a calling, but I don't want to be the person who puts the meaning behind it. I kind of want to just let the meaning come to me.
m0NESY, nothing. Stewie, what can you do? It's a double from Stewie. The 2K. Oh, they get the 3K, baby!
G2 have eliminated Team Liquid. You give us a chance, we're going to take this bitch a mile.
Intel Extreme Masters Dallas is brought to you in part by Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, Qiddiya, Monster Energy, the United States Air Force, and Logitech G.
Yep, that is FaZe Clan. Hey, Dallas, Texas, good afternoon.
Hello. Hello, Frozen. How you doing?
What's up? I'm doing great.
I'll keep you here with me.
Yeah.
So, another day in a FaZe jersey, another playoff stage. Does it feel like normal now for you?
Yeah, kind of. I mean, it's a different feeling to, you know, constantly reach playoffs, and the feeling of it is pretty casual, right? I think that's the biggest difference compared to last year, for example.
Okay. And for you, right, looking at this playoff stage phase we always talk about, can you explain to us and the viewers, like, what that actually feels like? Does it feel different?
I mean, it feels different, but you cannot really put it into words.
Okay.
I mean, yeah, I mean, I think we're just different. We are hitting a different gear, you know, once we are on the stage.
Yeah.
I don't know why that is, but yeah, I mean, that's just the way it is.
It is the way it is for FaZe, and it works out very nicely. Now you got up against G2, who were, I guess, kind of scraping by for a lot of their games. Are you surprised to see them here?
Yes and no, because I think, yes, you could be surprised that they made it with the stand-in, but at the same time, I feel like if you play with the stand-in, all the pressure is suddenly gone, right? So the expectations are a little bit lower. They can play a little bit more loose, I feel like, and yeah, I'm not surprised they're here.
But you're going to upset all of NA and take Stewie out now, end his run?
Well, that's the plan.
That's the plan. Let's see it go down. Thank you very much, Frozen. Good luck, man. Mr. Nexa, how you doing?
Doing good, man. How are you?
I'm gonna stop you here with me for a second.
Sure thing.
Are you surprised to be at this stage, you know, all things considered?
I mean, the way I'm playing, yeah, I'm definitely surprised.
Okay, you mentioned it. I wasn't gonna mention it. What's going on with you then?
I don't know. I just had a couple of really off days. Haven't been myself, but now it's stage time and it's all gotta change.
It's all going to change, right? And how much has changed? Because I heard in the interview with Taz, right, they're saying Stu's bringing this calmness, you know, and kind of getting you guys to slow things down at times. Are you seeing this change? Are you seeing this as being beneficial?
I mean, you can definitely see that he has a lot of experience, Jake, and he's just really good at sharing his thoughts, you know, and being really open and honest about everything, you know, and I think it's a really good quality to have.
Now, FaZe are normally fan favorites when we get to arenas, right? But you got Stewie. You basically got all of North America with you as well. You think that's going to make a difference?
Yeah, it might. You know, I saw a couple of guys in the FaZe jerseys still saying they're going to cheer for us. So, yeah, I can't wait to go inside and experience the atmosphere.
Anything planned for the walkout? Something special with Stewie?
Nothing I'm aware of, but we'll see.
Okay, we'll wait and see. Good luck, man. Thank you very much.
Okay, we are ready to jump into our next and last quarterfinal. Good afternoon, Dallas. One more time, let me hear you. Now we're talking, and now we are really talking. Welcome back to the Intel Extreme Masters. We're down here in Dallas. I've got YNK in the middle. I've got Steel in the end. My name is Trace, and we're going to be picking this one up. G2 versus FaZe. Now, Nexa has said he's had some off days, but the real question is, can he see off FaZe?
Yeah, I think that's the big question, right? As you see it here, the Boston Grand Final rematch with a little bit of a twist. Trace, you know what they say, if you can't beat them, join them. Nico got Stewie over to come to his side. Of course, Rain and Karrigan still on that FaZe clan lineup. And yeah, I think Nexa was pretty honest with himself there, but I think probably not a lot of people expected G2 to be at this stage of the tournament. Not necessarily so because they don't have enough talent or because it's impossible to do it with Stewie on the team, but because of how difficult their run was in the group stage. You know, they beat Falcons, go up against Vitality, who we just saw completely pummel Heroic. They lose that series, and then they had to play the world #1 in MOUZ. Right, you're thinking, okay, this is where it's over. They already lost to MOUZ the last 2 times they met. But no, this time, different outcome, beat MOUZ, decide your game against Team Liquid. That was an absolute grind, and they earned their spot here in the playoffs.
But Josh, I've got to ask the question, did teams underperform against G2?
I think it was a bit of everything. Obviously, there was underperformance from the other teams. You have Falcons coming in. They have a pretty decent lead. You know, the super team that has all the money put into them. Every reason to win, and then, you know, they're losing horrible rounds and letting that slip. They go into a game against Vitality, just get stomped. But then it's like, okay, we have MOUZ, best team in the world right now, according to the rankings. What's happening there? They're able to grind that out. It's not a clean victory, but it's a victory at the end. And it's the same thing with Liquid. Potential implosion coming along, because we see that in the interviews with Karrigan. We're kind of getting the vibes of it. We see it happening kind of like even out of the game. They're not all together. What's going on there? So it's not just like, oh, G2's like, well, they're doing okay. It's like the other teams around them are falling apart at the seams.
Yeah, and I don't know if that's the summertime sadness. Shout out Lana Del Rey, I guess. Like, what's going on there, Yanko?
Yeah, I don't know. I think for them it's a completely different story, but when it comes to this particular matchup, you look at it similar to what we've had previously. A team versus a stand-in against one of the big names that's here to lift the trophy, right, and win the whole thing. So as Frozen even alluded himself, right, it's always a little bit different going up against a team with a stand-in. You know, they don't have as much pressure on them, and you need to account for that in the game for some of those more risky plays that you'll definitely see coming out of G2.
I mean, you guys talked about this before as well with Heroic and Nico coming in as a stand-in, and they had that kind of stand-in buff going out through the entire event, the no pressure, but then it's a new stage here, right? You go from the studio, the no pressure, like, oh, let's just see how it happens. Oh my God, we made it to the playoffs. We're on the stage. Now it's like, well, we have an actual serious shot at this, and that's when the pressure comes. I think Twist was talking about that on the cast for the last game, and that is absolutely true. You can't just go in thinking like, oh yeah, we're just gonna sail through, and then now it's like, oh, we have a chance. The mindset, you have to keep it the same the whole way through or you're screwed.
Yeah, I think also when you look at G2 in this one, they have the players for it, right? I mean, they have the stars. You're saying Nexa had probably his worst tournament ever since he joined the team. Then you then you have Stewie, who didn't play for 2 years, still won Counter-Strike. How did they do it against these teams? Well, it was m0NESY stepping up. It was Nico delivering even from the in-game leader role, and Hunter, you know, not so much in the spotlight, but had a couple of key moments here and there, helped with some of the fragging outputs to make up for, you know, some of the not as good performances from Nexa and Stewie.
The shortcomings of some others. It's not even a height joke. But I have to say that for Nico, in the position that he finds himself in here, had to do it. Like somebody had to kind of lasso the team over there, right? So tell me about what we see within Nico in the camp.
Yeah, I think what we saw was really a little bit of everything. You know, it was there when it came to impact, when it came to fragging, and I think it was there also when it comes to the calling department. Really, if we look at that Liquid game and we look at how it ended, right, like this is the last game. This comes after the Stewie door rush sort of spray transfer at 11-11, really to get them to match point, and now it's the last round. They have the opportunity to close out the game. Stewie, the biggest struggle for him in this game was hitting the smokes, but we'll get to that a little bit later. You can see for Liquid, it starts off pretty well with Yekinder getting into Orange. They don't really know about them. The setup here, we see the wall of smoke. This is just the first one. Nico throwing the utility to clear, you know, close yard to make sure there's not any funny business from the CTs.
Listen, the trade-off for Stewie missing some smokes is getting that double entry at the 11-11 round. But yeah, I mean, right here, Liquid's in like a perfect position to deal with everything, with Yekinder getting to the secret. But then what doesn't make sense is Karrigan's going to the back of Big Garage, so that deals with outside. Naf is holding ramp, that deals with ramp, but they're holding everything, which means that they're actually holding nothing. So when this second set of nades come, that's when things are weird.
But the second set of nades, oh no, a missed smoke yet again, right? And I think the plan, because of how m0NESY is set up and how you look at the players on the radar, is maybe an A split or a fake A into going ramp, right? But now you're going to see from Nico's POV, oh, the smoke is missed. Now he's thinking, okay, what are we going to do? He wants to throw his utility, right? He's going to sneak. This is where Nico changes the call, right? He's going to keep searching a little bit on yard. He calls for the rest of the team, hey, I just want you guys to vent dive and go B. It helps that they get a kill on Karrigan because, you know, Yekinder is the yard player, so he's probably somewhere around there, and because of how the CTs were positioned, no one is actually watching door.
It's a massive blunder from Team Liquid. Obviously, it's a great audible, and we got to hear it live from Nico. We got to hear when they realized the smokes were missed, oh, just go down vents, and nobody's watching it. And when you're in a situation like this, I think the major misstep from Liquid is, you know, Naf maybe should be in a position where he can help upper. Maybe they should have more eyes on the door. Karrigan doesn't need to move from back Big Garage, and kind of like slowly but surely, you know, G2, great call from Nico. They move together and they get in the positions. They're able to close this out, but you have to see this as a blunder from Team Liquid as well, despite this smoke being missed. Like, this is a great adaptation.
Yeah, you know, it is quite the blunder for Team Liquid not to make it this far. I'd imagine there's probably a few Team Liquid fans around here too, but, well, okay. Yeah, I'd probably be quiet too at this point. It's not looking good over there in the Liquid camp. Yanko, there's a lot of things to take in, but mostly Young Stu. G2, G Stu, right? That's what they're saying. And so, okay. I like what they've done there. Let's hear from Stu himself.
Are they saying Stu or Boo?
The North American hopes and dreams rest on this man's shoulders right now with G2 alongside him. Stewie, World Final 2021 with Liquid was the last time you were on a stage. It's been a while, but how does this feel being here right now? What's going through your mind?
I've been saying this the whole time, kind of just going with the flow, letting the universe decide what's right. But the fact that I'm here and I knocked out the only American team that's supposed to be on stage as well, and being the only American player, it's an honor to play here.
Now, I've been talking to some fans there, and they've been saying, okay, we're going for a G2 because it's Stu the whole way through. Does that make you feel proud that you still have that kind of emphasis coming out from the fans?
Man, for the fans who support me, it's been a long time since I've been on stage, and the fact that I can have this level of impact and even get a team that's not from America to be cheered for, man, you guys are the best fans out there.
And looking at this, right, this is kind of the dream run again. Do you get some Boston flashbacks at all?
Yeah, I can definitely feel the fear coming out of Karrigan when he looks at me. I'm just taking it game by game. Honestly, I'm not worried about anyone else but the people that's inside the circle and my team. And I'm just focusing on a round at a time, game at a time, and letting it all happen at the same time.
And Taz was saying, right, he said on his HLTV interview, you're bringing this like calmness, you know, you're slowing things down and stuff that these guys need so much. But when you've been speaking to me, you've been in some stressful games, your heart was pounding and stuff. How are you holding?
Man, I think during the game, I don't feel the emotions, but after the game, it comes as if it's like a flood, and it'll take me like an hour or 2 hours to calm down. And you can even see when I speak after the games, I'm like shaking, the adrenaline's still going. So hopefully it doesn't come today during the game, and it keeps going the same way as it has been.
And lastly, what have you guys spoke about before going into this, right? Because it is a different beast when you step on the stage, when you come to playoffs.
Man, I'm going to ask the same from the fans. Like, we're not going to give up till the game is over, until until the bell rings, whoever the winner is. We're going to give it our all until the very end, and we hope you guys do the same for us.
Spoken like a true samurai, especially now he's on G2. Let's see if they can get it done.
And check this out. For a guy like Stewie2K, he's seen a lot of Counter-Strike. You know, he's kind of like won this major thing in NA. But the time that has elapsed, right, since S-tier tournaments, for this guy, it's been quite some time. That's 782 days since an S-tier tournament. That's 18,768 hours. And you'll never guess how many minutes. But it was over a milli. So, yeah, coming back in, straight into the flame.
I think even more impressive is since the last LAN tournament playoffs, it's been 3 years almost. Yeah, so I think for Stu, impressive that he was able to sort of slot in and hit the ground running to some extent. I just don't know, like, I've coached this guy, and the last word I would use to describe him in game was calm. I mean, he brought a ton of intensity in a positive way, right, when he was playing, so it must be a lot of maturity that has happened over the last couple of years, and maybe being away from Tier 1 Counter-Strike, because everything that we're hearing from the G2 camp now is like he's calming them down. He's telling them it's fine, you know, we chill, don't over-stress about it, let's just keep it moving.
So you're telling me that when he's talking about every time Karrigan looks at him in the eye, like, is there something to grab there? Let's talk about Karrigan FaZe. Let's talk about what's going on over there, how they found themselves from going to every grand final almost to where they are now.
Yeah, this is familiar territory for them. I mean, when you're on FaZe Clan, the expectations are win every tournament that you play in, and they've been pretty close to doing that. A lot of grand finals, as we know. They finally lift the trophy in Chengdu and take a step back to Vitality at Pro League, but they're here, and they're here to get it done again. You know, they're the team that has the boatload of experience, strength in every position, no clear weak link when you look at them, and they are built to win tournaments like this.
When you look at FaZe Clan, it's definitely a team that when you're at the early stages of the tournament, anything can kind of happen. But once you hit the stage matches with them, that's when they go serious mode, especially like a player like Brokey, where some players unlock when it hits the stage. And the studio games, it's like, yeah, we'll just play and see what happens. We're better than everyone. Let's just run around and have a good time.
And that's interesting because in this particular matchup, G2 usually has the upper hand when it comes to the group stages, right? Like, or that game to go through to straight through to the semifinal, right? That's where G2 beats FaZe, but when they actually meet in the arena, that's when FaZe has the upper hand. So we'll see if that trend continues in this one, but G2 has been breaking some trends already in this tournament for themselves.
Speaking of trends or trending, this is the part where I want to tell you to use hashtag IEM, because it's time for some vetoes, and perhaps we get something spicy or something entertaining. What would be the most interesting?
Well, first of all, does G2 still let Mirage through, even against FaZe? That's been their perma ban. Haven't really banned it this tournament. No one really picked it against them. So
hey, wait, look at that guy. You see that guy? Is that Braxton Pierce? Is that Swag?
And Jordan.
Jordan's in there. Look at Jordan. Hey!
You didn't even recognize him.
I didn't recognize him.
Some Mane royalty in the house. But yeah, I think this is where we can actually have some mind games for FaZe Clan as well. You know, they can get rid of Anubis, or they can get rid of Inferno if they want to try to sort of bluff G2 away. So yeah, I think we'll see. There's a lot of potential mind games here. It's just, and we know Karrigan loves doing it, so how far are they going to take it? And we see G2 with the Vertigo ban, so another Mirage being let through by them.
Mirage is being let through. FaZe, they usually do ban Anubis first time. There goes the Dust 2 pit. That is going to be always a fun match on Dust 2.
I mean, that's brave, Josh.
I mean, Nuke for FaZe, I think this is kind of expected. It's one of their best maps. G2, it's not one of their best maps, not one of their most played maps either. Anubis would be one of G2's better maps. FaZe actually let it through against Spirit in this tournament, you know, and they banned Ancient for that. But G2 not being great on Ancient, this makes sense here.
I like that. That's well done. Dust 2 Nuke, where
I think we have to see, right? I think this is where, if you're G2, you're going to veto Mirage now because Inferno is in the pool. You want to leave Inferno in and see if you can maybe steal that away. But if you're FaZe, you're not letting Inferno go to a third. This is where we should see an Ancient third map, I feel
agree.
like.
I think Inferno goes out from FaZe. Ancient for G2 would not be good. It's a way better map for FaZe. So it's going to be interesting to see. I don't know what options they have. There goes the Mirage ban. So yeah, it has to be a ban of Inferno.
And I'm
for
not,
an Ancient decider.
You know, I don't think you're surprised. I don't know. I'm not really sure about the thought process for G2 because there's no way you're surprising FaZe with a Dust 2 pick. Like, especially when you have an extra day to prepare yesterday, I think FaZe is really preparing for that or for Inferno potentially, you know?
Yeah, like if you have the choice to pick Inferno versus Dust 2, they better be like really
because you're not getting it as the third map.
Yeah, you're not getting it as a third. Like you would have more of a chance getting Dust 2 as a third map than Inferno. And then if you want to play both, yeah, that's your only chance to pick Inferno in the first round.
But yeah, I think maybe the performance from Stewie on Dust 2, that was his best one against Liquid, especially on the CT side on B, right? So maybe thinking in this case, there's not really much to exploit for FaZe as potentially some other map. But yeah, for me, whenever I see G2 have the opportunity to play Inferno and don't do it, I'm not going to be a fan of that because there's been comeback after comeback for them, and that doesn't happen by accident. It happens for a reason. Even though Liquid helped them a little bit, you know, close that game out with some of their decisions, I still think that would have been a better call for G2.
So we get Dust 2, God bless. We get Nuke, and we round it out with a little bit of Ancient. And gentlemen, I don't think there's much left for us to talk about. I don't think there's much left at all to talk about here. Just a whole lot of action is what we're going to need to see. It's going to be about that time for us to get this quarterfinal underway. I want to thank you two gentlemen as well for joining me up here. And also thank you, Dallas, Texas, for packing this place out. Thank you very much. Hello? All right, fine. That's what you want. That's what you get. We go to a break. We'll be right back, and we're going to get this quarterfinal underway.
We're hungry to win every single game that we have played. We really wanted to get to that arena, and we did that. So happy with the performance so far.
I mean, G2, obviously, even though they have standing, there are still a lot of great individuals, right? Not having Huxi at this tournament, I don't think it really changes much. The way I look at it, I mean, it doesn't really matter if there's Huxi or not. I think it's almost the same G2 as there usually is.
Really looking forward into entering the stage and playing a good game versus FaZe. We are just looking to have some fun out there and enjoy some nice CS and the nice crowd.
It's always a game of, you know, great individuals, some great clutches. It's gonna be a playoff game, right? I think it's gonna be a banger.
Hello, Dallas! Are we ready to
to get this second quarterfinal underway. We were talking about history this morning. How about a game with as much history between the players as this one? Ties to one of the greatest games to ever happen on American soil, and now we get a repeat. So now it's time to welcome to the stage your first competitor, champions of so many events in CS2, the final boss of so many competitions. Give it up for FaZe Clan!
FaZe Clan taken to the stage, not the first time and probably not the last either, Steel.
Yeah, FaZe Clan, they're no strangers to the stage. Karrigan is one of the most accomplished in-game leaders in the world. Years upon years of just winning. Brokey, one of the best stage players in playoffs. He comes to life. Rops, one of the best players in the world, multiple years running.
Scary stuff they're packing in there, isn't it, Steel? Scary indeed.
And on the other side of the server, I don't even know if I need to give this team an introduction. Please welcome the first American to make this stage since 2019. As he joins his teammates, it's G2!
G2, holy smokes, how'd they done that? They found their way to the playoffs? Playoffs?
Against all odds, Trace, without their captain, but in his stead, the final, the only North American standing in Dallas, Texas, Stewie 2K, now together in Eco, unlike last time. Will that be enough for G2 to take down FaZe here?
You gotta wonder all the questions in the damn world, and we only get answers in one way, Yanko. That is obvious. But when it comes to this crowd, they're loving it.
And now it's time to get this game underway. It's time to get this competition started. But first, a fist bump between the captains here. You guys feeling the history right now?
I'm loving this game. It's gonna be a banger.
What about on this side?
Yeah, I mean, it already looks very promising, so I can't wait to get it started.
Well, it's time to get this match underway. Gentlemen, to your stations. And for the crowd, are we ready? I think they're ready. I don't think I need anything else, as we've got to let this one go away. Let's get this game started. Let's make it happen. Let's go, Dallas!
A lot of different angles to approach this one from, but definitely an exciting place to be. Dallas, Texas, home of the Intel Extreme Masters out here in the Lone Star State. We got DreamHack going on just down the way, but we got Stu in the server today.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's all about to get off now, Trace. And I think for G2, it's been very sloppy so far in this tournament. It hasn't been clean. They maybe played their best game in the last one against Team Liquid, and they're going to have to step up here against FaZe because they're not going to be an easy opponent to face off.
The NA buff is kind of the only thing that's going to be able to propel G2 here. They need their individual heroics. They had some of those throughout. They had the Nexa 1v2s and 1v3s against Falcons. They had the Monazi just 1 versus 5ing on A site on Inferno. But is that enough? I'm not convinced. It needs to be more constant.
Yanko, your brain might be telling you a FaZe, but what does your heart say?
I mean, what can it say, Trace? In this sort of an environment, right? It seemed G2 already over so many obstacles in this tournament, vanquished some of their demons. The miracle run keeps going on and on.
Let's take that in for a second. Man, it's good to be back. It's good to be back in NA. I've got to say it that way. Regardless of Stewie being on stage or not, it's great. But he's going to have to keep him entertained today, which is what we set out to do when we got here. A quarterfinal that needs to be decided. It is FaZe taking on G2, and that time is now.
And now to take away the voices that will bring you
and Dinko!
Tonight, Dallas, we have a collection of Counter-Strike greats. Greats that have history. We've got Karrigan with Rain taking on Nico and Stewie 2K in what is a twist on that magical night in Boston all those years ago. G2 are hoping that they can continue their unexpected run here in Dallas as they now have to face the challenge in the final bosses of the stage in FaZe.
All right, Dallas, I want to hear it one more time. I want to know who you're cheering for. Is it FaZe going to win this game? Is it G2 to take this quarterfinal? Let's go, baby. Welcome back to the Intel Extreme Masters. We're back another year. I am pumped up. This is going to be a big test. This is the final boss in FaZe. We all know in Counter-Strike, they're making it so deep in every single event. G2 coming in looking rocky, but I mean, it is kind of that feeling. Can Stewie create a little bit more magic? He gave us the miracle in Massachusetts. He gave us an Intel Grand Slam. Can he actually give us something more coming in as a stand-in?
Well, that is all up for grabs here if G2 can have a masterful performance, but it is going to be such a difficult game versus FaZe. This is a team that have gone to every single grand final of the Intel Extreme Masters since the release of CS2. Running it now from Sydney. They're going to try and make it all the way to a final here in Dallas. They're going to do it through the quarterfinals. And they're going to be against the crowd for once, and that doesn't usually happen.
And they've given us an interesting start. Dust 2 to be the opening map. FaZe yet to play this map as it's been released. It'll be a little bit of a question mark about how they're going to be able to play it. Obviously, so much experience on the team. But how's it going to look here today on the stage? And the crowd brings us into the pistol round.
FaZe Clan versus G2, quarterfinals here at the Intel Extreme Masters 100. And we're kicking this off on an old map, but it's new. It's Dust 2.
Talk about the history of all the guys in this team. I mean, you go over to Karrigan. This is his 32nd Intel Extreme Masters tournament. His first one was all the way back in 2009 when he was just 19 years old. Absolutely wild that he's been playing this long, looking to add another trophy into his belt. And for FaZe, you don't look past G2. You don't look past any of your opponents, but there is that goal at the end of the road. There is that revenge over Spirit for the atrocity that in Katowice, the beatdown in those grand finals. I mean, if you're FaZe Clan, you're looking at that and saying that's the revenge we want. That's everything we're playing for, is that grand final stage.
And as much as everybody likes to believe in the story of an underdog, of the upset coming in, let's make no secret about this. FaZe are absolutely the favorites coming into this game. They should be taking down G2 quite comfortably, all things considered. This is G2 coming into the event without their in-game leader.
But that's the beauty of G2, and that's, I think, what makes them such an interesting team, and obviously a fan favorite at the moment. Not just Stewie, but it's the hope and the magic that he can actually have an impact on this game, that he can create something that even though they're massive underdogs, we Americans love an underdog story, and it's another one here for G2.
But this time, Dallas, it really is happening. We're going to kick this game off. Pistol is about to come down. 10 seconds of freeze time. And then we are right into the quarterfinal action of the Intel Extreme Masters 100 here in Dallas. FaZe Clan on the CT side. G2 will start on the attacking affair. And we know how much energy a pistol round win can bring.
Well, Modesty's going to take it out towards long. Brokey and Karrigan to defend initially. Little flash over. One's already crossed. Modesty not there with the timing, doesn't want to test anything, so over towards mid with a smoke up to allow their passage. Catwalk will be the name of the game, and it's at Karrigan, it's at Rain on defense.
Instantly to be tested. The ferocious force of the storm in Rain gets himself that first headshot. Stewie down, Nico follows, and Rain just massacres them as they try and run through Cat.
Oh, that's beautiful. Rain is so precise. We've come to see that time and time again, and once more delivering a headshot angle behind the barrels that G2 couldn't handle.
Such clean shots from Rain. Just has the perfect amount of cover to destroy this G2 attack up short. It was a simple call from G2, and he didn't even get close to the plant. There's going to be full Glocks out here for G2, not wanting to go for the force spy instantly. This should allow FaZe to settle into the first two. And Interesting hearing from Nico in an interview he gave yesterday about the fact that Hooksy has been kind of the assistant coach for G2 over the last a few days of this tournament, sitting with him at the late hours once the tournament wraps up for the day, talking about some of the mistakes they made, giving them some new strategies, some ideas, some pointers, and I'm sure that's been a huge help for Nico in terms of taking these in-game leader reins back.
Hooksy still having a lot of input and being able to help out from a distance is obviously great to have. I think the other part of the interview that's been really cool to listen to is Taz talking about, and even Nex a little bit talking about Stewie and what he's brought as a stand-in, some mid-round calls, mid-round decision-making, which has always been one of Stewie's strong points, and being able to provide a calmer atmosphere.
Yeah, surprisingly vocal still. And it's a nice cleanup here for FaZe again, not losing a single player in the second round of play against Glocks. Anticipated result. But here we go. We're going to get into the gun rounds. G2 buying into the AK-47s.
Yeah, no kills yet for anyone on G2. They haven't found a single frag yet in these opening 2 rounds, but now that should change. Modesty's going to go down for the scout instead of an AK-47. He wants the scoped weapon on Dust 2. 3 SMGs still in play for FaZe on the defensive side, so a really strong round for FaZe here would be a nightmare if you're G2.
A strong hit for Nico. Gets caught by the flash, has to get away. Karrigan, he's down low off the back of that initial engagement. He's down to 14.
Strong defensive opening for FaZe towards the A-bomb site. 4 players here trusting Rops on his own to defend against any kind of a B rush. They called the bluff. G2 didn't go for it. And now back towards middle. Once Long has been stalled out, that defense can shift. Hunter and Stewie holding down the Xbox area as one clears up Catwalk.
Grenade will land behind Stewie. But no punishment yet. G2 do not want to keep forcing that issue up, Cat. They're going to drop a little further back now. That bomb. It's towards long side in the back of Monacy. Could go either way with this now.
Stewie's been really proactive for G2 as a stand-in in kind of the entry duties. He's been a big space creator. He's involved in about 40% of their opening engagements. He really wants to press that issue, and whether he wins or loses him, he's had some impactful entries throughout this tournament, but he's always creating space for the guys coming behind him, and he's got to find Karrigan out to the left of the doors.
Smart position from Karrigan, considering the low health. He goes into the aggressive play, though, and Stewie will get an opening kill presented by Karrigan. So G2 out long. Brokey will be the next test here for the T side of G2. He's only got the MP9, and he mows down 2 with it. Brokey does great work, in fact, to take Nexa and Stewie out of it, and Monacy doesn't have the weapon of choice, so he drops a little bit further back, allows Brokey to walk into him, and Hunter had already moved through short.
Yeah, that defense is obliterated. Smoke for the cross, a couple smokes for the cross. Rops is hot on their heels out towards long. There could be a timing here. If he can pick off one player pretty clean, pretty quick, he can be activated in a 1v2. Bomb being planted, and Rops chills.
Yeah, Hunter's looking for this long play. He has his eyes set on that, so information will be picked up early. Rops is just sitting back. Nico's coming towards him, and he looks like he might get close to rounding that corner eventually, but Rops just hoping he can catch a G2 player, maybe going a little too far, and that's information now picked up for G2 that Rops is currently positioned at long, and they shouldn't let this round get out of hand.
Yeah, no interest in actually going for it after the fact, so G2 have their first round on the board. Really passive round, late long take, and Modacy's going to take away the rifle at the end of the day. G2 get all 5. And it's the problem, I guess, of those SMGs. You see a couple of pushes. Karrigan pushing in towards long. Brokey out towards long A. Actually gets some things done in tandem with Rain. One more push in middle. And you start really losing that defense as it tries to get into a solid position. So tech issue, as we could see up on the stage.
Yeah, Nico's mouse seems to be having a bit of a problem.
Not ideal.
Nope, so he's having a look kind of broken. So hopefully that's a quick fix. Give it a nice clean, get that sensor de-dusted, Jason.
I want beer for you too, Dallas. I want you to have all of it.
We always have some great signs here in Dallas. The creativity is on point.
Yeah, they love it. They love it. It's interesting. I'm just having flashbacks. I've seen Stewie play in tournaments where his mouse broke in the middle of a game. It could be a very frustrating experience. So G2 is gonna, hopefully that mouse can get fixed, and G2 can be centered for the rest of this match. It's a very easy tilt factor, the mouse breaking 3 rounds into a game.
Yeah, that is definitely a bit of a tilt factor, one that's not easily fixed either unless you have a replacement on standby. So hopefully we can get that resolved as quickly as possible. Seems to be a little issue here for Stewie. That is his favorite number.
Dallas, you've been having a good time so far. We're early on, I know, but
it's only day 1 of the playoffs as well. We got plenty more action coming in. Last year, we had one of the greatest games of Counter-Strike be played in CSGO of last year, and I'm hoping we get something similar to that in CS2.
Yeah, Dallas has created some fun matchups in the past and some exciting matches on this stage, and it's become a very cool event for the Counter-Strike scene.
Oh, we thought we were maybe getting a staring contest from Karrigan.
A little bit subdued, perhaps. He's a little bit of a showman, right? He's always getting the crowds on his side, but I think even he walked in today and was like, nah, I ain't beating that.
Yeah,
I can't handle that one.
Not worth it. But you know how it works. If FaZe get through G2, you always want the team that beat your team to get to the end.
Oh, a lot of signatures there. Well done.
Collecting them all. Even got Donk in there.
All right, well, let's do this. While we have a little extended break, Dallas, come hang out with us a little bit. Are there any Spirit fans in the crowd? All right, how many of you enjoyed that Vitality victory earlier today?
What about 9Z?
The ultimate underdog.
Yeah, crazy they're here at this point, Jason, and they're in the semifinals. They're waiting in that next game already, and that is going to be a fun time to see if 9Z
can continue the miraculous run.
Yeah, if they can do it in front of the crowd, if they can do it on that big stage.
Yeah, it's still, I mean, that's going to be a very, very intriguing matchup to watch. 9Z plays the winner of this series right now, FaZe G2.
Got the fast pass to the semifinals. FaZe would have loved that fast pass to the semifinals, but it was taken from them by Spirit, as it was in Katowice. They met them in the grand finals, and I'm sure FaZe are hoping they get a similar result here in the US of A.
Your parents love you. They do.
And even if they don't, everybody else in here does. It was great listening to that documentary that that just got released from ESL, and it was great hearing one player, the coach of Neo in particular. I thought it was great to actually get some input and insight into some of the calls that Neo comes up with. He come up with real good calls in the middle of games, Jason, and a lot more tactical input that early on for FaZe. It was great to see from Neo, and I'm sure in big games like this, you're going to be required again.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, he should get all the credit in the world. I mean, in terms of legacy in the IEMs, yeah, he's going to be up there. But two, he's shown himself to be a very, very solid coach coming into FaZe for good reason. I know Yanko's always big on talking about how impactful and how good of calls he has during low-buy rounds, coming up with game plans.
I remember that photo.
We all remember that photo.
So long ago. The last time Stewie played in the playoffs of an Intel Extreme Masters was in 2020 in Katowice. There was no crowd at that one, so I'm sure he's absolutely loving the fact that after all these years, he's walking back out to face a home crowd.
Yeah, he mentioned living in the moment. Gotta be enjoying this. Big fan of that hashtag. What about one more time? I saw Jordan Gilbert in the crowd earlier. Any Nothing fans out there in Dallas?
That is commitment.
Bringing his worst nightmares to Dallas.
That's why Karrigan isn't looking out into the crowd today.
Yeah, he doesn't like it. Oh man, that's beautiful. Filled to the brim on a Friday afternoon.
We are just a few moments away from getting back into this game. Thank you very much for being patient with us.
Yes, we're right in the last double checks to make sure everything's all good to go, and then we'll be right back into it. So a little bit more patience, please, and we'll get the headshots flowing any moment.
Seeing a sign out there saying if Stewie is going to get more than 2K. Well, he's up to 1 already.
He's halfway there.
Yeah. Hopefully it doesn't end in dust 2K again for Stewie. You'd imagine not at this point.
I mean, look, all the conversation, and with someone of his pedigree, he's going to get better each and every game. It's been a long time since he's had to compete in a complete tournament at this level. For Stewie, it's all about finding his ways to have impact, which seems to be what he was made for, what his game was made for, was just targeted
those little impact
rounds.
moments, yeah. Speaking of, you know, we've spoken a lot about G2 and for good reason, but for that of FaZe, there's so many players in that squad that bring impact in most decisive moments of the big games, but I think Brokey is one of them that just has so many memorable moments, especially in last Dallas in that Ents game. Brokey was on fire. He was having a great time last year, and he's hoping for a similar performance here this year in the USA.
Yeah, and he's had an incredible start to the year, Brokey. He's been absolutely phenomenal for FaZe, even at times when they've kind of gone through a couple periods of struggle. He's been rock solid for the squad. But yeah, you go down that list, and it is just every single player is going to deliver you something once you get to the pressure matches, once you get to the playoffs, once you get to these quarterfinals. And it's a huge task if you're G2 to overcome that.
Now, it's a big sports week here in Dallas. We've had the Mavericks play, the Stars. But what's the USA chant that already gets going, Jason? That's like your biggest sports chant here in this country, isn't it?
You want to give it a try?
Well, you can give it a go. I'm not from here, Jason. I think it's pretty easy. Maybe the crowd can help us with the USA chant.
All right, Dallas, help me out. Do it for the Mavericks, baby. USA, USA, USA. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Even Karrigan loves it. Even Karrigan can feel the vibes.
No, he's getting PTSD right now. He thinks he's back in Boston.
That is funny. Shout out to whoever came up with that idea. You guys have nailed it.
You've absolutely nailed it. Karrigan's probably looking at that right now. That's what I'm saying. Every time we come back to Dallas, Jason, there's always an exciting sign. What happened? Why is there no beer, Jason?
I can vibe with that. Nico, #1 IGL.
Well, not historically true, is it? But sure, maybe at this event.
I think it was #1 NA IGL, which might actually be true.
Yeah, it might actually be true, yeah.
All right, so still waiting on a couple things.
Just a few little things.
Who's Nico's barber? I don't know.
Who is Nico's barber? Well, I want to find out too. He's got a pretty sick hairstyle.
Any Naffers, Twist fans out there in the crowd?
Well, if you can't get beer, I think that might be a bit difficult.
Yeah.
Baby steps.
Usually would assume so.
Ooh, a headset's back on, Jason.
Headset is back on.
Oh, Stewie's got his headphones on. Hopefully this is a step in the right direction. Monacy hasn't, though, and doesn't look like he's intending to do so anytime soon.
Nico's still working on fixing things. Oh, there he is.
Yeah, great to hear from Elige last night. We got to see a bit more of him. I've seen a lot of fans from the arena. They went to the HLTV Confirmed live show. It was great to see all the fans in a more of an intimate environment. We got to hear a little bit more from Elige. And I'm sure we'll be very disappointed he's not able to get this opportunity to play in front of the stage this year. But it has been a rough time for Complexity in Dallas over the last 3 attempts.
Yeah, it has been. For all of NA teams, really. But we still love him. Still a big fan of Elige. Well, Rops as well, one of the early adopters of CS2, one of the best players. He's just chilling. Been interesting to watch his year as it's kind of progressed as well, as FaZe have kind of always made it to those finals, stumbled a little bit, and Rops has kind of dropped out of that top 3 players of CS2 conversation.
Yeah, he was definitely very quick to adapt and still always up there. The floor of FaZe is extremely high. And we see them, even when they're not looking great coming into an event, you can never really doubt them. They always find a way to get into the playoffs, into the finals. And it's only the top teams in the world that are able to get rid of them. They really are called the final bosses for a reason. G-Stu. It's going to be tough to obviously come into the arena with all the energy, the crowd backing you, and then you'll be at a point, Jason, where you have had this moment where you have to cool down for 10 to 15 minutes, and all that initial adrenaline starts to come back. And damn, okay,
well done, shout out, yeah,
that's a good one. There's a lot of double meanings in the signs in Texas.
Sure.
Seen even one for you, Jason.
Well, Dallas, this is crazy. This is the 100th IEM. We've had a lot of them, but the Intel Extreme Masters in Dallas celebrating its centennial. Absolutely spectacular. And as a bit of a reward, we're coming back into the game. Thank you, Dallas. Thank you for your patience. And we're back in round 4.
G2 had just picked up their first round win before the break. It was a bit of a bonus for FaZe Clan. They had SMGs and Stewie charging out long, looking for that initial attack. Okay, behind the blue band, flash going forward. Oh, the smoke criminal comes charging right through, but it is just one for Stewie.
Yeah, but look at all the space he's created. Karrigan's gonna get some back. Blinded. Good teamwork from FaZe. Oh, Stewie wanted that second kill so badly. Rain's brought low, but now it gets real tough for G2. Pinned down in pit. More defense has arrived.
That is a classic Stewie maneuver, charging out through the smoke at long. But G2 in a tough spot, 3v4 at the moment. So much time at least to play with, but Karrigan getting the adjustment made. He's boosted up to take position at short, and that bomb gets ever closer to the A side. That smoke will start to fade away soon.
Yeah, but this is nice from FaZe. This is really smart what they've done. Rops is playing close mid. They've got 2 players on catwalk, so they can't control long. They're going to allow G2 to cross, but they'll have players in position to respond to the problem inside the bomb site. Rain at a slight off angle with low HP. Takes a risk, taken down. And now m0NESY can get range with that op.
Yeah, m0NESY taking the life of Rain quite swiftly. Brokey peeks into him, and m0NESY will fall this time at the car. G2 down to 2 players, 33 seconds remaining in this round, and Brokey's come back into the shot. It connects, Karrigan cleans up, and FaZe will turn this into a round victory. 3-1 up on the board.
Yeah, triple kill from Karrigan. He's the impact player in the round. Stewie had ran past him. They didn't realize there was one more ready to creep around the edge of the smoke. He was never seen. And he really negates the strength of this play from Stewie. Finding one more kill, slowing them down, grabbing numbers. And at the end of the day, there's no utility for G2 to cross. They're forced back to Glocks, back to pistols, back to the Stone Age. And Brokey's op is gonna have impacts.
Five and 1 star here for Brokey. And that all-ping battle is going to be an interesting conversation, because you mentioned earlier the fact that there is that competition for the top player in the world. Who is it going to be? I think m0NESY is always in that conversation at the top with Donk right at the moment. And
it's m0NESY, Donk, and ZywOo. That's the conversation, the 3 of them.
Exactly. And so m0NESY, so many times throughout that group stages, was just saving G2's ass. I mean, this isn't like a highly strong performance from G2, right? They've had a pretty low team rating across the board to get into the playoffs, and m0NESY had a lot of pivotal moments to get G2 to this point in the competition.
It's been like that all year through G2's struggles, as m0NESY just has been at various times hard carry mode, and especially now in Dallas as they've had Stewie as a stand-in. Nico switches to the endgame leader, and as you'd expect, he's experienced a statistical drop in his performance, so not providing as many kills as he normally does, and those are going to have to be found elsewhere, and m0NESY frequently the guy to step up to do it. Up towards catwalk we go, but once again, it's no utility going into Brokey's op, and we saw how that worked last round. This is going to be a shooting gallery.
This could be a nice shot for Brokey, no problem dealing with Nico. 30 seconds remain, and a missed shot from Brokey. Will rely instead on Rain's AK-47, and he'll have no issue cleaning up the rest. So 4 rounds now for FaZe. It just keeps getting better for them, and we've got to see some life out of G2 soon, because this could quickly turn into a big half from FaZe.
Yeah, this is their map pick. Need to do a good job in this first half, not get themselves into a hole, especially in this situation. You want to be able to play with some momentum. You want to be able to build something up to overcome the obstacle that is FaZe, and so far they haven't been able to get it started just yet. m0NESY's back on the op. Plenty of utility for the entire round for G2.
Smoked across, Rops will get over towards the B-bomb site. He's solo though, because all of FaZe are elsewhere.
And they haven't given him reason really to call for support over. This round someone's going to shift. Brokey's going to come back towards middle pretty early on to be in position to help out.
So G2 just defaulting their way through middle. Brokey with a slight gap to watch that cross, and he nails the shot. Not enough damage to bring Nico down.
Pretty damn close though. 3 HP left on Nico. That's a spectacular shot from Brokey.
Oh, that grenade is beefy. Stewie brought down to 48 health off the back of that HE's placement. FaZe in a good spot in terms of damage done to the G2 attack. Minute 10 seconds, still a lot of utility for G2. And a good shift in the defense as well. The AWP was spotted in middle on that shot. Brokey immediately runs over towards a ramp. It's Frozen with an M4 who steps into middle to fill that gap. And he can help Rops out at the B-bomb site as well. They're suspecting the possibility of a mid to B split as G2 have thrown that smoke, but it's a ruse. He didn't give this position away earlier because he actually got aggressive. Oh, he's going aggressive again. This time, it's m0NESY to punish him. Karrigan walks right into the scope. G2 are first blood. But look who's lying in wait. It's Rain, undetected, hiding behind the box, senses his time to go out. It's just one kill for Rain. Nico finds him in response, and G2 4v2. No shot surely here for FaZe. So they're into the bomb site, bomb planted, and FaZe will save their weapons. A second round here for G2.
Twice now, the long A adjustment from G2 in the mid-round has netted them a kill on Karrigan.
Yeah! He hasn't lost any of that attitude.
And Brokey just has nowhere to adjust once Karrigan goes down. Stuck at car with an AWP, nothing to do. It's going to be 4-2. And FaZe will be able to put together another buy, drop some weapons over, and G2 have one more round to break through and decimate this economy. Success for G2 has come at long A, it's come at the catwalk, pinching into the A bomb site. That's the 2 rounds they have so far. Well, we're getting into the next round, round 7. Early pressure from G2 out towards long, but they don't commit. It's a strong retake, 3 players for FaZe. Hold on to the position, and G2 sense it. So Nico's calling the team quick up catwalk. That's the reaction to heavy long defense. And he's found plenty of space.
There's loads of space available here for G2 up short. Rain is going to get the information that they're using it with that Molotov. He can call that to his teammates that they're deep towards Cat. Minute, 7 seconds left. Still so much time for G2. And getting short control this early opens up a lot of options to them.
Well, now they don't have to go up against Brokey's AWP. He's only got a single M4. Rops takes a little bit of damage, so finally he's getting pressured. That's Hunter being a little bit more aggressive than usual in that position in upper tunnels.
Smoke execute up short, drop down from Stewie into the smoke, he comes right through. Rain can't stop him, Frozen has to reply and he'll do so swiftly. Frozen gets that double without issue, but m0NESY has to trade it for G2 and does so. Brokey with a big shot, this time through the smoke, and there's 30 seconds left as Karrigan springs his flank. He's done damage on the m0NESY, he's left on 8 health, and he'll come right through that double door. Bomb is down for G2, and m0NESY position known, and he's waiting for that CT play. He knows he's got one trapped in Brokey. Oh! m0NESY looked away, and Brokey gets away with it, so it's all on Nexa.
I don't think you'll expect this position. I don't think you'll expect it, or will you, Karrigan? He's gonna clear it. Oh, but not completely. Nexa's got another clutch, and G2 has 3.
Nexa just keeps clutching in Dallas. He did it twice in the opening game in the group stages. Some say that's the only reason they were able to make it this far. And Nexa does it again on the stage. It's absolutely unbelievable. It looked like Karrigan was going to clear him. It looked like Karrigan had that locked in.
And a beautiful headshot on the drop down. And that's the round they needed. That's FaZe out of money. And G2 can start getting some easier rounds under their belt. A great chance to tie this up.
So far, so good for G2. I was getting a little worried with the start to FaZe had. They were building up rounds early. And G2's gun rounds have been very impactful, and you're getting what you wanted out of Stewie, right? The fact that he's able to just get that one opener, create that space, create that chaos, or that drop down into CT.
If Stewie does that, that's what he needs.
And next
One
is
kill.
clutching. Like we got a great recipe here for G2 to get FaZe a competitive game at least.
Looking that way early on. Going to be tied up 4-4. Brokey and Frozen, the only two remaining with Deagles. Huddled up in middle as well. Going to hear the tick of the Molotov and an easy kill for Nexa. And now they know the position of Frozen. Money's still going to be a little wonky for FaZe. G2 have them right where they want them to put a good T-side on the board on Dust 2 to start this series. And a timeout used by FaZe.
If you're FaZe, you want to stop this momentum before it starts to build. You don't want to allow G2 to start heaping rounds on this T side of Dust 2. So they get Neo on the mic. Neo and Taz up against each other on the stage here in Dallas at the 100th Intel Extreme Masters. That just so much history involved in the coaching department.
Entirely former teammates that played together, won championships together. Both of them looking to make the semifinal stage. Now opponents once again as they were so long ago. Modesty staring deep down. Fires off a shot, smoke to cover. Rops is going to slide through it. He's going to make an aggressive play up middle, tired of being bored over at the B-bomb site.
Here's Stewie running through a smoke again, and Stewie once again opens up. First kill is good. Rops to trade on that aggressive maneuver through middle as Modesty cut out from beneath G2, so a 4v4 established off the initial engagements.
That's a brilliant find from Rops. Way to get aggressive once Karrigan goes down. Reyna's going to hustle back to a new angle inside the site. He's got three coming in this direction. Nico, Nexa, and Stewie, who's far back deep. Covering for any kind of a fight, any kind of a peek that comes.
Yeah, Rain just waiting now, decides to strike around that corner. Couldn't quite get a comfortable fight, but going through the smoke this time is Nico. Cleaned up from Rain though inside of the site, and he's having a fantastic game at the moment. Rain, he's up to double figures. And Hunter slipped through the B-bomb side, but it's been checked. Rops will detect it and dink up Hunter in that process. There's still a lot of time, but Bomb's on the other side of the map, and he's taking way too much damage here.
Yeah, I mean, damage is good. So far, they've got 3 kills in the round. Money's still going to be a little bit awkward for FaZe, though, so this isn't all lost for G2. But if Hunter manages to just get one more somehow, but likely just going to save the AWP, although Brokey would have heard that. He would have heard that pickup.
You don't want to let that AWP get into the hands of Modesty for free.
But you also don't have the money to chase. They might just have to let it go. So 30 seconds, we'll sit and wait at this stalemate and see if Brokey and Rain work up the courage to go hunt down the AWP.
Five to 4, another big round from Rain. He's started off on a heater, and this is one of the most experienced players when you talk about stage games and big game moments. Rain's pretty much always there. And another important round picked up from Rain because it looked like the trading might actually be enough there for G2 to get into the site until Rain put an end to it.
I mean, Nico steps to that smoke and goes 1 for 1, gets 1 kill on 2 players there. But I mean, that Rain kill was the important one to get, to have access into the bomb site, and he's able to just kind of stand with impunity. This was a beautiful push from Rops, a nice timing on it, but Rain again, just so strong, tapping away, finds Stewie as the 2nd kill. And they get back into a very slight lead, but they have to invest everything in this round. G2 again having them on a breaking point.
They ease into this next round. Spreading across the map. 2 in tunnels. Hunter and Nico. Apply pressure lower. And they cleared it out. They know that no one from FaZe has played aggressively. Down lower, this makes Modesty feel more comfortable to push up short with Stewie. G2 going through the motions of this initial map control, and FaZe ain't fighting them. They're giving them all the space they want, and that flash is good. Gets Rain off the angle.
Stewie saw one in CT spawn. Didn't have the fight, so didn't commit to anything, but he just said Rain was on the boxes. He's dropped into spawn. Molotov out towards Cubby. Nobody's home. Frozen's a little bit closer. Hunter, another round where he chooses to be a little bit more aggressive than usual.
He's going through. He's running right through. He can climb up on top. That's a little steal away. He tries to get back in time for Frozen. And he was damn close to it, but Frozen takes the kill back for the side of G2, and now they're looking at this A play.
Karrigan ran all the way back from long. Those footsteps would have been heard. And they can call out that he's going to be over on railing.
So you have to be ready for this. 35 seconds, though. That's all that's left for G2 to make their final play forward. And into this A-bomb site, they will charge. Karrigan forced into Goose. He's got Brokey out long, but for the time being, it's pressure on Karrigan. He's forced into the open, but he's found one spot of safety, one sanctuary spot. Will it work out for Karrigan? Because they do not check for him. They thought it's clear, but Karrigan gets away with a double, and now he's going for all three. He can't stop m0NESY. m0NESY now switches out to the AK-47. Discards his weapon of choice, but time is of the essence. He's now gone for the fake into the headshot. He needs a kill right now. Oh! m0NESY with the last second. That's all he had in the pistol. Oh my God, it's just incredible. The switch to the AK, back to the kill right at the end again. In the group stage, he had that one bullet headshot. In the playoffs, he gets the 1 second clutch. This guy is a master of time.
Frozen is probably just assuming he's committed to the plant, because why wouldn't you with only 4 seconds left? He's taking his time, knowing he'll have the jump, but that is a wonderful find from m0NESY. And Karrigan's gonna have to be really stoic, because he had a hell of a round, a hell of a job defending that A-bomb site.
Got a mic issue at the moment we have to work through.
They're fixed quickly. We're back into the countdown. 5-5, and once again, FaZe out of money. With that little one-round victory, it brought some of the losing bonus back down. Not a pretty place to be, and G2 have gained control of the economy in the later stages of this half.
That clutch from m0NESY could do so much. The repercussions of the rest of this half now for G2, and they're looking for 6. Nico, his first point of contact. He's taken out by USP. Stewie looks to clean it up, and he'll do so on 2. Finally taken back by Rups. But a 2v3 now, and it's quite a lot of damage done from just USP's chasing. G2 have to try and recover this mess, and m0NESY is going through those mid doors. If Frozen hits the shot on the Deagle, if he stops m0NESY from getting around this corner, it could be an absolute disaster on the cards here for G2.
Yeah, and this is a great play from Rops as well. He fell back directly to middle, knowing the long presence was going to force G2 out mid. m0NESY still not yet spotted by that Deagle. Frozen not peeking out, trusting in the crossfire. Now coming. No, he's got one. m0NESY ain't getting out of that situation. And FaZe steal one right back.
That is ridiculous. The initial play, the USP got the first kill of this round, and Nico's going to be very frustrated that he was the first player to go down for G2 in this one. Here it is for Brokey. Good clearance on Nico's spot. And then Frozen finds the element of surprise, and Rops just swings out that smoke. There's not a second of hesitation. And you get 1 second clutch from m0NESY in the previous round, and you feel what it's like to lose a round that you should be winning in the next.
Yeah, you had to capitalize on that. That's a huge missed opportunity for G2, but it's got to be an emotion that they're pretty experienced with. Rops is going to have a very fast flank up lower to Dark.
Stewie's running with this. He's going first. Frozen's got one from the back of the bomb site, and Nico's waiting for the flank, but Rops just checks it. This guy is just so methodical. He's able to move right through m0NESY, and next have to pull this one back, and they're doing so right now. 2v2 on the cards now again for G2. These rounds are so close, so hard to call. And it's the last shot of this half, so FaZe are going for this retake attempt. And around the back is Karrigan. Coming through the tunnels. Rain is not making any secret about it. He wants to pull that attention away. He wants to set up Karrigan for the chance to come back in from the tunnels, but now he's given away his position. Time will start to tick here for FaZe. They have to clear that side out, and Karrigan and Rain combine. The absolute perfection, the experience will prevail, and it will be a 7th round. What a first half of Counter-Strike we've got here. G2 competing against FaZe.
Glimpses of the history of the Intel Extreme Masters. We're live in Dallas for the 100th.
10 to 15 minutes, and on the arena, they went to the HLTV Confirmed live show. It was great to see.
Dallas, who's ready for America? I know I'm going to see all you there, baby, right down the road. 7-5 for FaZe, and we're live into the pistol.
Marginal lead for FaZe. And it's Karrigan and Rain in this historic game. We're able to close out that last round of the first half. Now Pistol will kick off here with Robs in the tunnels. He'll drift downwards to join Rain. Could be a good timing here for Hunter. If he decides to move forward, he would be able to get in behind the forces of FaZe that have moved now into lower. But it looks like that bomb will be joining them towards shore. It's Karrigan carrying it.
An A split coming in. Nexa is going to be critical. The pit player, if him and Stewie can hold on to long, it gives them so much breathing room at the A bomb site when eventually Rain, Rops, and Karrigan start moving up. Monacy will be at railing to defend, so Stewie's the swing player.
Monacy first, and he nails his shot. They cross on by. m0NESY a second, absolutely destroying the attack through short. Nexa keeping them pinned at long, and Stewie gets involved. Stewie comes in with that second headshot, and G2 swing right back. 7-6. Pistol here in the second half goes the way of G2, and they can start to build this CT side up.
Oh, that defense worked exactly like design. m0NESY takes first contact. Stewie's chucking flashbangs for him. When he gets the kills, he comes out to help out his buddy Nexa out at the long pit. Good swing, confident swing, and a solid headshot.
Yeah, Stewie is loving that one. It's got to feel nice for Stewie to get a couple of kills up on the board here as well. You know, you always, as a competitor, you can come in with confidence, but there's probably a little bit at the back of your head wondering, I haven't done this in a while.
You got to feel like, we saw a couple of those like head-scratching rounds from Nico where he's usually very sharp, and he's taken over some in-game leadership to it, so his attention is a little bit more split, but I think a lot of these tech issues are probably throwing him off his game. He's had the mouse problem, the mic problem a couple times. See if he gets into the swing of things on the CT side. Had the final kill on the pistol. He's up to 4 frags. With his team just 1 round back.
And this is the full eco for FaZe. I'll say full. Rops has invested in a deagle, so there's something for FaZe. They're going to gather up outside of B at the moment. Look to do as much damage as they can to this G2 economy. It's going to be rather difficult to do so. Rops leads that charge down through the lower tunnels. Hunter lies in wait. This could be a big round for Hunter to farm some kills.
Yeah, confidence round. He sees him jump across, willing to take that challenge, crosses back over towards the B bomb site. No commitment yet from FaZe. Just toying with him at the moment.
You know, Rain goes through that mid door, Brokey with him. Hunter is coming down to cover it off now, but they swing together and they overwhelm them. Now Stewie in from behind the double doors. It's m0NESY with his double kill. Clean and quick. Stewie gets the follow-ups. A lot of money made in this round, and it's all tied up, 7 apiece.
And recovers the M4 to pass over. Nicely done from Stewie at that B bomb site. We'll see if FaZe have any kind of a plan to challenge and test Stewie throughout this half. Good shooting from m0NESY to help out, but Stewie's not going to let him get close to the bomb site. m0NESY now up to 17 kills.
Looks like we might have another tech issue here. Karrigan having a chat with the admin behind him. Hopefully it's not a significant one, such as mouse being broken. And then we can resume this action.
Well, it's been interesting. It's good to see. We mentioned kind of FaZe being the favorites in this, and that there's a world in where this could have just been straight up a beatdown, a blowout with FaZe on a stage. G2 with the stand-in, looking a little rocky, subbing in a new IGL for the tournament, a Nico. But I mean, the fight back has been impressive from G2. Still seeing some good things. A pretty decent T side. If they don't slip on the eco round, you know, they could be in the lead right now.
But FaZe are the most entertaining team in Counter-Strike, Jason. It doesn't matter if they're going to be the team that should win the game. They're going to make it exciting regardless.
They're going to make it interesting. They always do.
There seems to be an issue with Rops at the moment. Well, they're persistent.
Somebody get these guys beer. It's day 1. This is going to be an issue.
It's drinking time. It's what? It's 5 p.m. That's fine.
It's always happy hour in Texas.
7-7. All tied up as we resume this action. FaZe will have the purchase available on this T side. Plenty of utility around it as well. For G2, 4 M4s, 1 MP9. Opportunity for the aggressive long P for FaZe. And Nico is applying pressure. He's got close to those doors. And they're going to make sure no one from FaZe is playing anywhere near long.
Yeah, they're getting deep cave control right now with that second Molotov coming in, seeing if they could catch anyone from FaZe stepping behind the box. Nico leaves Nexa parked as the anchor towards long A, moves over towards middle. FaZe spread out in a default and just now starting to move towards mid.
Smoke into the mid doors. Nico searching for information, listening out to hear a jump up. Rain is certainly going to jump up in behind Karrigan. But Nico is going back over to the B bomb site instead. They're stacking the wrong side of the map. Rops is doing a decent job with this lurk smoke just trickling on out. G2 a bit pretty hard on this B play.
Yeah, it seems like they're reading that this is going to be a mid to B split. And actually, it might be with the way things are lined up. FaZe can still call themselves out of it over towards Catwalk, but leaving Nexo alone at long, even leaving m0NESY at car on his own as well. 3 players heavy into the B bomb site. If FaZe go elsewhere, if they go to the A bomb site, it's just got to be a save.
But the smoke's coming in for CT. It's going to be a B split. This is a perfect maneuver for G2. They've got 3 players in this B bomb site. They have the perfect positioning to stop FaZe in the final 25 seconds of this round. Nico pops up and he starts to clean up a couple from the back of the car. And now G2 realize there's more than usual inside of this B bomb site. Rops is coming on in. He'll clear out the back of the car, but Nico doesn't stop. And this in-game leader battle of Nico versus Karrigan, it's Nico that makes the better call in this round.
That's a sick read from Nico to park himself. Big risk, but you get all the reward. m0NESY able to handle the drop, so Karrigan can't be a distraction. And yeah, just way more at the B bomb site than FaZe bargained for. And G2 have a 1-round lead. And now it gets more difficult.
Oh, Karrigan, he gets that shot on the cross. Stewie, his backside's ripped open. Karrigan might go in for another here. If he does, if he re-peeks, m0NESY was waiting with the AWP. And he'll re-peek with his own flash being set up here, m0NESY. Hunter close doors, Rain will fall. Rops responds quite swiftly. Okay, can now be picked up here from m0NESY.
He's thinking they're going to test the smoke. He's thinking because he had an op, someone was going to come through. Oh, almost had the timing. Making sure the guns are preserved and nothing can be recovered, so keeping FaZe on just pistols.
You don't want to let any of those weapons fall into the hands, and Rops is searching for it, but he's not going to be able to find it. Minute 10 seconds left, still time. And FaZe are going to start climbing up short again.
Transferring utility over to Nico as well, so he can keep Catwalk blocked off for the moment, while keeping m0NESY's eyes on middle. It's quiet on the map. Nexa and Stewie have seen nothing this whole round.
Karrigan. Oh, he gets absolutely destroyed from the peak of m0NESY. m0NESY shows he can do it on the 8K comfortably. Rops is forced away with that low health. He can't peek into the doors again. And Nico, powerful position to deal with these pistols as they attempt to get a bomb plant out of this situation.
Yeah, Nexa's coming back now as well, which is nice because this can still be a little bit dangerous if Nico somehow misses a shot. If they hit a 1D on him, but they ain't looking. The Molotov pulls their attention away, and now it's just Brokey and Rops on a lurk. And neither of those things are going to work too well. Nothing left to do for Rops but die. And he needs to die.
Yeah, he does. Nexa will take him out at range, and this is a G2 that are now in the lead versus FaZe by 2 rounds.
I do love that sign. It's a fantastic sign, both sides of it.
It's a double whammy. That is pretty good. It's got a reversible signage to it, and that's creative. 9-7 though. m0NESY with his AWP on the CT side. Brokey finally getting it going on the T side here. This could be a very intriguing off battle. And Brokey's going to have to look through middle. Smoke is up, so canceled out, has to change his position. And Nico's back to a pressing long. He's been pretty good at just locking them out of this area so far.
It looks like they want to get aggressive though, and you have to be really, really careful. You don't necessarily need to. Your defense has been solid, and yeah, Nico backs away from it, so they're going to leave Nexa there again. They decide against the aggression. That's coming in the form of utility down towards Xbox, and Rain eats a ton of damage.
m0NESY has his scope at short, and what a game he is having. 19-9 at the moment for m0NESY. Minute left. FaZe start to position themselves again for what is meant to be a fake out for the B split, but this time they're committing short, and they're going to walk right into m0NESY, and that shot, it connects. Rain is down. It turns out the most fearsome force of nature in the storm is the lightning, and that shot connects without problem. Brokey and Frozen are locked out of this round. 40 seconds still to go, but FaZe just don't have the map control. They don't have the numbers. And G2 are about to get to double figures. Broky's about to walk into 2 players waiting for him. And m0NESY is not missing in this quarterfinal. Frozen is left, and he'll do what he can. But with 25 seconds and the bomb down short, it's not going to be a round win for Frozen. It is 10-7 for G2.
FaZe have not put a round on the board yet in this second half. G2's defense is so solid. Frozen's going to cross over to railing. m0NESY's out in the open, but he's going to nail it.
My God.
3rd kill for m0NESY in the round, and G2's up by 3.
This is a tough one now for Karrigan to try and figure out, because you don't have many rounds to play with anymore. You don't have money in this to get a full purchase. So you're looking at what, half-buy situation coming up here. Tech9's a little bit of armor sprinkled in. You're likely to concede an 11th against G2, and from then on it needs to be perfect for the T side if FaZe want to take Dust 2. And you think back to that first half, it is clutches for G2. We said it in the group stages.
Guys, relax here a little bit, okay?
Just silence right now for FaZe. But we said it in the group stages that G2 are winning a lot of the games based on like little individual moments that you didn't believe would be replicable. And then suddenly Nex is clutching in the stage as well. And m0NESY's hitting some ridiculous last second clutch once again. It has shades of that opening game versus Falcons. And G2 could take map 1 versus FaZe.
And they've done it looking good as well. These initial defensive setups, FaZe have had trouble like getting the main thrust, the first thrust of their attack, any success. They get stopped cold on catwalk, stopped cold in a mid to B split attempt by a good rotation from Nico. G2's reading the game very well. You can see nades stockpiled in CT spawn for Nico.
Grenade is going to land on 3 players for FaZe. Good damage done from Nico. That'll soften them up. FaZe would love a bomb plant out of this situation, so they smoke up short. They send Karrigan in, but he gets absolutely annihilated. And you're talking about that stockpile of utility. Well, Nico is using it extremely effectively. FaZe have dove down, though, under the scope of m0NESY, and that shot lands right between his eyes, straight through that scope itself. And they are going to get a bomb plant here, FaZe. They could get even more out of it. Nico tapping away, recovers that kill on Frozen, and now Broky and Rops looking to pull this round back for FaZe. And this round would mean so much if they were able to pull it off. Rops has got a headshot on Stewie, and suddenly we're looking at a 2v3 situation. Nico climbs up on top, and you're talking about a better second half. Well, Nico is on fire. He's on for the ace right now.
Yeah, he's put 10 kills in the second half, maybe 11 kills in the second half. He has come alive on the CT side. And G2 is 2 rounds away from taking the first map in these quarterfinals.
Once Nico arrives and m0NESY's having a game like this, G2 become a very scary team, even without their full roster, even without their in-game leader. And we've seen that Nico's hanging in there, man. He's made some sick calls so far in this map. And they're going with 4 players towards long right now for G2, and Rain's out first. Molotov flashes all in his face. Rain not in a comfortable spot, but they leap right through. And that's Nexa taking Rain out of play. Robs to respond. It's 2 for 2. And yet again, we're even.
m0NESY's here, he just arrived, and Hunter catches 1 more, and that's actually all the danger. m0NESY can slide back because Karrigan's making a play, but Stewie's got eyes on it as well. Not any longer, and the B bomb site's been opened up. Finally, FaZe have a real chance at putting a round on the board.
Yeah, this whole B side of the map is completely up for grabs. That's the risk that G2 run with putting 4 players at A long early. And we know how difficult it can be to retake this B bomb site. But if they can catch Karrigan, if they can find him around these doors, then there's a way back into it. But Karrigan's positioning is absolutely perfect, and m0NESY is not allowed to retreat. FaZe will find an 8th round and some life left in them here on Dust 2.
Yeah, there's a little bit of strength in that for FaZe, is creating some chaos, creating so much pressure out towards long with those 2 kills, and allowing your individuals on the other side of the map to make what play seems to make the most sense at the time. And Karrigan just sliding out middle is able to crack Stewie in the face and open it all up.
Rain is committing towards the long fight again. He's first up. Could be a similar result for Rain. He's down to 27, but at least he's standing this time. So So not the ideal situation to find himself in, but Hunter, oh, this could be big. If he catches Karrigan around that corner, Hunter wasn't the cleanest first shot, but recovers it to take down the in-game leader of FaZe. Now the forces of FaZe move out long. They've really got no other options now, Jason. They don't have mid, they don't have short.
No, you're kind of stuck in this position, and you can put up the utility. You're going to kind of try and fake out a little bit of counter nades from this, and you can re-smoke it later, but it's not going to be easy. Stewie's already pushed up into upper dark, so he's saying, nobody's here. Nobody's outside the B bomb site. They have all the information, G2.
So another heavy stack towards the correct side of the map for G2. Rain has been damaged, and there's not a lot of utility here for FaZe. The smoke for the cross. m0NESY is cancelled out from the site itself. The FaZe are getting ever closer, and they haven't quite detected how many G2 players are currently in position. Nice shot from Rain on that jump up, but it's all G2, baby, with these kills. 2 to put them further into the better position in this round. It's just Robs, and they can't stop this G2. This is 12 rounds, and this is surely Dust 2. No bomb plant for the side of FaZe Clan. Robs will be a little tight on cash, so limited utility on a few players here and there. But this is a G2 that have come to play in this quarterfinal, and are now staring down the battle, or the barrel rather, of a very quick Dust 2 victory.
A convincing Dust 2 victory. 7-1 run in this second half for G2 since they've switched sides. Brokey's gonna try and give him an opening.
Oh,
He'll challenge. He'll challenge. Nate goes past him. Second one comes in. Spots one on platform.
He can't get out.
He's lost his play, and Hunter peeks.
So what's the response for FaZe? You lose your risky alt peek towards the B bomb site, and now you go short with a flash. Rain to lead this charge, and he hasn't been finding the most amount of success off of his plays as the spear of FaZe. And Karrigan goes through a middle, barrel spotted, Hunter brings him down with ease, and suddenly it is just 3 players remaining for FaZe Clan, and they've got a challenge into the Flash himself. 24 kills from m0NESY, dinked up. And Nico is there to assist him from down lower. FaZe are not getting into this round. They are not going to be able to find success because the flank of Hunter's through. And G2 cut through FaZe on Dust 2. Map 1 of the quarterfinals. And this unexpected run is into a sprint.
We're looking for information on the disappearance of this.
Been missing since last autumn.
Gone in a puff of smoke.
Which led us to you, my old friend. We've been interviewing every EG CSGO player active from 2022 to 2023. You are number... Hang on.
Ah, cut the bullshit, Moses. We've received intel that you were at a meeting taking place, and we saw that you were part of the plot to kill North American Counter-Strike. So stop the bullshit, Stewie!
Well, was the meeting at ESL headquarters?
This fucking guy. Don't make me read you the riot act.
We have eyewitness testimony. Look at me. Eyewitness. Putting you at the scene.
Eyewitness testimony? I see. You mistaken me for automatic.
Hey,
slow down, bud. That's
chill.
That's not where we're going with this. That's not what I saw.
I knew this day would come in. ESL content finally gonna get us canceled.
Relax. I wasn't there. You geniuses missed one very obvious detail.
What is this?
I don't do meetings at Starbucks, especially at 10 a.m.
Well, it's almost the unthinkable. Almost, just almost. However, it's not unheard of. That's right, Stewie 2K Company get it done here on the first map of the series. Dust 2 going the way of G2 rather swimmingly in most cases, in most scenarios. I'm going to welcome you back to the Intel Extreme Masters. We are in Dallas, the Lone Star State, and if you can believe it, we are in the playoffs, and something miraculous may have just happened.
Yeah, absolutely. G2. They do it. They get it done on their own map pick. Dust 2, you know, they don't go with Inferno, the old faithful. They throw Dust 2 in there again and get it done. Despite the bad start to kick things off, despite being reset early on, despite losing to USPs, they still persevere.
Sorry, Yanko, they just announced that they're going to resume beer sales and everyone's losing their mind. So, if you can imagine. Wild.
Yeah, by halftime, like, who said this game wasn't going to have it all? Everything that happened before halftime was G2 getting ecoed, Nexa getting clutches, Stewie the smoke criminal, Karrigan feeding in round 3 and round 6 here, and Monazi not missing a shot. Like, all these things are happening, and that's kind of what we saw like throughout the entire event so far from FaZe, from G2. So it's nothing like too out of this world, but it's like, you gotta be better than this right now on the stage right now, FaZe. You cannot be like Mouse, like Falcons, like all these teams that, like Liquid, all these teams that G2 got through to get here.
To be honest, I'm really impressed by the resilience from G2, right? With the stand-in and all the chaos, all the tech pauses with Nico and like his mouse, what the hell is going on there, right? Like, it seemed like G2 was going to unravel right before us, but even after a bad start, they managed to consolidate on their T side, win a couple of good rounds, and even after losing to those USPs, they didn't spiral out of control. They managed to reset for the second half, and it was a really, really strong CT side from them.
And Yanko, we can look at some of the utilization of utility throughout mid. We're talking about fast cat controls, things that G2 were doing right.
Yeah, absolutely. And in this round, you can see that the opening from the side of FaZe is pretty standard, right? 3 guys towards long. They want to nail down that control. And also you expect G2, they're going to be using long a lot because it's simple, it's easy, right? But G2 being maybe a little bit ahead in this round, they're going for that fast cat control. There's a quick smoke down mid. They're rushing towards cat to put some pressure early and force the rotation from the CTs, right? You can see that towards the B bomb site over here, they're throwing the lurk smoke, right? This is also predominantly to bait out the utility from Robs and from Frozen, who are the 2 B defenders. You can see that already they have no more incendiaries. They have only a couple of flashes left and an HE on Frozen, right? From this point on, G2 is going to reset a little bit. Their ending is going to be towards the B bomb site, but it's going to come in with a twist, right? We see this, I think G2 did this already previously on Dust 2, where they throw the 2 cat smokes, right? But then they'll have Stewie drop through the smokes into CT and split B behind him. Here it comes, Flash comes in, Rain is full blind, they get the kill, right? He knows that's the A player, so they expect 2 more guys on B. They get the trade here on Frozen. He gets real chaotic now for a second. I don't know what Robs is doing. He's exposed to mid. The guys are out mid, so he needed to push tunnels or turn and fight mid. Now it's a 2v2. Monesi dies Nexa in a 1v2. Finally does something.
He does something.
Steps up. This is a reset round. It was 4-1, 4-3, and this is what really gave G2 some breathing room.
Yeah, and the crazy thing about this is, like, at the start of this round, Robs was 1-1. It's round 7. He has 1 kill, 1 death. That's just like showing how G2's been so hard focused on going long. Karrigan with 8 kills by round 4, but then, like, I think towards the end of the half, it's not like he got many more kills than that. Everything was so early on, and then he gave up this couple of kills by getting a little bit curious for information, long pushing into them. And this is something that we've seen throughout this entire tournament so far from Karrigan on these round 3, round 4 against this, like the first gun round or like a hero AK, whatever the situation, he gives it up. And that kind of is the way that FaZe lose their momentum, lose their money build, and allow the other teams to get rounds back. And then on top of that, G2 did so many other things correctly to be able to build and capitalize on that mistake. But that can't be a mistake that FaZe gives up.
I think in the first gun round also, he pushes because there's the I don't know how you call it, crisscross smokes on mid, right? There's one towards B, one in CT, so he's like, with an MP9, I'm just going to go for it, but it was the bait from G2 all along, sort of waiting for that reaction, and yeah, just a great job coming back into half. In all reality, should have probably been at least 6 rounds for them, maybe even 7, but they lose to that USP eco and, you know, lose the last 2 rounds of the first half.
That they do. And that also puts us in that usual situation with the usual suspects. And by that I mean just one gentleman. He goes by the name of m0NESY. Now that would make him our United States Air Force aim high player of the map. And for obvious reasons. You just can't be stopped sometimes.
Bro, it's just crazy to me. Just that one round, that clutch with like 1/10 of a second left. Because that is m0NESY like in a microcosm. He first sort of shoots too early on Karrigan, who's in Goose, kind of messes that straight kill up, then picks up the AK, gets one more kill, then realizes, oh, there's no more time, I plant the bomb, this is the round. Oh, he fake plants with 5 seconds, goes, runs around, and finds the kill on Frozen. That's just incredible stuff from m0NESY.
Nothing screams CS like Dust 2, 5 seconds left, and a fake bomb plant on the A-bomb site.
And just hitting the shots too. Like even that one right there on Broke. Brokey tried to jump peek that. He tried to, like, you know, kind of jiggle out there, and well, m0NESY's just fast. That's why they call him the Flash.
Yeah, and I have to say, G2, some very nice reads on the CT side, right, with the setups. They play 3B
with Nico,
just when FaZe is going into a B split. Then they play close, sort of that stairs setup on Cat with m0NESY with the AWP. That's really, that also caught FaZe a little bit off guard. So FaZe didn't really get into these rounds. They didn't even get to the clutches. They were losing rounds before they could even get to the bomb site.
Yeah, I would say when I look at their approaches to both T and CT side, G2, you definitely can see a lot of variations and a dynamic approach to their CT side, whereas their T side looked very stale and vanilla. On the flip side of it, FaZe looked like they just did the same thing, take long control after you have it, kind of like rotate a guy to CT spawn, usually it was like Rain, and then Robs is just hanging around at B and doesn't really get active until I think somewhere around round 8 or 9, he started getting curious up middle and went for an aggressive push. But I mean, we didn't get to see him active at all. He barely got any fights, and if Rops isn't able to get involved with any fights, he's underutilized. Like, he's one of your best players.
Yeah, and I think also for the series, G2 had to absolutely win Dust 2. That almost goes without saying. But I can't tell you which out of the 2 maps do they have a better chance on. I feel like it becomes really, really difficult for them from this point on, because on both Nuke and Ancient as the 3rd map, I feel like the edge is on the side of FaZe Clan.
And maybe, just maybe, FaZe know that. You know, maybe there is that comeback mentality. That's not for us to sort of theorize. In fact, we can hear directly from Neo, the coach over at FaZe. What's he going to say?
Well, guys, I was able to talk to Neo, and things were not so good. First thing he said was, okay, they knew Dust 2 was an option, and maybe not what they expected straight away, but it was one of those things where he said they didn't have so much practice on the map because of how hectic the schedule is. Okay, that's one excuse, fair enough. He said also they didn't get off to the start he expected. They didn't play the way they would normally play when they come into the game, and it was hard to fight off. But at T side, to me, that was non-existent. That was a problem. We're going into Nuke next. This should be a lot more comfortable for sure. He's confident, but let's see, because this crowd right now, this is fully cheering G2, G-Stew, USA. So let's see what happens.
Well, he's not wrong about that, but what could happen here is kind of what we're looking at, what we're talking about, and no, we're not rickrolling you when you say that FaZe has been here before. This is a situation they have all the experience in reversing these sort of inevitable tides, it almost feels like. And for that, I mean, to look at the side of Nuke, a FaZe pick, a G2 CT-sided start, Yenko, what does it spell?
Yeah, I mean, we always say FaZe, the great procrastinators. Yep. They take the long way around. It's always through the quarterfinals, right, that they get to those trophies. And even in a series, they're starting 1-0 down, right? So it has to be a full 3-mapper, but this is where you really expect FaZe to be able to bounce back. You know, Nuke is their home turf. That's where they have all different solutions. Their playbook runs really deep on the T side, and you expect, even with a slow start, for them to be able to get it done here.
I remember joking about this with Matthew on the desk yesterday or something. The last time we watched FaZe play, it's like they have the deepest playbook and so many ways that they can lose the game somehow. So yeah, with Neo saying that they're confident in their Nuke, they should be. It's their, you know, the go-to map pick in a lot of the series. But like, what would happen here if G2, you have them losing in the playoff stage to FaZe normally and winning in the group stage? How odd would it be if Stu comes in for Hooksy, their in-game team leader, and the first time they're able to win on the quarterfinal stage is with a substitute, with a stand-in. That would be kind of out of this world. So I'm expecting FaZe to come in. They need to shake off that last loss. I'm sure like all of them are feeling like really bad about it. Rob's felt underutilized. Maybe we see him start getting activated, getting a little bit more curious, and saying like, I'm gonna take things into my own hands. I'm not gonna let the game just pass me by again. I'm gonna go get active at ramp, both sides, CTT side. I'm just gonna take my timings and see what I can get. Next is there, cool. I'm going at him.
I feel like for G2, they should utilize m0NESY more outside the CT, or m0NESY should just go more yard. He plays too much, jumps down into the side, wants to push, goes to ramp, all this stuff. If you want to do something different, go secret straight away and maybe play from stairs. But I think a lot of teams are really putting a lot of pressure on yard against G2 because their upper isn't there for the majority of rounds, actually.
It's interesting. I think, remember the last time they played it against Liquid, the first round m0NESY had an up. He did start upper, and then he's going for the hut pick, but instead of going to lobby when Liquid's like 4 people outside, he goes into mini garage main, and he gets pinched by Squeaky and outside. So he needs to be able to get his op up. He had like 22 kills in this last map. He wasn't missing a shot. If he's able to get somewhere where he's able to get clean shots, hey man, he's going aggro, he's feeling it. Why not get aggressive at T-Red even?
Yeah, and you know what? This is that part where I just do a little checkup here on you, Yanko, because we did ask about the heart and mind here and where it was. Now that we've got map 1 out of the way, give me a real quick yes, no. Is G2 closing this series?
Not here, Trace. We're going to go the full distance. I think this is where FaZe showcases their experience and they're able to bounce back.
Yeah, and on that note, Josh, I know where your hat lies. Actually, I have no idea. But what I do know is there's a bunch of hats around here. They're all kind of like pointy cowboy hats. And they're all ready to watch some Counter-Strike. And believe it or not, so are we. So we're going to go to a quick break. We're going to come back. We've got FaZe G2 on Nuke. And right now, G2 are in the lead. We'll be right back. You're watching the Intel Extreme Masters, y'all.
It's time for the DHL Ultimate 10. Who takes the lead this late in the game? Fallen can't hold on. ESL Pro League title. It's bound. Get right now. And Fallen finishes the job. Party won't stop.
Think you've seen it all? With FACEIT Watch's Point of View Selector, you can experience the game from any pro's perspective. Use the multi-view feature and customize the stream with up to 4 angles. Control what points you see while earning rewards. Drops are activated and lucky winners will receive FACEIT points. And if you ever miss a match, VODs are now available. Get instant access to demos with multiple POVs and commentary. Watch it, control it, FACEIT.
Hey guys, YNK here with Karrigan, and we're gonna talk about what's his best IEM moment here in Dallas for the 100th IEM. 99 have you played in? 97?
I don't know a lot at this point, so I don't have that count yet.
All right, let's see what the guys have picked out for you here. This is Katowice, if
Yes,
I'm not
for
mistaken.
Sure. This looks like 2022, you know? Good year. JKS is there. The fans are going wild.
Oh, Dust2 is back.
Oh, Dust2 is back, yeah, actually. I remember this game. It was so incredible. The best of 5 final against G2, playing with JKS as a stand-in. Oh my lord, I think this meant so much to me. I think it even meant more than winning the major.
Wow.
Because the storyline of this tournament was insane. every day. We wake up, we don't know if Rain can play. We wait until 3 p.m. We tell Jake has to pack his bag and play with us every single day. So it's like incredible moments, and it's so nice to see these scenes again.
And that was your first Katowice win, right?
Yes, we lost 2 finals there, so this was the 3rd final, so everything was unbelievable. I've dreamed of this trophy since Katowice started. I remember it reminds us so much of a Champions League trophy, the way the trophy is built up with the wings, or how you say. And then it just felt like I played it on a home crowd. I think this is the most crowd support I ever got in an arena in 2022. And it just meant so much to me to kind of feel that, since I played international team for so many years. I don't really have a home turf.
All right, that was the best IEM moment between Karrigan, Katowice 2022. I think that was an easy pick,
Yes,
maybe,
sure.
but yeah, thanks for tuning in and see you at the next one.
Clear. Flashing short. Flashing short now. Oh, long. Flashing long right.
Tunnel clear.
Short. Too long. Long dead.
Pushing me. Elbow.
Long dead.
Nice, Jake.
Nice, Jake.
Nico, I'm leaving long. I'm coming short.
Flash me is B, okay? Flash is B. Flashing me.
One more. Burning. In the molly. You can escape. You're good.
I'm really
guys here.
One more short.
Holding short.
I'm behind double door.
Okay. I'm holding short.
I can give you smoke again, Nico.
And you can give up.
He's crossing.
I'm only ramp.
Cross, one guy.
Next, can you push me?
2, 3 cross.
Right there.
One more.
I'm the smoke, guys.
I'm sure.
Burning
one.
Smoke fading soon.
And they're on site. Take a card.
Nice,
boys! You're so fucking good, guys.
They're walking with destiny right now, Jason. It's the first time we've seen Stewie in an IEM playoff since Katowice. First time in front of the crowd since 2019. And now G2, if they win one more map, they're in the semi-finals of the 100th Intel Extreme Masters. And they're going to do it in Dallas. But FaZe, they're called the final bosses of the stage for a reason, Jason. They are the big dogs. They are the team that no matter how much it looks like they're about to fall out of the tournament, they find some life in them. They're basically like they're in a Rocky movie, and there's a way back in every time.
And absolutely, and I think importantly, you're going to be in a different ring this time. You're going to be going over to Nuke as the second map in the series. Dust 2, a nice pick for G2 FaZe. Not experienced on it yet as it's returned to the map pool in terms of recent competition on it. So a nice pick for G2 they're able to capitalize on. Nuke's going to get a lot harder. Nuke's going to be one that can be very difficult to work a stand-in into the situation. They've been up and down on it. They had a close win against Team Liquid to get into the playoffs. They've also been destroyed by Mouths on this map. So G2 have a very tall task ahead of them if they want to close this series out 2-0. And that's something that seemed unimaginable when we came into this series today.
Well, Karrigan is not going to like the fact that he was outcalled on numerous occasions by Nico in that previous map. It is going to become more complicated, more complex as we head into Nuke. And FaZe Clan look to extend play in this quarterfinal. FaZe have made it to every single IEM final since CS2. And they are looking to do the same here in Dallas. They'll start in the quarterfinals, they're one map down. And it's going to be a long road as we get into this one, Dallas. We're heading into Nuke, second map of this quarterfinal.
Pistol round going to be going live. FaZe starting on the attacking side. G2 starting on the defensive side of Nuke. Their defense on Dust 2 was a wall. Nobody could find success from FaZe. Let's see how that fares on a new map. Dualies on Monacy, dualies on Hunter.
The map pick of FaZe begins with multiple players heading outside. That squeaky door blown open. Nico peeks it for information. And Nico wants to get around the smoke, use it as cover. Perhaps he can disrupt this pistol round early for that of his opponents. Stewie 2K from Heaven spotting the outside cross and multiple FaZe players. He's dinked down to 1 health instantly off the back of these initial fights, but it's Nico who is stopping on these CT halves. It's another double
It's time to open up the pistol.
Those are huge headshots to gather. Stewie been forced back. He's got 1 HP. That was information. That was map control for FaZe until Nico just rips it out of their hands. And a mid-round piece of aggression. m0NESY and Nexa coming up from secret, wrapping. Timing could be perfect.
The range on the Jewel Beretta is fighting heaven with the Jewelies. Ain't the easiest position to be in here for m0NESY, but he still lands that gush. He's got some cover to keep going back into here at secret, and m0NESY able to finish them off. It is so ridiculous, the mechanical skill that this young man possesses, and that is G2 with the pistol round off the back of some spectacular headshots from m0NESY and Nico.
If you want to start building some belief and confidence within the team, that's a good way to do it out of a map 1 victory, and now the second map pistol round. Look at this from Nico. He just sees the hole being blown open into the smoke, returns fire. The second one is perfect.
And if G2 are going to beat FaZe today, they will need the 2 sharpest tools that they've got in Nico and m0NESY, and so far, both are firing on all cylinders.
Well, the crowd called them honorary Americans for the tournament. We've adopted a new team. Rain at red box outside, Deagle in hand. Full buy from FaZe, armor and upgraded pistols. And it looks like they want to be able to split that lower bomb site. 3 players grouped up towards ramp room. A couple going to try and cross towards secret. Karrigan, excuse me, is going to be a lurk outside.
Nico caught Rain. It's a good start here to break down this force buy from FaZe in this ramp room setup between m0NESY and Nexa. m0NESY can take 1 and peel away. Unable to be clean on it, so he's sticking around until he gets that 1, and he gets away with a double thanks to the team kill assist from Brokey. Nexa peeks out, the distraction sets him up with an easy one, and Karrigan now in lobby. We'll see what he can do. Try and prevent the clean sheet against G2, but it doesn't look too likely. He's cleaned up by Hunter, and that is the idyllic start here for G2.
It's the nightmare start for FaZe. A complete investment and you get no kills. You get absolutely nothing out of that investment, and that's so painful. 2-0 and a great chance for G2 to build up the scoreboard, build up some money, and make themselves comfortable going into the gun rounds.
Yeah, starting 3-0 down, tough scenario here for FaZe. They would not like to see a downturn in the results in CS2. I think we've kind of been spoiled with expectations when it comes to a team like FaZe, right? It's just their consistency of being at the top for such a long period of time and always being in that conversation. But this round suddenly reopens the conversation because FaZe burst through. They've got 2 kills. They find themselves ahead on the player count right now. Certainly not in weapons. And Nico makes sure that this one doesn't get out of hand towards outside. Doesn't want to get involved in that silo fight. He's lost quite a bit of his health here, Nico.
Yeah, he's got to be careful. He knows he was actually going to clear red box for a little bit before he got tagged up. So a little bit of space created for Brokey, and he's slipped the net. They have no idea he's down in secret. We'll see what he can do with this kind of a position. Frozen back towards lobby.
Under a minute as Frozen now enters lobby with the bomb on his back. Brokey clearing over towards control room. Nico, will he look the right way? Could be caught here by the deagle of Brokey. 1 shot and it's enough. Right through the glass, right through the eyes. And Nico hits the deck. FaZe open up a chance now. Nexa going down the vent. It's going to be risky right into Brokey's deagle. And he's keeping them distracted. He's keeping them pinned. And FaZe now move in together. Brokey even gets away. And it's going to pull Nexa into Robs. The Tech-9 waiting. And FaZe are about to pull off a round with pistols alone. m0NESY just comes right back in it again. And it's just Brokey on the other side. m0NESY, he is so hard to go up against him once again. He could pull off a ridiculous clutch to push G2 into that 3-0 territory, and oh my goodness, why not? m0NESY with another one, another clutch versus FaZe.
Toying with them. 1v3, an awkward 1v3 for m0NESY.
Yeah, it looked like FaZe have found the position to get the round win, and then m0NESY somehow is able to double up so quickly in this position, just enough damage to catch Frozen before he gets around the back of that cylinder, and then m0NESY sinks that final kill. This kid is so clutch.
But there's 4 losses taken, 4 rebuys for FaZe. That's not ideal. A good round, or 4 rebuys from G2, a really good round from FaZe.
They weren't expected to even be in the position to win that round.
m0NESY's got the op. He dropped the M4 over to a teammate. He's going to have that trying to peer over the smoke, see if there's anyone at the top of red box looking for a pick. Him and Nico watching outside, but the secret cross is available. And FaZe is going to take full advantage.
Oh, great usage. Breaking up in that smoke. Karrigan getting taken down by Nico, who just about gets behind the wall before Frozen is able to take him out in reply.
No utility for FaZe left. Couple flashbangs, no smokes to readjust on the map. No smokes to get anyone to be able to cross to meet up with Rain, who's made it over to Secret. And no one from G2 has rotated downstairs to address that just yet. But the bomb is stuck outside, so FaZe have to come up with a solution. They've got 55 seconds.
Rops waits in hut. Rain prowls lower. If this kill goes the way of G2, it is going to push them further and further into the favorable spot. Rops needs to win this fight for FaZe, does so as he peeks towards the back of the bomb site. That's Hunter out of there. And with 30 seconds left, Stewie off the top hut, off the top rope, slams down the hammer on Brokey and Frozen, and Rops can do nothing about it. And that makes Taz a very happy man.
G2's being very proactive that round on the CT side as well. And the 5-on-3, they start double pushing ramp. Not needed much at the end of the day. A good double kill from Stewie, patient on top of the hut. And 4-0, an early timeout used by FaZe.
FaZe one map down already. Very convincing showing from G2 on Dust 2, able to take that map without allowing FaZe to push into double figures. The T side has been very weak so far today. And they've got to start winning rounds real soon if they want a competitive game here on Nuke. Otherwise, this could end up being a historic moment for G2. And there is that conversation about playing without pressure, Jason. We've seen even last year in Dallas, we knew Mouse was a dead team. They made it all the way to the final throughout the playoffs. There is something to be said about playing with a lack of pressure and expectations dipping.
And there's very few teams who can experience, we know what G2 has to do is play with pressure every single event. This has been a weight off their shoulders, rush towards the upper bomb site. Let's see how this defense holds. Good utility, Frozen's got the first.
Yeah, Frozen runs in with that attack. Stewie is taken out in response, but here it goes down lower. Nico's grenade chasing after Rain, and it catches him just in time. So FaZe leaping towards lower, trying to get that bomb plant, and it just isn't going their way. So no extra cash picked up yet.
Nico had to have been starting in Secret, choosing to play the round to start at Secret stairs because he was there so quick. I don't think FaZe expected that kind of a fight. Awkward engagement. We're just going to forget we ever saw that.
Yeah, we didn't see that, Jason. That was non-existent. No Robs will step up, but he'll likely be stomped out. A 5-0 start for G2. m0NESY primed with a sniper towards control room. One hell of a performance from m0NESY on Dust 2. Now, we talk about maybe some of the trophies that G2 won last year, so it was incredible, but this year it's been much quieter, and we expect m0NESY with the kind of form he's in, we'd love to see him be in positions to lift more trophies. Here in Dallas, man, if they take down FaZe, this is a team that, you know, this is the litmus test, right? This is, if you can beat FaZe, you can pretty much beat anybody. Maybe Bar Spirit.
That's what you want to go with, sure.
Maybe not Donk.
Well, Rops is okay. That's a quick turn from m0NESY. Takes the dink and then takes his life. 5-0. Another buy coming in for FaZe. Still struggling to find success on this T side so far. Yeah, you're expecting the rotation to be coming down ramp. You're not expecting it to be all the way up that close on the rafters at that angle.
Yeah, Nico's happy about that one. Well, back to the buy here for FaZe Clan. Maximum loss bonus now established. And so AK-47's out for everybody. They've got to start winning rounds right now. We've talked about Rain and how good he is outside, one of the best players in the world at managing the outside area, but it's Rops who, the same can be said about these door pushes. He gets out, he attacks into the upper bomb site, and he walks away with another. Nico fighting back as he has many a time, but this is much better from FaZe Clan, much more solid. And Stewie's left on the upper bomb side alone, and there's so much time, so FaZe can just slow this down, hit the brakes, and pause.
Maybe a little bit too proactive and too quick, trying to crunch on that upper bomb site from G2, pushing ramp room on the defense. Everyone falls away, and FaZe knows Stewie's the upper bomb site player. They're going to avoid it altogether, go elsewhere, and he's got an awkward 1v3 to put together. He's got plenty of utility.
Yeah, he does have a lot of that, but doesn't have a big chance.
It's going to be hard to find the kills.
Yeah, that is the problem, retaking this lower bomb site. So many angles you've got to worry about, but if he puts the Molotov in place towards Frozen, that would be a free kill instantly.
Biggest problem is no smoke to put on the bomb to apply pressure, and he can't find that kill in the open. Brokey slides out. First round for FaZe. Good round from Rops. And he's starting to get a little bit more aggressive on this Nuke T side. We saw him hold the angle and hut towards the upper bomb site, find Hunter a couple rounds back. Now he's being proactive outdoor. That's a good fight from him, waiting for the follow-up peek from Heaven as he saw the shoulder. All attention drawn towards the upper bomb site, and FaZe exploit the extremities.
Technical timeout for G2 to go through it, and I mean, I was listening to the interviews ahead of this matchup from Nico, and the expectations that I got from that interview was that, yeah, we just hope it's a competitive game versus FaZe. I think we've done enough to make it competitive, a close game. I don't think they'd be expecting to be one map up in this series already, and now leading 5-1 on FaZe's map pick of Nuke.
The nice thing about it is that situation where if you're G2, you start to truly believe that you can do it, especially when you get such a hot start on Nuke, if they can continue that. It's 5-1. FaZe starting to move towards outside.
Getting into those outside fights early. Frozen's up on top of May. Nico has just been so good at cancelling out some of the effectiveness of these FaZe players outside. Rain in particular has struggled to combat with Nico. Hunter, he's going to check for Rops. This is the play Rops makes all the time. In fact, he made it just a few rounds prior, in fact in the last one. So he's stopped by Hunter. Rops is dead first. Nico blinded towards the back of the garage, but he gets behind the box. Rain surely clears up, but timing to look away. Nico peeks out, takes Rain out once again, but he's got a call to G2 that there's some space open. There's something you need to worry about, and that is hell to Heaven. Brokey has the bomb. That's the bomb, and it's given on over to Nico.
Yeah, so this Heaven play might not actually matter from Karrigan. Brokey, the only player in position to try and take care of Nico, and that's a disaster.
What do you do now?
But if Karrigan can open something up, there's 2 kills available. Oh, he's gonna slide out. He sees both, but he can't handle Hunter. What a snapshot.
And now Frozen, sound cue made. He's made the drop on down. Nico gets the perfect timing again, man. Nico is farming outside. What a time for Nico to show up to this level. We know he possesses this skill. We've seen it for years upon years. And there has been criticism about some of his performances in CS2, but he's up on the stage, in-game leading his squad and just farming on the CT side.
I mean, this round he gets two kills from just pure benefit of timing of players clearing his angle and just managing to peak at the perfect moment. Big stop. FaZe's T-sides today against G2 have struggled. 1 round on the board here in 7.
Nico applying pressure towards Squeaky this time. Rops down to 51 off the grenade landing at his feet. And dead again. Back-to-back rounds. Rops is dead first for FaZe. He's usually so pivotal.
I was just saying, he's getting a little bit more frisky at his plays, a little bit more aggressive.
Here's Nico.
Freebie onto Karrigan.
And walks right into him. Nico is just prowling these smokes. This is his domain. This is his area. And m0NESY may be a little bit too emboldened with that push. He's stopped by Brokey. FaZe somewhat back into this round now. Nexa needs to be careful he doesn't lose his life against Rain. Hunter's there to adjust, and Rain will fall. It's down to Brokey and Frozen to try and recover this round for FaZe. 59 seconds, perfect timing to open up that door. And he was damn close to getting a second, but Brokey's on the hunt back, but the Hunter comes out on top.
What a lovely time it would be to have a big game from Hunter. He's hit some spectacular shots. 8 and 3.
Good discipline from Nexa as well, not to overcommit that fight at the stairway.
He does it because he knows he's got Hunter and Vets. He's like, I actually don't have to hold this off. I have a teammate down here to watch it for me.
And he does so effectively. Everyone's having their moments here for G2. At what point does it become too much for FaZe to have to deal with. This T side has been crippled over the last few rounds. And Rain finally has managed to get down Secret. Hasn't had the best success in doing so, and Rob slips the net and gets down the vent as well. So some positional success for FaZe early on, and they're going to gather up ramp with 3. m0NESY's lying in wait though. And he looks to strike right to the chest of Karrigan. Second shot is so damn fast from m0NESY, and he is just so clinical today. Third shot won't land, but the damage has been felt, and FaZe have lost too much of that initial pack.
Yeah, and even though they've gotten so much space everywhere on the map, it's like, what are you supposed to do?
It's a big shot from Broky.
m0NESY takes out 2 of your players, 5 on 3, and now you can just be so confident. Hunter's got the bomb again. Rain and Rops down in Secret. There's nothing to do but wait for Hunter to, or excuse me, m0NESY to find you.
It feels like the CT side is so fluid from G2 right now. Push and pull, and m0NESY, no scope. Style points from m0NESY. He'll go back and finish it. Gets the job done. That's a 4K. He's up to 12 kills now. The real competition is between him and Nico for who's topping the charts on G2.
And m0NESY knows he's playing like a badass at the moment. He's giving the crowd a little bit of showmanship at the end of it. He's feeling this up at the moment.
There's no energy in FaZe. You know, this is Karrigan the showman. This is the FaZe side that thrive on the stage. We aren't seeing anything that's giving them a reason to be fired up, to feel comfortable. They are completely dampened by just the sheer force of G2 at the moment. Second timeout used for FaZe. They've got to work with this. They have really to be in a comfortable spot, Jason. Would you say they need 4 rounds here?
They're getting desperate. I mean, yeah, at this point, if you're FaZe, you take what you can get, 3, 4, whatever it might be. They've only, I mean, Dust 2, they got 1 round on their T side.
5 kills is the most amount of kills here for the side of FaZe Clan, and that's Rob's.
I mean, but when you think about it, is they ran into m0NESY's op in the previous round. He shuts you down with a double kill. Outside where a main thrust of FaZe's offense has been, and always generally is on Nuke, has been Nico's playground. He's been dominating. They haven't been able to find any success, and the original defenders for G2 have been getting all the kills. There's no options to find frags in the mid-round.
FaZe are down to a half investment. You don't have enough resources to put into this one. They are focusing up for the next. Got a decent amount of utility, and these Tech 9s and Deagles, they can be potent on Nuke. If you can get an upper bus going pretty effectively.
I mean, one of the scariest rounds that FaZe actually had on this T side was with the Tech 9s. That was the m0NESY 1v3 that he ripped away from them, but other than that, that round was all FaZe. Let's see if they can do it again. Smoke wall outside.
Rain will activate with that, but everybody else stays focused inside. Rain has had such a tough time. He's 1-8 at the moment. FaZe Clan setting themselves up out the side of that squeaky door. They want Rain to be able to come through main and try and crunch this A side together.
Yeah, it's going to be a set piece. Rain is going to come through probably right as those smokes fade, but another smoke up towards Squeak Door might actually delay things, so he gets a hard job of having to survive and wait for his teammates to be ready to execute.
And Nico now moves into main, which frees up Hunter to play closer towards Squeaky Door. Broky coming through Hunt. Stewie dodging the flashes. He looks down, cleans up, double from Stewie. Finally ripped off the top, but FaZe are down to just 2 players. And Broky must win here with that Deagle. He's got some big shots, but the bomb plant is denied. And now Broky's left in a 1v3 with the bomb not down. It is hard to see this happening. And m0NESY is just so damn fast from heaven. 9-1 for G2. I don't think I've seen FaZe knocked out this hard in a very long time, Jason.
No, I mean, probably not since Katowice against Spirit. It was the last time we saw them just completely outmatched, and at the moment, they've got no answers. No answers to what G2 is doing at any point in these rounds. At this point, I mean, screw answers, you probably don't even have many ideas.
The best case scenario now for FaZe, which is still unlikely, is 3 rounds on this half. G2 playing with so much freedom on this CT side. Nico pushing up outside, looking for that opening fight towards Silo. Doesn't get the opportunity, so he will now drop off and change his position.
m0NESY's dumped him all his utility so he can play outside still dynamically. Allows m0NESY to be mobile as he has no obligations for smokes or Molotovs. And back towards ramp room he goes on this timing. And it's the right position, of course it is, and he's got the angle at the perfect moment. Rips off the head of Rops.
Oh.
Traded back, but Nexa's still here.
Yeah, but they're not expecting Nexa to be in this position because the initial shot from Odyssey, so Nexa gets out of that with a kill, and he's still alive. Nice shot from Karrigan. Needed to hit that one if FaZe have any shot of this, but here comes Stewie. Here he comes around the back. Karrigan is considering it, but he dodges that fight. He gets around the corner towards Hell, and he'll climb up that ladder to join his teammate in Frozen to Heaven.
Yeah, but Hunter's coming right back up as well. Oh no, he's down in secret.
Yeah, this is an open side for FaZe. They'll comfortably plant that bomb, and now they're in a position to get a second round. Stewie's got to go down lower. Have a little look. No one's here. They now confirm that it is, in fact, that A play from FaZe.
Yeah, this time they can't shut down the ramp play. G2, if they want to go for this 2-on-3, they might as well. They've got money for the last round to rebuy whatever they want.
And
so
even if you
Stewie
lose
and Hunter are going to check it.
Even if you lose it, if you do damage to the economy of FaZe, you weaken the next round for them. So there is a shot at it, but the time is ticking, and they never got close to the site. Hunter getting close to his rain. Now, though, he'll begin his pounce. It's a good shot. Frozen defends off Stewie, climbing up that ladder, and that is enough now for Hunter to try and back away, but Frozen will deny that save. It is a second round for FaZe. Karrigan hits a really important shot in that ramp room on Nexa.
Yeah, and also the recognition that you took down Modesty and Nexa in ramp room. There's likely not going to be a Heaven player. The two defenders are going to be in the upper bomb site, maybe shifted down low when those kills came in, realizing the weak spot in the defense, and Karrigan makes a perfect call.
That is the third T round won for FaZe in this series. They have only won 3 T rounds so far.
It's been an absolutely horrible day for their offense.
But if they want any shot of being able to pull this back and stay alive here in Dallas, a third round is required. Outside, addressed by Monacy, and just sees enough of Rain. He has had a nightmare half, 2 kills to 11 deaths, and Monacy is just shooting everything right now. That shot connects on Karrigan.
And look at Karrigan's pathing. He's just like, I can't go up against that. I can't do anything against this AWP. This is what it's been all half. It's been Nico mostly, but the switch up of the AWP catches them completely off guard.
Well, now they know the AWP isn't in ramp, so they challenge in towards Nexa this time. He's changed up his position. Rob's considering it, but the timing for Nexa, he'll double up and puts them right in his back pocket. And this is a player that gains so much criticism for the G2 squad. But he has had some massive moments in Dallas for G2. And another great round here that should push G2 up to double figures to close out this first half. Frozen and Karrigan will do everything they can.
This is G2 as it's designed, even with the stand-in. The engine of Monacy and Nico providing so much power. Role players stepping up when called upon. Hunter having a good game. Nexa doing a fantastic job in ramp room. And Frozen's gonna go down last. It's 10-2. G2-0 is looking likely, and they might just complete it after the break.
who are leading the way versus FaZe Clan. And the home crowd are loving this. We have got probably a few more rounds left of this game unless FaZe are about to pull a historic comeback. It turns out Stewie 2K might be the kryptonite for Karrigan.
Yeah, maybe that's just, he's come in and he played very, very well on this Nuke. Only 7 kills, but had a couple very impactful rounds at the upper bomb site. The cliche is the pistol round is oh so important. FaZe must have it.
Rops, slight angle, drops the utility, jumps forward.
That's going to buy time for Karrigan to rotate over, but I don't know if they can hold off all 5 players.
Now they come back in towards hut. It's Brokey waiting, lying in wait, in fact, inside of the hut. Rops forced down to low health. He has to drop back in towards hell. m0NESY has scared him off and given so much space to G2.
Brokey's hit a timing though. Brokey's pushing lobby right now to flank out towards ramp room. Rops has backed off completely, which leaves Karrigan isolated on his own, and Rops can only get the 1.
Rain inside of the side, waiting for them to come over the top of heaven. He keeps himself tucked away, and Brokey comes back into the lobby. Nico's down to stop him, and Rain can't do anything about this G2 onslaught. G2 is getting closer and closer to the semifinals. There's not enough room to lose pistol rounds of your FaZe. And that might just break them. That might just knock out FaZe. They're down to a force buy. There's no other options.
Karrigan will be very familiar with this chant.
I don't think anybody expected this kind of G2 performance. Many writ them off in the group stage.
Yeah, they limped through the group stage. Fortunate to even be in the playoffs, but boy, are they maximizing it now. A 9-round lead for G2.
Has come together exactly as designed, as you were mentioning, JC. You got m0NESY fragging out, Nico there with Hunter. This is a scary G2 side. And FaZe will fight to the end. But that end might be coming closer than you think. Next up, good headshot on Robs. That draws the first kill in favor of G2. Rain is going to try and stop them from running into main, but you can't stop Stewie. Hunter follows up. Now Karrigan inside of the lobby. He goes down, and Brokey is left in an impossible fight. It is 12 rounds for G2. It is map point for G2, and it is semi-final point for G2. They are so close to getting this job done.
An incredible performance from G2 in these quarterfinals. Massive underdogs coming in. Question marks about how they'd be able to handle FaZe. The answer has been m0NESY. Another God tier series from him across both maps.
Yeah, they may not be here with their in-game leader. They may not have had the greatest results. But you cannot forget that this G2 side is made up of some of Counter-Strike's absolute greatest players. Some of the sharpest stars. And Rops looking to defend this ramp play. Nexa charging towards him. They just run right through, and they run all the way. G2, 2 kills away.
They're so prepared for everything. They're so prepared for every push, every reaction. G2 with the stand-in has hit a flow state that FaZe can't handle, and that's it. G2 in the semifinals of IEM Dallas.
What an incredible showing from this G2 side. They come here without their in-game leader. We all sigh as it's Nico back to the in-game leader duties, and a surprise addition of Stewie being added into the team. And now he can stand up in front of the home crowd as a semi-finalist at the Intel Extreme Masters, taking down none other than FaZe Clan. They don't have a good record here in America.
And a performance like this is going to give you some swagger, some confidence. It's going to start making you feel like you can believe moving forward. They've got a date with 9Z in the semifinals tomorrow. And G2 is looking so hot. The defense today was unbelievable.
Yeah, that semifinal is heating up. A story of 2 unexpected runs, of 2 unexpected stories. But for G2, they've got to feel like that game in front of them opens up a great chance for a grand final run in Dallas.
Stewie before this game, you told Banks. Just wanted to take a moment to appreciate this. You told Banks that you were going to go where the universe was taking you. I think the universe wants you on this stage.
Step at a time, game at a time, and the trophy might be ours.
It just might be. What does it mean for you after so long not competing, playing in front of the hometown crowd, winning in front of your hometown crowd?
Man, no words can explain all the support y'all been giving me. I appreciate it. We're gonna need it to make it to the finals. We keep it going.
Keeping it going. It's 9Z next up, another team that nobody really expected to be here. You taking it all the way?
I mean, nobody expected us to be here either. So, game at a time, like I said.
One game at a time. What do we think, Dallas? I think we know what their answer is. Back to you on the desk to find out what you think.
I was thinking a whole lot of things, I'll tell you that, Mike. But in this moment, this rather monster moment, if you would say it that, wow. I'm talking about outclassed, outmatched, and absolutely owned is FaZe by Monacy and company. And this wasn't even close in the second map.
I'm absolutely speechless, Trace. I can't remember the last time FaZe took a beating this hard on a stage in an arena, right? This is where they do their best work. This is where their players thrive. This was their map pick, and just the T side today completely non-existent for FaZe Clan.
FaZe looked, yeah, I mean, non-existent is a good way to put it. I mean, G2 had really good dynamic CT sides, which made it really difficult for FaZe, but they did themselves no favor with just the way they approached their T sides. It seemed sloppy. One by one, people would die. There were no like peaks together. We weren't peeking with flashes. It was just people one by one going out, trying to make something happen. Oh, they die. Who's next? And with Nico on form like that, moving around, getting the good reads, with Monazy never missing a shot, it's just, you cannot play a style like that. FaZe needs to have a little bit more depth and be able to just reel it in with some set plays and some better team play.
And in this particular matchup, you know, it's been a war on Yard between Nico and Rain, right? They've been teammates for so long in the same lineup, and Rain has had the better of Nico on a number of occasions, you know, but today it was no contest. Nico was just on a tear, a little bit fortunate in some situations with timing and people not really looking at him and or not clearing his spot. But yeah, he just started with 2 clean headshots in the pistol round and it just kept piling up from there.
And it just seemed like all of the answers were in the pocket of G2. It never seemed like at any point FaZe was vying for actual control of the game. It was more like just staying afloat.
Yeah, I mean, it's a struggle. The problem is, like, Josh is right, but the problem is, if you start behind, right, you don't want to call a set strat necessarily until you win a round by sort of playing slow, controlled on Yard. You want to change the pace with a set round. But if you are not finding these openings and you're just going deeper and deeper into the hole, right? At some point, you just need to try to make the switch to get something going for yourself.
When talking about like the set plays, like you're right. You know, you can't just go into like, okay, let's set up our nades and do this upper hit. Like that's not going to work, especially with how well everyone was getting their 2-piece openings on G2 side on the defense. I'm talking more like they're not even getting into good enough positions to be able to play out the mid rounds, right? You'll see someone's dying early, trying to walk through a smoke, or how they're taking Yard with the smokes up and they want to go into big rush. The flash comes. 3 seconds later, someone goes in. They die. 3 seconds later, another flash comes. 3 seconds later, another player goes in, dies. When we're talking about like set plays, it's like, okay, we want to go. We have the purpose of taking Yard. We're going to do it with deliberation. We're going to go and we're going to get it done. We're not going to just waffle around.
And you say you want to go. How about we want to go? And I'm talking about Nico. What's up? But yeah, you need to put that on. Yeah, that's how that works. Hey, man.
Hello.
You're with us. Okay.
Yeah, I am.
Congratulations, Nico. Tell me a bit about this roller coaster.
Yeah, I mean, what can I say? We played amazing. The atmosphere was amazing. I think I don't know how we've been playing this good, but it feels nice beating both Mouse and now FaZe, one of the best teams in the world. So things are looking good.
Can you tell us first, what the hell is the problem with your mouse? Like, why did you took like 3 tech pauses on the first map? What was going on there?
I don't want to go too much into it, but there were just some issues with sensor, basically. So it took us some time to figure out what it was, and both me and Jay had the same issue. So yeah, we don't know what was the reason, but there were some issues with the sensor movement. So yeah.
Could be a CS issue. I'm so curious, but yeah, we're not going to go into that. That's not what this space is for. Tell me about the transition from playing just in a studio environment to you guys coming up here on stage. You know, what was it like going up on stage today? Obviously, the love's for G2 or G-Stu, however you want to call it.
I mean, yeah, that was our goal, right? Playing in this arena in front of the crowd with Jake. We knew that was going to be, yeah, it's going to be amazing, and it just felt good. We were all very happy, no matter what happened, we were just happy to play on the stage, you know. Even if things went wrong, I still think we would have found a way or whatsoever, but it just felt great. We knew it's going to be a fantastic match.
You had a lot of really dynamic CT sides, good reads about like where to stack on Dust 2. You were tripling up B, for example. On maps like Nuke, you were just knowing when to go back big garage versus when to go somewhere else. Who was making these decisions about like where everyone is going to be setting up? Is it mainly you as the IGL for the event, or is it like Monazi having a lot more impact there as well?
I mean, I could. Okay. You're not supposed to see this. I mean, I'm responsible for most of it, but obviously the guys have the freedom to, you know, to speak up what they want to do. I mean, for those like gamble stacks and like the rotations, like I try to have a read, I have a theory on how to, you know, how people open up the half. So like this triple setup on B, I just had a feeling that that they thought that we would not expect, or that we would be the weakest on B. So that was just my read. But overall, the guys have freedom, and I think on Nuke, we didn't really have much to do. I think FaZe probably messed up a bit. I mean, they lost Dust because they were not aggressive enough, and we knew that they're gonna go very fast on the T side. That was their mistake, I would say. So we didn't have to move too much. We just stand, and they came to us, and we just had to kill them basically. So, yeah.
And we heard previously, you know, on the desk, Stu was coming on in interviews and talking about some of these anti-ecos and how he was going to take over this time. So who was in charge of it for the one on Dust?
For the one on Dust, no, I was still in charge. He definitely gave some ideas. I mean, the thing is, we're not even making bad calls. We're just making some bad decisions during the round. So that are costing us a lot. So I'm happy that this time it was only one.
Hey man, at this point, I just want to ask you one question. We'll look to get you out of here. Do you miss Hooksy or not?
Of course I do.
I figured I'd ask. Someone was curious. I figured I would translate that message over. Do you miss the idea of him being in charge over there and you getting to do your thing, or like what is it?
I think I didn't respect. Like I didn't put too much thoughts into like on T side, right? So I wasn't really like helping him. So I think now we could maybe mash up a bit, and maybe he could take something away, and I could help him a bit more. But yeah, I mean, we just play a bit more free, I would say, and that just shoots when we play with the stand-in, right? I mean, it's also like one event, so people don't know how I'm calling, so it's a bit easier to call, right? But once they get a picture of my style, obviously I don't know if it's going to be as good, but yeah.
How can they know what you're doing if you don't know what you're doing, right? Like,
exactly.
Yeah, fair enough. Hey, Nico, anything you want to say, or you want to get out of here?
I'll see you guys tomorrow.
Yeah. There you go. All right, everybody, that's Nico, that's G2, and obviously congratulations in order over there in the G2 side for FaZe. This was the end of the run, but yeah, I like this little flow state that we're seeing from G2.
Yeah, I mean, it's been incredible, and just the CT side has been a complete lockdown. FaZe could never get a foot into the game on Dust or on Nuke. They were just constantly playing from behind, and then even in the second half, you don't win the pistol. There's just no rounds to work with, and yeah, they just didn't really show up today at all.
Yeah, that's not going to cut it. And speaking of which, it's time for us to cut away from this, you know, highlight moment over here and kind of go with something that's a little bit more somber. I'm talking about hearing from the side of FaZe.
Neo is joining me here from FaZe Clan as they exit in a way that I don't think many of us expected, and I'm sure you didn't. I spoke to you between map 1 and 2, right? And you said it didn't feel like you came into the game very early on enough to be able to fight. Why did that still not happen coming into Nuke? What happened when you got in there again?
I mean, it's CS. It's always a possibility. They've got the crowd behind them. They've played a really good game today. We didn't show up, I guess. And that's how we got here.
What was the communication like going on for you guys? What was the mood like? Tell me about what was going on inside the server.
I think the mood was okay. Everything was fine. We just they had some good reads on both maps, I guess. It wasn't an easy game. They played it really well.
And in terms of them playing really well, though, what did you see something that was an issue for you guys personally? Because we normally see the best FaZe on stage. This is where we normally see you at least fight the whole way. I can't remember the last time I saw FaZe like this.
We're gonna have to rewatch the game and discuss things. Actually, we've been struggling a little bit on Nuke. Like we don't really feel that confident like we used to do. It's still our home turf. We've got lots of options there, but we've got kind of lost at this point. Maybe too many options, you know. But we'll see. We need to rewatch it and think things through.
And you're not done for the season yet, right? You're going off to London next as well. So there's a lot still for you guys to go through. Is there a possibility to try and mentally reset, repair some things going into that?
We'll have to try. It's still a short time for practice. With the changes we've just had, it's not getting easier. But obviously, this one was a disappointment, and we'll aim for better results next trip.
And lastly, anything you want to say to the fans out there?
Thanks for cheering, even though we're in a minority here at the stage today. Much love, and see you next time.
Thank you very much, Neo. Sad to see him go, but that's it for FaZe Clan here at Dallas. G2 march on forward.
Yeah, it's a tough way to go for FaZe, but obviously it almost looked like without a fight in some instances. I'm not going to bullshit with you, Yanko.
Yeah, it's a shocker a little bit. I was surprised when we heard from Banks after the first map that they were a little bit surprised by the Dust 2 pick as well, that they weren't like super prepared on it, perhaps because it was going to be that or Inferno, you know, yeah. For me at the very least. So yeah, the T sides really let them down today for FaZe, and they have to figure out what went wrong, because as they mentioned, London is around the corner, and you know they need to do better there.
I know that they said that they didn't have not so much practice on Dust 2 coming into this event because of the schedule and everything, but before they went into Nuke, they said, Neo said they were confident in their Nuke, and now in the post game, he's like, yeah, they weren't feeling confident, and then the mood was like, okay, it was fine. It wasn't
he
even
can't
good.
really say
it's
going
like,
into the map, oh yeah, we are not feeling that great, and it's our pick. You know?
I mean, like, you're picking it.
And it's again another series where G2 doesn't veto Mirage, and they're not punished for it. It's not in the pool, so they can't keep getting away with it.
Yeah, really, it's like that. You know, I think in this moment there's not much left to do, but I know of one thing that I certainly want to do, and that's talking about our DHL MVP. Yes, that's right, the DHL MVP. You can use your Twitch channel points to find out who exactly we're going to be catching up with at the conclusion of the grand finals on Sunday. So we're going to go through a couple candidates for you here. Again, so Twitch channel points. Surprise, surprise, Monesi.
Yeah, I mean, another incredible series from him on both maps, really, on CT side, T side, it doesn't matter, he just keeps getting it done. This was filthy, this clutch, and yeah, he's definitely the front runner, probably for the whole tournament, you know, if they can make it into that grand final of G2.
Yeah, statistically speaking, I think that goes without saying at this point, right? Yeah, so Hunter has arrived, I guess. Is that fair?
It's definitely surprising to me based on the results that he was getting throughout this entire event so far, but this last series he was definitely on point. He was finding a lot of those double entries on his CT side, just anchoring things down, getting a lot of different timings on his lurks on T side of Dust 2B site, getting frozen or ROPs in the back, so definitely finding a lot of value there today.
Yes, and the man that we just had up here on the desk, candidate for that DHL MVP, is Nico. Now, we did look at the stats. Josh, you pointed this out just the other day. Looking at those stats, he's been up there too.
Yeah, his rating was overall better than Monesi's, so it's like round by round, he's getting 1 kill every round type of thing, whereas Monesi was having those big standout 4-kill rounds that we saw, you know, throughout this entire series as well, actually. Dust 2, we were seeing it happening, and on Nuke, that play from the vents and back holes area with the up, it's just, command, stop.
Yeah, and I think Nico probably had his best CT side Nuke half in a very, very long time, and that was one of the main reasons why G2 was so dominant on Nuke.
Scary, even. At certain points, scary. Especially when you think Rops has got the drop. Nah, not today. That was not the case. However, that is a done deal for FaZe. For us, we still have 2 more days of playoffs to go through here, so we can look a little bit at the brackets really quickly from the playoffs themselves. And that's going to illustrate a picture that puts 9Z and Spirit just hanging around, Josh.
Just hanging around. Yeah, it's going to be an interesting thing. The 2 teams that people didn't really see going this far, 9Z and G2, they're facing off against each other in the semifinals. People, I mean, I don't think anyone could have predicted this one. But in the bottom half, Vitality Spirit's going to be interesting. First time?
Yeah, absolutely. They face off for the first time, Zyvo versus Donk, right? And 9Z, a couple of days off. You know, G2 already playing in the arena. That might be a little bit of a shocker for 9Z tomorrow. But hey, they already took down the #1 team in the world, right? So they're definitely a tough opponent for G2 at this moment.
What are the odds that they looked at today's game with FaZe and G2 and like, well, we should probably start preparing for FaZe? Like, what are the odds? Like, there's a chance.
Maybe, but I think you're just also sort of waiting to see what happens, really.
Yeah, well, this is what's happening. Saturday, that's tomorrow. Spirit Vitality first, then we round out the day again with G-Stu. So, great stuff for day 1. And honestly, it's a pretty empty arena. I know that there's a couple of you sticking around behind these lights. I can barely see. Hello, everybody. But that does it for the show today. So let's call it what it is. The day is done. And we come back tomorrow. We've got that semifinal 1 and 2, and then the grand finals on Sunday. So thank you for watching the Intel Extreme Masters today. We're in the playoffs, and we'll see y'all tomorrow.
Started. Finger on trigger with aim on a target. I'm shooting my shot, yeah. It's right on no money, no discount, no bargain. Hearing them calling. The clock is ticking, we cannot be stalling. We pulling up harder. Hey, one shot, one chance, I gotta go all in. You know what it is, I gotta get it. You know what it is, I'm bound to win it. You know what it is. You know what it is. You know what it is. You know what it is, I gotta get it. You know what it is, get down to business. You know what it is. You know what it is. Gang time, check, gang time, hang time, we up. Gotta stay up, way up. It's cut a dub on a rematch. First time won't be last. It's the beginning, we just got started. 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 It's the beginning, we just got. It's the beginning, we just got started. Hey. Started. Finger on trigger with aim on a target. I'm shooting my shot, yeah. It's right on no money, no discount, no bargain. Hearing them calling. The clock is ticking, we cannot be stalling. We pulling up harder. Hey, one shot, one chance, I gotta go all in. You know what it is, I gotta get it. You know what it is, I'm bound to win it. You know what it is. You know what it is. You know what it is. You know what it is, I gotta get it. You know what it is, get down to business. You know what it is. You know what it is. Gang time, check, gang time, we gang time, check, gang time.
Making history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. INSEE is going to take this fight though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of action's got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zez, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to win. GG!
And it's all done. A flawless win. Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic. And they did it again in the grand finals. It's no Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World takes the lead this late in the game. And Fallen can't hold on. ESL Pro League title. It's now. Get right now. And Fallen finishes the job.
Party won't stop.
You've got some things going through mine. Why can't this be all the time? You at the top of your class, you change the drip to a splash. The way that you laugh, I just hope that it lasts. I just hope that it lasts. You stay on my mental, you keep me sharp like a pencil. You can let your hair down, cause I'm playing gentle. You can let your hair down, cause I'm playing gentle. You can let your hair down, cause I'm playing gentle. Girl, you stay on my mind, all the time, all the time, on my mind. Girl, you stay on my mind, all the time, on my mind, all the time, all the time. If I come meet you, baby, I can teach you how to let your head down and be a freak, singing like a Anita. Sweet love, have you thinking about a preacher? Also, how I need her. Girl, we can kick it. Have you ever had Chinese after 9 on a Friday?